Savage Harry. What if Harry was adopted by John Wick after Voldemort killed his family and trained as an assassin? A Harry Potter/John Wick crossover. Chapter 1. The coin and the doorstep. The coin arrived on a Tuesday. It came in a manila envelope with no return address, slid through the door slot of a small apartment above a butcher's shop in Brooklyn that no one was supposed to know about. The apartment had no name on the lease. The utilities ran through a shell company in Delaware. The mailbox downstairs had been bolted shut and welded over 4 years ago, when a man named John Wick had decided that he was done with the world and that the world, in return, was going to be done with him. The world apparently had not been informed. John Wick stood at his window in a black t-shirt and dark wool trousers and watched the snow fall on the brick wall opposite. He had not slept in 3 days. The dog at his feet, a thin, scarred pit bull he had taken from a kill shelter the previous winter and to whom he had given no name because giving things names was a thing he no longer did, looked up at him with patient eyes. The dog had been fed. The dog had been walked. The dog had been spoken to in a low, steady voice that the dog did not understand but did not need to understand. Dog was, by any reasonable measure, the only thing in John Wick's life that had not been taken from him, broken by him, or both. The envelope sat on the counter. He had not opened it. He had been looking at it on and off for about 40 minutes. Manila unmarked. The wax seal on the back, when he had at last turned the envelope over with the very tips of his fingers, was deep red, and was stamped with a sigil he had not seen in nearly 4 years. A coin within a circle within a coin. The mark of the Continental. In continental terms, an unsolicited envelope with that seal meant one of 3 things: a summons, a favor called in, or a contract. John Wick did not take contracts anymore. He had said this to Winston in a low, polite voice on a rainy night in the autumn of 1977, sitting in a leather armchair by a fireplace in the New York Continental's 3rd-floor study, with a glass of bourbon held in a hand that did not shake, while across from him Winston had smiled the small, tired, expensive smile of a man who knew exactly how many promises like that one he had heard in his life, and exactly how few of them had survived contact with the world. "Very well, Jonathan," Winston had said, "we shall miss you." And John had gone home to Helen, and he had married her in the small chapel up on 84th Street with 3 witnesses and no priest, and he had bought the house in Mill Neck, and he had ordered the gravel for the long driveway, and for 3 years and 4 months he had been, by every reasonable measure, a happy man. Then the cancer. Then the funeral. Then the puppy that had been delivered the morning after the burial in a wicker basket with a card in Helen's handwriting that read, in steady looping script, "So that you have something to love. Please, John, don't shut your heart away. H." Then the night 6 weeks ago, 6 weeks, 3 days, 21 hours, when 3 men had broken into the house, beaten him unconscious, and killed the dog because the dog had barked. They had also stolen his car. The car had been incidental. The dog had not. What had followed had not been, in his own private accounting, the work of John Wick. It had been the work of an older creature he had taken some pains to bury, a creature with no surname. A creature that, in certain Eastern European tongues, was named after old stories told to frighten the children of butchers and tax collectors. He had been, briefly, that creature again. And then the Tarasov organization had been a noun without a referent. And then a continental coin had bought him peace, and he had taken the dog he had at last found alive and intact and bleeding only a little, and he had driven north, and he had stopped at the small unmarked apartment in Brooklyn that he had kept for emergencies, and he had decided that he would, for the second time in his life, stop. And here was the envelope. He picked it up. He weighed it. Light. 1 coin inside, perhaps a small slip of paper, nothing else. He turned it over and broke the seal with his thumbnail. The wax crumbled cleanly along the seam, which meant that no one had opened it after it had been sealed, which meant that the contents were as the sender had intended them to be. Inside the envelope was a gold coin and a folded square of cream paper. The coin he set on the counter without looking at it because he knew what it was, a marker. The full weight and authority of the Continental, redeemable at any branch, anywhere in the world, by the bearer or by the bearer's designated representative, in any of the standard currencies of the trade, favors, intelligence, protection, and the obligation to act. The paper he unfolded slowly. The handwriting on the paper was thin and English and old. He recognized it. It was the hand of a man called Ainsworth, who ran the London Continental, and who had once put a bullet through the throat of a Cuban diplomat at 50 meters from a hotel balcony in 1962 with a well-rod pistol and a glass of sherry in the other hand. The note read, "Jonathan, magical baby. Orphaned tonight, dark forces hunting, family placement unsuitable, counsel in disarray, we need you. The boy is at 4 Privet Drive, Little Winging, Surrey. You have until dawn local, coin attached for expenses, burn this." John read it twice. He read it a 3rd time more slowly, because he had learned a long time ago that a man who is paid to kill must also on occasion be paid to think, and that the second skill was the more difficult one. Magical baby. He examined those two words the way he would have examined a fuse, not for their meaning, which he did not yet have, but for the shape and the temper of the wire. Ainsworth was a careful man. Ainsworth did not write the word magical lightly. Ainsworth had been, on at least one occasion within John's memory, the man who came in person to clean up a job in which something had walked through a wall it should not have walked through and taken 9 pounds of paper currency and a guard's left hand with it. Ainsworth knew, in a way that very few people in the trade knew, that the world had quiet seams in it, and that the high table did business across those seams, and that the people who lived on the other side of those seams had their own coins and their own contracts and their own boogeymen. Orphaned tonight. The current time on the small mechanical clock on John's mantel was 8:14 p.m. in New York, which was 1:14 a.m. in London, October the 31st, Halloween having ended over the Atlantic but having only just ended in England. You have until dawn local. Dawn at the latitude of Surrey at this time of year would be around 6:50, 5.5 hours. The Concorde took just under 3.5 from JFK to Heathrow. He had, after the drive into Manhattan and the customs walk-through at Heathrow and the drive south out of London, perhaps a 40-minute window on the doorstep before the night turned to morning and whatever Ainsworth was afraid of moved. Family placement unsuitable. 3 words, considered words. They told him that someone somewhere had attempted to place the child with relatives, and that the placement had been judged inadequate. By Ainsworth's standards, unsuitable could mean almost anything, but it would, John knew, mean something specific to the child's well-being, because Ainsworth was a man who had ordered the deaths of 3 different fathers in his career, and who, by every account, had been an unfailingly good one himself. Counsel in disarray. The counsel. He understood here that this was not the high table. This was something parallel. Ainsworth was telling him, in a half-sentence written in the dark of a small office in Mayfair, that there was a body of authority somewhere across one of those quiet seams in the world, and that the body of authority was, at this particular hour, not in a position to act. We need you. That was the line that decided him, although he did not yet, looking down at the paper, acknowledge to himself that he had decided. We need you is not the language of the trade. The trade did not need. The trade contracted. The trade purchased. The trade reciprocated. The trade kept very careful books and balanced them in blood when other coin was unavailable. When a man in Ainsworth's position wrote, "We need you," he was writing something private, something that the books did not and would not record. John Wick had never in his life been able to refuse a private debt of that kind. He had in fact built his life on the careful refusal to refuse such debts. He had in fact killed 12 men over the course of one long autumn night in 1996 in order to repay a single private debt of that kind. He had married a woman who knew this about him and who had loved him anyway, perhaps even for it. The dog looked up at him. "I will be back," he said. The dog tilted its head. "I will be back," he said again in Russian, because the dog seemed to understand him better in Russian. He walked to the closet at the end of the hall. He moved without hurry. Hurry he had been taught a long time ago by a small, terrifying old Belarusian woman in the basement of a theater in Minsk, was the second worst error a working man could make. The worst was indecision. Hurry was decision delivered after the moment had passed. He had not yet hurried in his life. He opened the closet. Inside the closet, behind a row of unremarkable shirts on unremarkable hangers, was a panel. He pressed the panel. The panel slid aside. Behind the panel was a small armored room about the size of a coffin stood on end, lit from above by a single bulb. He stepped in. He had not been in this room in nearly 4 years. Everything in it was where he had left it. He took down an order. A black 2-piece suit of medium-weight wool, custom cut to allow shoulder rotation and the deeper movement of the lats, with reinforced inner pockets sewn from a particular blend of woven aramid. A black silk dress shirt, a black tie of woven silk, a black overcoat of a heavier wool, lined, a pair of black leather gloves of a glove fighter's cut, supple at the knuckle and tight across the palm, a wallet containing 4 passports under 4 different names, 3 of which were entirely fictional and 1 of which was very nearly his, a money belt holding 20,000 pounds sterling in clean used notes, and a second set of bands holding 10,000 US dollars, a small flat case containing 4 continental markers of his own, the surviving balance of his account, which he had kept against the possibility of a day exactly like this one. He dressed. He dressed without looking in a mirror, because there was no mirror and because he did not need one. The suit settled across his shoulders the way the suit had always settled across his shoulders. The tie went into 4 in hand because that was the knot for working. The Windsor was for diplomacy. The bow tie was for a kind of evening John did not expect to live to see again. He selected last the weapons. In the wall behind the suits hung on neat pegs and in clean racks a working man's library. He took 2 Heckler & Koch P30L pistols in 9mm Parabellum, the long slide variants, both fitted with extended magazines and threaded barrels. To each, he attached a small black suppressor of the kind that did not advertise itself. He chambered a round in each. He decocked 6 magazines distributed, 2 each in the inside pockets of the suit jacket, 1 each in the side pockets of the overcoat. Each magazine, 18 rounds. A Benchmade folding knife, 3.5-inch blade in a leather pocket clip at the small of his back. A second knife, smaller ceramic, 4 inches overall in a left ankle sheath, because the ceramic did not show on metal detectors and because some doors needed a key that the doorman had not been trained to look for. A short loop of stainless steel wire 2 feet long with 2 small wooden handles. He folded this into a coil and slid it into his right inside breast pocket alongside the second magazine. A pencil, always a pencil. He did not write with it. He looked at the room. He took also a small black sling bag of waxed canvas, into which he placed a folded military-style emergency thermal blanket, a packet of formula in unmarked foil sachets, the kind sold to combat medics for use with infants in field conditions, a small steel bottle of warmed water, a soft cotton cloth, and a square of brown blanket, the kind that he had once used to wrap a puppy, and which had been since the only object in his life beyond Helen's wedding ring that he had been unable to throw away. He had not understood why he had bought the formula. He understood now. He closed the panel. He closed the closet. He walked to the small kitchen and knelt and lifted the dog's chin in his gloved hand. The dog's eyes were brown and steady and tired. "I have one job," he said, "then I come home." The dog regarded him. "You are good," he said in Russian. "You are very good." He kissed the top of the dog's head very lightly and stood. He went to the door. He paused. He went back to the counter. He put the gold coin into his vest pocket. He took the cream paper to the small sink and lit it from the gas burner and watched it curl into ash and washed the ash down the drain and ran the water for a long count of 10. Then he went out. He flew first class on a Concorde out of John F. Kennedy at 10 p.m. He bought the ticket under the name James Connor, an Irish-American businessman from Boston with a quiet voice and slightly calloused hands. He kept the overcoat folded in his lap because he did not wish to wear it through the cabin and he did not wish to set it down where it might be felt by an attendant. He drank 1 whiskey, served by a young woman whose smile was professional and whose perfume was Chanel No. 19, and he ate nothing. He read from the seat pocket magazine an article about the impending restoration of certain mosaics in a Tunisian villa. Across the aisle, a small girl, perhaps 6 years old, asked her mother where they were going. Her mother said, "London, sweetheart." The girl asked why. Her mother said, "Because Daddy lives there." The girl thought about this for a while and then asked whether they would see Daddy at the airport. Her mother said yes. The girl considered, then said, "Mummy, I don't really remember him." The mother was quiet for a long time. John Wick listened to all of this without moving and without looking because that was the discipline. He had been listening to other people's private griefs in public places for most of his adult life. He had learned to file them gently in a small cabinet in his head and to never open the cabinet. The cabinet tonight would not quite close. The aircraft touched down at Heathrow at 8:48 a.m. London time, which because of the date and the time zone was somehow miraculously only 48 minutes after he had taken off. He cleared customs in 3 minutes. The customs officer looked at his passport, looked at him, looked at his passport, and stamped it without speaking. There were some men in this trade whom customs officers chose not to inconvenience. In the long-stay car park, a black BMW E28 sedan was waiting where it had been promised. The keys were in the wheel well of the front passenger tire. He found them, unlocked the boot, lifted the floor of the boot, and inspected the contents of the small steel case that lay there. The case held a Browning high power in 9mm, fully loaded, a brick of 20 cartridges, a folded paper map of southern England with one address circled in red ink, and a single black and white photograph of a small boy of perhaps 15 months, asleep, with a star-shaped cut fresh on his forehead. The photograph was the only photograph of the child in the case. There was no name on the back, no date, no annotation. John Wick looked at the photograph for a long moment. Then he closed the case, closed the boot, and got in the car. He drove south. He drove the speed limit. He drove 3 miles per hour under the speed limit on the motorway, and 3 miles per hour over the limit on the country roads, because that was the average of the traffic, and the average of the traffic was invisible. He did not turn on the radio. He held the steering wheel at 10 and 2 with the lightness one used for surgery, which was a slightly heavier touch than the lightness one used for shooting, but only slightly. Surrey, when he reached it, was a county made of hedges. The hedges grew along the fields and along the lanes and along the driveways and at last along the streets of the small town of Little Winging, where they had been trimmed by householders who, it seemed, would rather have died than been seen by their neighbors to have neglected the trimming of a hedge. Privet Drive was distinguished from the lanes around it only by being slightly straighter and slightly more aggressively pruned. The houses on it were identical to one another in the way that certain kinds of family are identical to one another, not by any actual sameness of feature, but by the violence with which they had all agreed not to differ. He parked the BMW 2 streets over in front of a vacant lot. He walked. It was 10:42 a.m. The sky over the rooftops was a flat white, the color of an English sky in late autumn that has not yet decided whether to commit to drizzle. The street was empty. A man was unlocking a car 3 doors down, jingling his keys as if he had not been planning to do this and had only just remembered. A woman across the street was watering on a Friday morning in early November a window box of late chrysanthemums that did not, John noted, need water. He registered the watchers. There were 3 of them. 2 were on the street. One was in an upstairs window of the house across the road from number 4. The 2 on the street were both white men of medium build, both in long dark coats with the collars turned up. The man with the keys had his hand inside his coat, not on a key fob. The woman with the watering can had a wooden stick, just slightly too long to be a teaspoon, held loose in her left hand, where the watering can did not really need a second hand. These were not police. Police did not move in pairs at right angles to the target and post a third on a high window. Police did not bring sticks. These were also not, John noted, professionals of the continental sort. Their tradecraft was old. Their fieldcraft was older. They were watching the wrong direction for the wrong things. They were watching for someone who would arrive at a run in robes with a wand drawn, and they were not watching the man in the black overcoat who had just walked, at the pace of an off-duty insurance adjuster, past the post box at the head of their road. He approached number 4. The lawn was edged with surgical precision. The hydrangeas had been trimmed back for the winter. There was a small ceramic pig by the doorbell. The doorbell was a brass push button mounted in a brass plate, polished. He pressed it. He waited. He heard from inside the house the high crying of a small child. He heard also the heavier sounds of an adult man's complaint and an adult woman's hushed scolding. The door opened. The man who opened it was very large, with a mustache, with a face that had gone red in the past several hours of his life and had not since gone unhonored. He wore a dressing gown over a striped pajama. He smelled faintly of the previous evening's brandy. "Yes," he said. "Good morning," said John Wick in his soft, careful voice, in the accent of a man who had grown up in northern New York and learned, since, to make his vowels neutral. "My name is John. I believe you have in your house a child, Harry. I would like please to borrow him." Vernon Dursley stared at him. Then slowly Vernon Dursley began to laugh. It was not a kind laugh. It was the laugh of a man who, having had a very bad morning, was suddenly informed that the morning had become, by a stroke of luck, even worse, and that the proper response to such an injustice was to laugh in the face of the world rather than cry in front of it. He laughed with his head thrown back and his mustache bristling, and his neck went a shade darker red, and behind him in the hallway something small and warm wailed once and was hushed. "Borrow," Vernon said. "Borrow, did you?" He laughed again. "Did you hear that, Petunia? He wants to borrow him." A thin woman with a long neck appeared at the end of the hallway. She held a baby on one hip, a fat blonde infant, perhaps 14 months, and a tea towel in the other hand. She squinted at the doorway. "Vernon who, some yank," Vernon said, "in a suit, wants to borrow your sister's bastard." "Vernon," Petunia hissed, "wants to borrow him." The laugh sputtered and renewed itself. Vernon Dursley was, by this point, supporting himself with one large hand against the door frame. The door frame, John noted, did not particularly mind. John waited. He waited the way a man waits for a stoplight. He did not interrupt. He did not press. He did not raise his voice. He simply stood, gloved hands clasped lightly in front of him, the way a salesman of expensive insurance might stand on a doorstep when he had been laughed at exactly once before, and was prepared in the patient course of his work to be laughed at again. His attention, however, had moved. He had registered over Vernon's shoulder the second small bundle that Petunia did not quite know what to do with. It lay on a folded blanket on the hallway floor, half wedged against the wall by the staircase. It was wrapped in a coarse gray cloth. From the cloth, 2 small bare feet protruded, and from the other end of the cloth, the round dark crown of a head, very still, very small. The child was asleep. He had also registered in his peripheral vision certain changes on the street behind him. The man with the keys had stopped pretending to lock the car. He had begun walking, without running but without small talk, across the street and toward the corner of number 4's lawn. His right hand was free of his coat now and held a long thin stick of pale wood. The woman with the watering can had set the can down. She, too, was holding a stick. The third figure in the upstairs window across the road had drawn back the curtain and stepped fully into view. He was holding something cupped in his palm, like a man preparing to release a small bird, and his lips were moving without sound. John had perhaps 4 seconds before something was going to happen on this lawn that was not part of his contract. He turned half a step on the doorstep. The motion was the small, polite half-turn of a man who has heard a delivery truck and wants to make sure he is not blocking the path. The motion brought his right shoulder into line with the front gate and his left shoulder into line with the upstairs window. "Vernon," he said gently without looking at Vernon, "please step inside." "What?" Vernon said. "Inside, please." Vernon's laugh broke mid-laugh in a way that suggested some underlying part of him had registered something his conscious mind had not. He looked past John down the lawn. He saw the man with the stick. Vernon did not step inside. Vernon did, however, stop laughing. This was enough. The first H&K came up out of John's left coat pocket as if it had been waiting there for 13 years and was, finally, glad to be of use. It cleared the cloth of the pocket cleanly. The suppressor, threaded snug, was already aligned with the barrel. His grip closed around it in the moment of presentation, his support hand sliding up the slide in the same instant from the inside seam of the overcoat where it had been hanging at the natural rest of his arm. He fired twice, double tap, into the throat of the man on the lawn. The throat rather than the chest, because the throat did not allow a final exhaled syllable, and these men John had registered were the kind of men who could do unpleasant things with a final exhaled syllable. The shots through the suppressor made each a sound like a heavy book dropped on a carpet. Fit, fit. The man on the lawn opened his mouth around a word he did not get to say. His eyes were already glassy. He pitched backward, the stick falling from his hand into the hedge, and lay still. The woman across the lawn turned, her teaspoon wand coming up. She was the second fastest of the three, and she was not fast enough. John's left shoulder rolled forward into the second draw, the second pistol, the right inside pocket, the same suppressor, the same supple practiced presentation, and he fired 3 times. The first round went through her right elbow because his draw was a 1/4 inch high and his subconscious had registered that she was already in the middle of a forming syllable. The elbow round broke her arm and broke her aim. The second round went through her sternum. Third, because 3 was the standard count for a torso that needed to drop without speaking, went through her throat. She fell sideways into the chrysanthemum bed. The figure in the upstairs window saw what had happened and recovered, John noted, faster than the 2 on the ground had. His lips moved more quickly. His cupped hand opened. Something gleamed, very small, like a chip of mica, leaving his palm. John shifted weight onto his back foot. He breathed out. He fired once with the right-hand pistol. The angle was 43 degrees above the horizontal. The range was 28 meters. The target was a moving head behind a single pane of frosted glass. The window broke. The figure went out of sight. A long second passed in which the only sound on privet drive was the ringing of the window pane settling against itself in the frame. Then somewhere down the road, a dog began to bark once, twice, then steadily, and somewhere else a kettle was set down on a counter hard. John Wick reholstered the right-hand pistol. He did not yet reholster the left. He turned back to the doorstep. Vernon Dursley was a different color now. He was no longer red. He was a sort of pale gray-green, the color of an undercooked pork chop left too long in the supermarket case. His mouth was open. He was, John noted, no longer laughing. Petunia in the hallway had backed against the staircase, her own baby clutched tightly to her shoulder, her face the same color as her husband's. She had not screamed. John noted this and approved. "As I was saying," John said quietly, "I would like please to borrow Harry." He waited. Vernon Dursley made several small sounds that were not words. "You may keep your own son," John added in the same patient tone. "I do not need him. I need only Harry." Vernon nodded. He could not seem to stop nodding. He looked briefly at Petunia. Petunia stared at John. Are you," she began and could not finish and tried again. "Are you one of them?" "No," said John gently. "I am the man they were hoping to avoid." Petunia closed her eyes. "He's there," she said, jerking her chin toward the bundle on the hallway floor. There was a man, a tall man with a beard. "Last night he left a letter," he said. "Yes," said John. "He said we were to take him." Petunia said, "To take him in to raise him. And Vernon and I, we didn't. We said we wouldn't. We said we would. We didn't know what to." "Mrs. Dursley," John said. She stopped. "I am taking the child," he said. "He will be well cared for. He will be safe. He will not, by any action of mine, ever return to this house. Do you understand?" Petunia closed her eyes again. A tear slid out from under one lash line and traveled alone down her thin cheek. She nodded. "You will tell the man with the beard," John said, "if he comes back that the child was collected. That is all. You will not describe me. You will not need to lie. He will, I think, understand." Petunia nodded. "Thank you," John said. He stepped past her into the hall. He knelt by the bundle on the floor. The child inside the bundle was warm. He was breathing slowly and deeply, in the way a child breathes when he has cried himself out and has at last fallen, in the middle of a hallway, on the floor of a house that does not want him, into an exhausted sleep. His hair was very black and very fine and very rumpled. His skin was pale, his mouth was slightly open. The cut on his forehead was bright and fresh and shaped very precisely like a lightning bolt, a fork of two lines meeting at an angle a degree or two off of true vertical. The cut had stopped bleeding. The blood had dried in the small lines of the cut to a dark rust color. The skin around the cut was faintly inflamed, but not infected. It had been cleaned, John noted, by someone who knew what they were doing, although roughly and in haste. "Harry," John said softly. The child did not stir. John slid one gloved hand under the small body, under the back of the head, supporting the heavy stem of the neck in the old, careful way he had been shown a long time ago, and the other under the curl of the legs, and he lifted. The child weighed perhaps 22 pounds, a little under what a healthy child of 14 months ought to have weighed. The arms and the legs under the cloth were the right shape but slightly too thin. John registered this and filed it. The child opened his eyes. They were green. They were not, John noticed at once, the soft, pale, undecided green of an infant's eyes. They were green of a particular dark, fixed kind, the kind that had already chosen and was not going to choose again. They were eyes that had very recently seen something. The pupils were still slightly dilated from it. The whites were red-rimmed from crying. The lashes were wet. The child looked at John. John looked back at the child. There was between them no recognition. There could not be. But the child, after a long moment in which he seemed to be carefully cataloging the angle of John's jaw and the shape of his mouth and the steadiness of his throat, blinked slowly once. And then he reached out with one small starfish hand and laid it, in a deliberate gesture of trust the way a small child sometimes does on a thing he intends to keep, against the lapel of John Wick's overcoat. The hand was very small. John took, from the canvas sling bag, the folded square of brown blanket. He wrapped the child in the brown blanket and then over the brown blanket in the thermal blanket and tucked the bundle inside his overcoat against his chest, where it would be warmed by his body and shielded from any incidental round. He stood. He looked once around the hallway of number 4 Privet Drive. He noted the framed photograph of the Dursley family at the seaside, the umbrella stand of brass, the brown carpeted staircase that led upward into a household in which Harry would not be growing up. He noted Petunia, who was still standing against the banister with her own son clutched against her. He noted Vernon, who had not moved from the doorway and who appeared now to be praying. "Mrs. Dursley," John said quietly, "you will in time be glad of this." Petunia nodded again. John turned and walked out of the house. He stepped over the body of the man on the lawn. He did not look down, and proceeded, at the same unhurried pace as before, down the garden path. Behind him, the door of number 4 closed. He walked to the BMW. He laid the child, still wrapped, on the passenger seat. He buckled the seatbelt around the bundle in the way that did not press on the child's ribs. He took from the bag the steel bottle of warmed water and dampened a corner of the cotton cloth and very gently wiped the dried blood from the scar on the boy's forehead. The scar, he noted, was hot to the touch. He laid the cloth aside. He started the car. As he pulled away from the curbs, the front door of the house across the road, the house with the broken upstairs window, opened briefly. A small, thin, elderly woman with her hair in a bun stepped out, looked toward the body of the man with the keys lying on the lawn of number 4, looked toward the woman in the chrysanthemums, looked toward the departing BMW. She did not draw a wand. She did not scream. She did, John noted with admiration, take from her apron pocket a small notebook and a stub of pencil and begin to write. She would, in due course, report to her superiors at the Order of the Phoenix that a thing they were not equipped to understand had happened on Privet Drive that morning. By that time, John Wick and Harry James Potter were already half an hour north on the M3, headed for a small private airfield near Reading, where a charter Lear was being warmed up under the name of a man called Mr. Connor, and where a young pilot named Aurelio's cousin was, even now, briefing his co-pilot on the unusual courtesy that they would on this flight be carrying a passenger of approximately 14 months in addition to the gentleman in the suit. In the passenger seat, the child slept, his small fist closed against John's lapel. John drove with one hand and reached with the other to the boy's forehead. He brushed a strand of hair away from the scar. "Mr. Potter," he said quietly. The child stirred but did not wake. "I am John," John said. "I will be taking care of you for a while." The motorway hummed. "I am very sorry," John said, "about your mother." He drove. It was 11 in the morning on the first day of November, 1981, in southern England, and in the rearview mirror behind him the spires of London had not yet come into view, and the small thin hand of the smallest passenger he had ever transported was still closed, in the absent certainty of an infant's grip, around the lapel of his coat. He had taken the contract. He would, he understood now, never put it down. Chapter 2: The House on 46th Street. The Continental Hotel of New York City stood on the corner of 46th and Park. 11 stories of 1920s limestone with a green copper cornice and a brass-handled revolving door, the kind of building in front of which the cab slowed without being signaled, because the doormen, large men in long olive coats, had a small specific gesture that the medallion cabbies of Manhattan had taught themselves, over the years, to recognize. The lobby smelled of cedar and gun oil and very expensive coffee. The carpet was deep red. The chandelier in the rotunda had been salvaged from a Habsburg ballroom in 1919, and rewired for tungsten in 1947, and rewired again for tungsten in 1973, because the Continental's standing policy on its more sentimental fixtures was that they should not even slightly be modernized. The clerks behind the front desk wore brass name tags and dark suits. They spoke 6 languages between them as a matter of competence and another 5 as a matter of courtesy. They did not, in 83 years of operation, ever in any documented case acknowledge by face a guest who did not first acknowledge by face them. It was, in the city of New York, possibly the safest building in which an infant had ever lived. John Wick walked through the revolving door of that lobby at 4:11 a.m. on the 2nd of November, 1981, with the small bundle inside his overcoat. He had not eaten in 26 hours. He had killed 3 people on a residential street in Surrey, refueled a Learjet in Iceland, slept perhaps 2 hours sitting bolt upright in the small leather seat opposite the lavatory, fed the child 2 formula bottles over the Atlantic, changed him 3 times, and quieted him on the descent into Teterboro by humming a Russian lullaby he had not consciously remembered for 40 years. The lullaby had come up out of his throat, very quietly, as if it had been waiting all that time to be remembered for an evening exactly like this one. The child had stopped crying around the 3rd bar of it and had then, John noted, listened to the rest of it with the close professional attention of a small critic. In the lobby at 4:11 a.m., the brass desk was manned by a black gentleman in a navy 3-piece suit. The gentleman was perhaps 45 years of age, with very dark skin and very clear eyes and the long, fine-boned hands of a former pianist. He stood as John approached the way the staff of the Continental always stood for incoming guests, regardless of the hour or the state of the guest in question. "Mr. Wick," said the gentleman in a low, pleasant baritone, "welcome back. Karen, sir, I need a room, of course, and a doctor." Karen's eyes moved the smallest fraction of an inch downward, registering the curve of John's overcoat at his chest, the shape of what was held there, the slight twist of John's left arm that was supporting a weight he did not ordinarily support. "Of course, sir," Karen said. "What sort? Pediatrician?" A small pause. Then Karen, with the particular economy of motion that distinguished a working concierge from any merely good one, simply nodded. "I will arrange it. Dr. Levesque is discreet and not far. Will you require formula? I have a 48-hour supply. After that, yes, cans, not powder, and cloth diapers. The disposable ones make him cry." Karen's eyes flickered very briefly with something John had not seen in them in the 4 years he had known the man, a small, startled human warmth instantly buried under decorum. "Cloth diapers, sir, yes, and formula. Of which brand? SMA Gold. He's English, he takes the European. I will have a case in your suite within the hour." "Thank you, Mr. Wick. Yes, may I be so bold as to inquire, the gentleman in your coat, is he yours?" John considered this question. He considered it for longer than the question would in another conversation have warranted. He considered the lobby and the chandelier and the night clerk in his 3-piece suit and the small warm weight that was, at this moment, breathing slowly and evenly against his ribcage. "Yes," said John Wick. "He is mine." "Very good, sir," said Karen. "I will instruct the staff." "Karen, sir, he has visitors who may, in time, attempt to inquire after him, visitors of a particular kind." "Magical, sir?" John looked at Karen. "Yes," he said carefully. "Of course, sir, the Continental is extended in that regard. We have certain accommodations." "Of course you do, His Excellency," Karen said with the small fractional inclination of the head with which he alone of all the staff was permitted to refer to the manager, "is in the 2nd-floor study. I will inform him of your arrival when he wakes. He rises customarily at 6. "Wake him, sir. Wake him now, please." Karen's eyes did not change. But after a long fractional pause, he said, "Of course, Mr. Wick, I will inform him at once." John inclined his head a quarter of an inch. "Thank you," he said. He walked to the elevator. Elevator opened. He stepped in. He pressed the 11th floor button. The elevator rose silently. He looked down in the privacy of the brass car at the bundle inside his coat. The child, throughout the entire exchange at the desk, had been awake. His green eyes, half-lidded, had been watching the back of Karen's head with the unsurprised intelligence of a creature who had decided, somewhere over the Atlantic Ocean, that whatever this strange new world was going to be, it was going to be the world he had now. "Mr. Potter," John said quietly, "we are home." The child blinked once. He did not understand the word home. He had, however, understood the cadence. He pressed his cheek against John's collarbone and closed his eyes, and went, in the elevator on the way up to the 11th floor of a building he had never seen, back to sleep. Winston Scott, manager of the New York Continental, was not in fact asleep when Karen's discreet knock came at the door of his private apartments. Winston Scott was rarely asleep. Winston Scott had been, in his earlier years, a man of certain habits that had not been compatible with regular sleep, and now, in his late 50s, the body had remembered the habits even when the mind had, in the most respectable possible way, laid them aside. He was in fact in his study, in a smoking jacket of dark green velvet over an ivory pajama, reading by lamplight the third volume of a translation of Plutarch's Lives, marking the margins with a fine fountain pen, sipping from a small porcelain cup a strong tea brewed with a particular blend that he had ordered each year from a man in Singapore for the last 31 years. "Yes, Karen, sir, Mr. Wick is here." Winston turned a page of his book without looking up. "Mr. Wick," he said, "is welcome at any hour." "Yes, sir, he has a guest, sir." Winston looked up. "A guest?" "Yes, sir." "What sort of guest, Karen?" "A guest, sir, of perhaps 14 months. Winston set down his cup with the careful deliberation of a man whose surprise, when one could be elicited at all from him, manifested only in a small slowing of every gesture. "Bring them up," he said. "Yes, sir." "Karen, sir, was the guest brought by request or by initiative?" "I do not yet know, sir." "Then we shall ask." They sat in Winston's study at 4:15 in the morning, with a small fire smoking down in the grate and a single Tiffany lamp lit on the side table, and the gas lamps along the wall turned down to embers. John Wick sat in the leather club chair facing the desk. Child slept on his lap, swaddled now in a soft cream blanket Karen had produced from somewhere, the small black head against John's chest. The thermal blanket and the dirty Surrey wool had been taken away by a maid and would, John knew, be incinerated within the hour. Winston watched the child for a long moment. Then he said in his light, dry voice, "Jonathan, I had thought you were retired." "I am," John said, "and yet, it came from Ainsworth." "Ah, with the coin. Of course, I owed him." "Indeed you did." Winston rose, walked to the sideboard, poured 2 fingers of a deep amber brandy into a small balloon glass, and set the glass at John's elbow. He did not pour one for himself. He returned to his chair, sat, crossed his ankles, and steepled his long fingers. "And the child, his name is Harry Potter. His parents, killed last night by something Ainsworth calls a Dark Lord, although I gather the man, the being, survived only in some fragmentary capacity and is at present too weak to act." Winston's eyebrows did not quite move. "A Dark Lord," he said dryly. "I do detest, Jonathan, the way one's evenings can be brought into focus by the appearance on one's premises of a particular vocabulary." "Yes, tell me the rest," John told him. He told him of the envelope and the coin and the flight, of Privet Drive, the 3 watchers, the kills of Vernon Dursley and Petunia, and the boy on the floor of the hallway. He told him of the photograph in the boot of the BMW and the lightning bolt scar in the bony forearms. He told him also of the small, thin woman with her notebook on the lawn across the way. Winston listened. He did not interrupt. Winston Scott, in his time at the Continental, had developed the kind of listening that a senior priest develops in an old cathedral confessional, in which the function was not to nod or to react, but to hold with the steady patience of stone the burden of the speaker's words until they had stopped speaking. When John had finished, Winston did not speak for a long time. At last he said, "You understand, Jonathan, what you have done. I have taken a child." "You have taken," Winston said, "a child belonging to a community that the table does not formally treat with. They have their own Continental in a sense, though they do not call it that. They have their own coin. They have their own high table, although they call theirs by another name. And you have with one hand removed from the chessboard the most important piece on it. They will before very long send people. Some of them will be polite, most of them will not. Yes, and you have, by your own admission, killed 3 of theirs in the front yard of his appointed guardians. Yes, and you intend to keep him." John looked down at the small dark head against his shirt. "Yes," he said. Winston nodded slowly. He took up his tea, sipped, and set it down. "I will be his great-uncle," Winston said. John, who had not in 12 years of acquaintance with Winston Scott ever been moved to anything resembling surprise, raised his eyes. "His what?" "His great-uncle. In the legal sense as it is understood under the laws of the state of New York and the cantonal courts of Switzerland, in both of which I maintain residence. In the sense in which it will appear on his school enrollment forms." In the sense in which, when he is 8 and someone asks him at a holiday gathering why his great-uncle has a habit of keeping a well-rod in the umbrella stand, he will say, with the perfect lordly insolence of a small child quoting from a script, that his great-uncle is in the import-export business. Winston, Jonathan, this is not a small thing. Of course it is not. None of this, dear man, is a small thing. None of it has been since you walked through my lobby with him in your coat. You have not asked for a roof for the night. You have asked for a child to be raised. I assume, and here for the first time a small smile played at the corners of Winston's mouth, that you do not propose to raise him alone in your small apartment over the butcher's shop with the unnamed dog and the 4 passports. John was quiet a long moment. No, he said. Then he will be raised here, Winston said, and at Mill Neck when it is rebuilt, which by my estimation will take another 7 months, and at a flat in Geneva which I will, before noon today, place into a trust in his name. He will have in this building the 8th floor corner suite. The wing has been quiet since Mrs. Halliday passed. The walls there are 6 inches thick of poured concrete behind the lath. The windows look north into the courtyard and cannot be reached in any practical sense by anything that does not know the trick of the air shaft, which, even with the trick, will not provide a stable platform for a working shooter. There is a small adjoining room which I shall have refitted as a nursery. He will be guarded when you and I and Karen are unavailable by Mr. Wesley and by Miss Perkins, neither of whom you have killed in their previous tour of service to the table. Winston, I am not finished, Jonathan. John subsided. Winston leaned forward. The firelight caught his eyes and made them for a moment a very dark gold. You will not raise him to be a weapon, he said. John looked at him. You will train him, of course, Winston said. I would expect nothing less. He is a potter by the sound of it, of a family that knew our trade by another name, and he is yours by adoption, and you would not be Jonathan if you did not, before he is 5, see to it that he can disassemble a pistol blindfolded. That is acceptable. That is in some real sense his birthright, but you will not raise him to be a weapon. You will raise him to be a man with a working trade that may on occasion be drawn from. The distinction is small. The distinction is everything. John said nothing. I knew his great-grandfather, you know, Winston said almost to himself. Charles Potter, decent shot for an English gentleman, wore his hair too long, drank too much. Loved his wife. The pieces are, Jonathan, what they always are. We do not raise the boy to be a weapon. We raise the boy to have a life. The trade is what keeps the life. The trade is not the life itself. Yes, said John, you agree? Yes, good. Winston sat back. Now, he said, I should very much like to hold him. John hesitated for the smallest of moments. Then he stood carefully and crossed the carpet and very gently laid the sleeping Harry Potter into the long, thin hands of Winston Scott, manager of the New York Continental. Winston held the child as he might have held a sleeping cat. Carefully but without nervousness, without the overtight grip of a man unaccustomed to the small bodies of the living. He looked down at the small face on his lapel for a long, considering moment. He brushed very lightly a fingertip against the lightning-shaped cut. He frowned very slightly when he felt the heat of it, and frowned more deeply when under his finger the cut briefly flickered with a thin line of cold white light that vanished almost as soon as he had seen it. My word, he murmured. Yes, said John. Well, said Winston after a moment, he is, isn't he? He really is. He looked up at John. You will, he said, of course be entitled to the protections of the house. He is from this hour under the Continental. Any business conducted on the premises of any of our branches anywhere in the world that touches him touches us. Any business conducted elsewhere is as always a private matter, but if you should ever in the course of his rearing find yourself short of resources, I shall, and you will permit me this, consider it a personal courtesy to be informed. Winston, yes. Thank you. Don't thank me, Jonathan. I am, by my own peculiar lights, extremely fond of you. I am also a man of business. You have, with this child, brought a great deal of weather to my front door. You have also brought, I think, an opportunity. I am very old. I have been thinking of late about what one leaves behind, about the small particular furniture of a long life. I had not, and you will, please, take this entirely in the spirit in which it is intended. I had not expected, in this last quarter of mine, to be told that I should be a great-uncle. He looked again at the child. I find, he said, that I do not mind. Karen, who had been standing just inside the door of the study with his hands folded behind his back, cleared his throat. Mr. Scott. Yes, Karen. Will I be informed of my own appointment? Winston looked up. I beg your pardon. I assumed, sir, Karen said with the most delicate flicker of dryness, the only species of dryness Karen ever permitted himself in his employer's presence, that the great-uncle would not, in practice, be the one to remember which brand of formula the boy preferred. Winston smiled. Of course, he said. Karen, yes, you will of course be, what shall we call it, godfather, sir. You agree? I agree, sir. Good. Karen inclined his head a quarter of an inch. I have, he said, always wanted a son. This was the first time in 19 years of service at the New York Continental that Karen had ever, in Winston's hearing, expressed an opinion that was not first solicited. Winston regarded him for a moment with something very like pride. "Well, dear man," he said, "you have one now." The eighth-floor corner suite of the New York Continental had been, for 40 years, the residence of a Mrs. Eleanor Halliday, a quiet, very rich widow from Newport who had been, in her younger years, a code-breaker in the war and, in her later years, a small but steady consumer of the Continental's discreet medical services. Mrs. Halliday had passed away 3 months before, in her sleep of a stroke. The suite had been kept by the house in a state of vacant readiness while her solicitor settled the estate. Within 48 hours of John Wick's arrival, the suite had been converted, with the brisk efficiency that the Continental brought to its more sentimental work, into something between a small private residence and an unusually well-appointed nursery. The east bedroom became Harry's. The walls were painted a pale soft sage. The crib, brought in by a man from a furniture company in Vermont who had been awakened at 6 in the morning by a phone call from Winston Scott, was a hand-turned cherrywood affair with no metal fastenings and no decorative ironwork. The slats had been carefully spaced at exactly 78 millimeters, in accordance with the recommendations of Dr. Levesque, in whose opinion that was the spacing at which a child's head could not become wedged. The mattress was filled with horsehair. The sheets were of brushed cotton. Above the crib, in a configuration Karen arrived at after considerable thought, hung a small mobile of carved wooden birds. One of the birds was, on close inspection, not a bird but a small carved beretta that had been lacquered over in pale blue paint, and it dangled from the mobile in a position that would in time only be visible to the boy as he lay on his back. "Karen, sir, is that," John said carefully, "a pistol on the mobile?" "Yes, sir, it is. Yes, sir." "I felt it tasteful." John regarded the mobile for a long moment. "Yes," he said at last. "All right, it is the only one, sir. All right, Karen. I felt that given the nature of the child's circumstances, sir, it was appropriate that there be a single small representation of the household trade in the upper field of his early visual environment. I read recently in the Lancet, sir, that small children imprint heavily on geometry encountered in the first 18 months of life, and that the geometry imprinted upon tends in subtle ways to be the geometry which subsequently feels natural. Karen, sir, are you reading the Lancet?" "Yes, sir, as of 3 weeks ago, sir." "All right, Karen, carry on, sir." The first 6 months of Harry Potter's life at the Continental Hotel of New York were, in retrospect, the most ordinary months of his childhood. Which is to say, they were ordinary by the standards of the Continental, and altogether unprecedented by the standards of any other child then living. He learned to crawl on the deep red carpet of the 8th-floor corridor, watched at all times by a junior bellman of 17 years named Tony, whose actual function was to ensure that no one entered the corridor without being recognized. Tony had been instructed to break the neck of any unrecognized visitor before the visitor's foot had completed its second step onto the carpet, and Tony, John was reasonably confident, would have been competent to do so. Harry pulled himself up on the legs of the small writing desk in the suite's drawing room, an act which produced from Karen a fixed, almost prayerful intensity of focus, as though he were watching a saint's first miracle. Karen, who John was beginning to understand had nursed in some private cabinet of his own an enormous patience for tenderness that had until now had nowhere to go, kept on his person at all times from the second day of Harry's residence, a small notebook in which he recorded each developmental milestone in his fine elegant clerk's hand. 13 November 1981. Slept 5 hours. 24 November 1981. Lifted head unaided for 30 seconds. 2 December 1981. Smiled at Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott smiled back, an event of historical significance. 11 December 1981. First tooth, lower left. 27 December 1981. Ate a small fragment of biscotti smuggled from the second-floor kitchen by Mr. Wick. 3 January 1982. Stood unaided briefly, looking entirely unimpressed. 14 January 1982. Said Dada, although whom he meant is unclear. The notebook would, in time, grow to 7 volumes and would be inherited on Karen's death by Harry himself. The 7 volumes would be kept by Harry in a small ironwood box on his desk for the rest of his life. He did not, until very late in his life, ever open them. Winston, true to his word, was a great uncle of the old school. He visited the suite 3 times a week. He would come in the late afternoon, when his administrative day was done and before the dinner hour rendered the house busy, and he would sit in the small armchair by the window with the child on his knee, and he would read aloud in his light, cool voice from books he had chosen with considerable care. Aesop's Fables, the Better Anderson, certain pages of Stevenson, and after Harry's first birthday and to the great alarm of Karen, certain very early stanzas of the Aeneid in the original Latin. "It is no different," Winston said serenely to Karen, who had once attempted to remonstrate, "than singing him a lullaby. He has no idea what I am saying. He likes the noise. He likes the cadence. He likes my voice. There's nothing wrong in singing the boy Virgil. Mr. Scott, yes, he is 12 months old. Yes, he cannot, sir, he cannot really benefit from the Aeneid." "Karen, my dear man," Winston said, looking down at Harry, who was contentedly chewing on the embroidered cuff of Winston's velvet jacket, "what one benefits from in this life is rarely what one has consciously chosen. The Aeneid in the original Latin will, I should think, do him no actual harm. And if a small particle of it lodges in him somewhere, well, what we shall have is a boy who, when grown, finds that his ear for the dactylic hexameter has, somehow, been with him all his life. There are worse inheritances." Karen withdrew. He noted in his book that night, 18 February 1982. Mr. Scott began to read Virgil aloud to Harry. The child responded favorably, perhaps because Mr. Scott has a beautiful voice, or perhaps because Mr. Scott smells of pipe tobacco and bourbon and is therefore not unlike a small warm bear. Mr. Scott said that he wanted no fuss made of it. I have written it down anyway. John Wick, for his part, spent the first 6 months in a state of attentive incomprehension. He fed the child. He changed the child. He walked the child in a fold-up stroller of black canvas with a custom-fitted Kevlar liner, 4 miles each morning through Central Park, taking each lap on a slightly different route, in the manner of a man whose habits of evasion had been with him so long that they no longer felt like habits of evasion. He sang the child the lullaby, the Russian one, whose words he did not in any conscious sense know. He held the child's small body against his shoulder. In the small hours when the child woke from dreams the child could not yet name, and he stood at the window of the 8th-floor suite in the dark with the small black head against his neck, and he watched over the rooftops of Manhattan, the steady slow blink of the airplanes coming down into LaGuardia, and he understood gradually over the course of those 6 months, for the first time since Helen had died, content. He was not happy. He understood that also. He was not, by any reasonable measure, ever again going to be the sort of man who could be called happy in the simple sunlit way of the man he had been at 34. The cancer had eaten that man. The dog had been a small late stay against the eating. The child now was a different thing entirely. The child was a daily piece of structured work that gave back in the way structured work always gave back to a man of John Wick's habits, a small reliable measure of meaning that did not depend on the man's own happiness for its weight. He had not, for example, in 6 months bought any liquor. He had not slept in. He had not, when he had gone out to walk in the mornings, taken the dog with him, because the dog was now living full-time at Karen's small apartment downtown, where Karen's elderly mother fed the dog 3 times a day and crocheted for the dog a small woolen vest in pale lavender for use in winter. The dog had been renamed by Karen's mother. Her name for the dog was Luba. The dog answered to it. John had not protested. There were, John noted, moments in a man's life when one quietly handed certain pieces of furniture to people who would, given the opportunity, treat the furniture better than one had oneself. On the 3rd of May, 1982, when Harry was approximately 18 months old and had begun, in the previous fortnight, to walk steadily, and to attempt with increasing success to climb things he should not have been climbing, the first of the visitors arrived at the door of the New York Continental. The visitor was a tall, thin, elderly man in a long traveling cloak of midnight blue, with a beard that reached his waist, with half-moon spectacles, and with eyes of a particular pale blue that, even at a distance through a thick lobby door, registered to a man like Karen as the eyes of a working professional of an unusual school. The visitor's cloak was wet with rain. He was leaning on a long staff of pale wood. He stopped in the small foyer between the revolving door and the marble of the lobby proper to remove from one of the inner pockets of his cloak a small clean handkerchief with which he dabbed with care the wet from his beard. Then he approached the desk. Karen, who was on duty, stood. "Good evening, sir. Good evening, my dear fellow. Welcome to the Continental." "Thank you. My name is Albus Dumbledore. I am here on a small private matter, and I should very much like, please, to inquire after a young guest of yours." Karen did not move. Karen did not blink. Karen was a man who, when asked a question whose answer might have very large consequences, had taught himself to deliver between the asking and the answer a small uninterrupted moment in which his face did not, by even 1/100th of a millimeter, change. "I should be delighted to assist, sir. May I ask the name of the young guest you wish to inquire about?" "His name is Harry Potter." "I see, sir. One moment." Karen stepped backward from the desk, lifted the receiver of the small brass house telephone, and dialed 3 digits. "Mr. Scott," he said in a low, even voice, "there is a gentleman at the front desk asking after the boy." A pause. "Yes, sir," Karen said. Tall, elderly, very long beard, spectacles. He gave the name Albus Dumbledore. A longer pause. Yes, sir. He hung up. Mr. Dumbledore, Karen said, returning to the desk. Mr. Scott will see you. May I take your cloak? That is very kind. Karen took the cloak. The cloak weighed, John would later note, slightly less than it should have, which was the kind of thing a working concierge of the Continental observed without comment. Karen hung the cloak on the brass rack. He led Dumbledore through the lobby, past the bar, past the small fountain in the rotunda, past the elevator alcove to the door of Mr. Scott's first-floor reception room. He opened the door. He stepped aside. Mr. Dumbledore, he said. Dumbledore inclined his head. He stepped through the door. The first-floor reception room of the New York Continental was a small handsome space paneled in dark walnut with a single fireplace and 3 armchairs. It had no windows. The lighting was a pair of recessed brass sconces in the firelight. At the far end of the room in the central armchair sat Winston Scott in a charcoal 3-piece suit, with a small cup of black coffee on the side table at his elbow. At a discreet distance in the corner armchair sat John Wick. John was reading a newspaper. He did not look up when the door opened. In the third armchair, between the two of them and slightly forward of both, was the small figure of Harry Potter, 18 months old, dressed in a pair of small dark blue cotton dungarees with a pale yellow shirt and tiny brown leather shoes. He sat with the steady self-possession of a small child whose universe consisted principally of 2 large adult men whom he trusted and whose movements he was, with growing fluency, learning to read. He had in his lap a stuffed wolf of dark gray plush with one ear chewed. The child looked up at Dumbledore. He looked with the cool, unblinking gravity of an 18-month-old who has been raised, since the age of 14 months, in proximity to professional adults, at the tall, thin stranger in the doorway. He did not smile. "Albus," said Winston pleasantly. "Winston, please sit." Dumbledore sat. He arranged his long blue robes around himself. He folded his long, thin hands in his lap. He looked at Harry. He looked back at Winston. "This is irregular," he said after a moment. "Yes," said Winston. "I had not expected, when last we met, to find you in a position of personal involvement with a wizarding child." "No," said Winston. "You understand that I have spent the better part of the past 18 months attempting to locate this child." "I do not doubt it. I understand the family was visited. Yes, the Order makes mention in its records of certain incidents. Yes, 3 of my volunteers were killed. I am told they had been waiting on the lawn with the intention of completing what your Lord Voldemort began." Dumbledore was quiet a moment. "That is not certain," he said. "No." Winston said very mildly, "It is possible. They had been instructed to watch the house. We had reports of activity in the area." "Albus, yes, I do not ordinarily traffic with falsehood in this room." Dumbledore looked at him. The blue eyes did not move. "They were not Order," he said at last, quietly. "They had been Order. They had turned. They were under the impression, I believe, that the Dark Lord could yet be reconstituted in some sense by certain means." "Yes, they had with them," Dumbledore said more quietly still, "an instrument of which I had not been aware, of which I have been informed." "I see." Dumbledore looked at the child. The child in turn looked at Dumbledore. After a long, considered pause, Dumbledore said, "He looks well." "He is well," said Winston. "He is happy. He is content. That is not the same thing." A silence. The fire snapped. "Winston," Dumbledore said carefully, there were arrangements. There were blood arrangements. His aunt's home." "Albus." "Yes. His aunt's home was not, as your own correspondent in the Order informed you on the morning of the 2nd of November of last year, suitable. That was a single observer's view. It was the view of a woman who had observed the family for the better part of a day. The aunt had left him on the floor of the hallway, wrapped in a horse blanket, while she ate a kipper. The uncle had laughed when he was told that a child had been delivered to his door. There was a second child in the house, a son of their own, of approximately the same age, who had been fed and bathed and put to bed in his own room. There was an unused cupboard under the staircase, of which the only occupant as of that morning was a broken vacuum cleaner. Your blood arrangements were ingenious, Albus, but they presumed the basic minimum of human decency in the household to which the child had been delivered. That presumption was not, on the morning of the 1st of November of last year, warranted. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. "Yes," he said. "You see, then." "I see. He will be raised," Winston said. "He will be educated. He will not be coddled. He will, in the fullness of time, be returned to your world, to your school, if he should choose to attend it, and at the age at which children of his particular ability are accustomed to do so. But he will not be raised by Petunia Dursley, Albus, and he will not be raised on a hearthstone of blood enchantment which mistakes the surname on a postbox for the love that is its currency. He will be raised by the man over there in the corner, who has not, by the way, looked up at you once, and who has not done so as a small private courtesy to me, by which I mean that if he had looked up at you, Albus, you would have understood that you and I should not in this lifetime be having this conversation." John Wick turned a page of his newspaper. Dumbledore looked then fully at John Wick for the first time. It is to Dumbledore's credit, Winston later said, that he did not flinch. He went a shade paler at the temples. He gathered with a small fastidious motion his beard against his chest, but he did not look away. After a moment, very mildly, he said, "Mr. Wick." John looked up. Albus, he said. He had not previously known the man. He had in his time attended one of the older funerals at the London Continental at which Albus Dumbledore had been a respectful nodding figure across the room. They had not been introduced. They had by John's count been in the same building 3 times. This was, however, the first time they had spoken. "Mr. Wick," Dumbledore said carefully, may I ask what you propose?" "I propose," said John in his quiet voice, "to raise him. I propose to feed him and to teach him and to keep him alive. I propose that when he is old enough to choose between worlds, he will choose freely, with all of the languages available to him for the choosing. I propose that he will not, between now and that day, be made by either of us into an instrument. An instrument. You will, Albus," John said, "before very long find yourself tempted to take an interest in him that exceeds your ordinary interest in other children of your school. You will find yourself tempted to know him. You will find yourself in some private chamber of your considerable mind beginning to assemble for him a purpose. I should very much like to ask you on this evening in this room not to—" Dumbledore was silent. "I will in any case prevent it," John added. "I tell you this only as a courtesy. Mr. Wick, yes, you are aware of course that the boy has a destiny. I am aware that you and several other men of your school have spoken of him in those terms. I am also aware, having spent some time among men who speak that way, that destiny is generally a word for a thing that one person plans for another." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. "Yes," he said at last. "I cannot in good conscience deny that. Thank you." Dumbledore looked back at the boy. The boy was still watching him. The stuffed wolf was loose now in his small fist. Around his throat, on a fine silver chain, hung a small flat ovoid pendant of pale brushed steel, a continental coin drilled and polished and engraved with a tiny clean H on its inner face. He had been given it by Winston on his first birthday. He had not since taken it off. "Harry," Dumbledore said softly. The boy regarded him. "You will not remember me," Dumbledore said. The boy regarded him. "I should very much," Dumbledore said, "have liked to know your mother." The boy regarded him. Then, very slowly, the boy lifted his small free hand and, with a deliberate small open gesture, offered Dumbledore the chewed ear of his wolf. Dumbledore, after a long moment, lowered himself with a great unfolding of robes and joints onto his knees on the carpet, and took the chewed ear of the wolf between 2 long thin fingers and bowed his head very slightly. He held the ear for a moment of perhaps 4 seconds, then he released it. He stood. "Winston, yes, I should like, in the fullness of time when he is older, to be told of him, from time to time, by letter. That is reasonable. He will attend Hogwarts when he is 11. He will be invited. Whether he attends will be his choice. That is reasonable. And Albus, yes. If you, or any of the Order, or any of the Ministry of yours, or any of the other parties that take an interest in this boy, decide at any point in the next 10 years that the boy should be removed from this house and returned to your world by force, Winston, yes, I would not dream of it. Of course you would not. It would not by any measure be a wise undertaking. No, Albus. There are, in any case," Dumbledore paused, picked up his words carefully, "there are protections of his own that you may not be aware of, bonds of blood that were laid by his mother in the moment of her death. I had hoped to anchor them with his aunt. They will, I believe, in some measure attach to whomever raises him, provided the love is actual." "The love," said Winston, "is actual." Dumbledore inclined his head. "Then we are well," he said. "Then we are well." Dumbledore looked one last time at the boy. "Harry," he said. The boy did not respond. "Be well," said Dumbledore. He left. The door closed behind him. The room was quiet for a long moment. The fire snapped twice. John Wick folded the newspaper carefully and set it on the side table. Winston looked across at him. "Jonathan, yes, you said the love is actual. You said it. I did not contradict you. You did not." A pause. "He believed you, you know," John said. "Yes, he believed me also." "Yes, this is good," John said. "I do not always like being believed." He stood, walked across the room, and lifted Harry from the armchair. The boy nestled easily against his shoulder. John pressed his lips briefly against the dark hair. "Bedtime, Mr. Potter," he said. Harry murmured something that sounded like assent. They left the room together. Behind them, Winston sat by the fire for a long time, his fingertips steepled, watching the coals. After perhaps 20 minutes, he said to the empty room, "Well, that is settled." The fire offered no opinion. Spring of 1982 turned into summer. Summer turned into autumn. Autumn became winter. The boy grew. The boy spoke. The boy, by his 2nd birthday, had a working English vocabulary of perhaps 300 words, a smaller Russian vocabulary of perhaps 40, an Italian vocabulary of about a dozen which he had picked up by following Karen's mother around her kitchen, and a private vocabulary of perhaps 6 or 7 other words that he had invented for himself, and used principally to describe the kinds of light that fell, at different times of day, on the windowsill of the 8th-floor suite. There was a word he used for sunset that was none of the words he had been taught. There was a word he used for the cold blue light of January noon that was not, by any standard, a word in any of the languages he was being taught, and that no one in the building could explain. He was, by the second birthday, also doing other things. On the night of the 18th of November, 1982, 3 weeks after the second birthday, the family having gathered in the 8th-floor suite for a small dinner of roast chicken and Karen's mother's stuffing, a small heavy ashtray of cut crystal that had been sitting on the side table by the window rose without apparent reason into the air, drifted across the room, and lowered itself with great delicacy onto the rug at Harry's feet. Harry, who had been reaching for it from across the room without getting up, laughed, picked it up, and gave it to John. John, who had been carving the chicken, considered the ashtray for a moment. He set down the carving knife. He looked at Winston. Winston looked at him. "Well," Winston said. "Yes," said John. "I had wondered." Winston said. "Yes, it begins." "Yes, Mr. Potter," Winston said, leaning forward across the table. "That was an extremely fine thing you just did." The boy beamed. "More chicken," he said hopefully. "Of course," said Winston gravely. "Have all the chicken you wish." He carved a slice himself with great formality and presented it on a small plate to the boy. "You are," he said, "an interesting young man, Mr. Potter." "More," said Harry. "Yes," said Winston. "Yes, indeed." Across the table, John Wick, expressionless, picked up his glass of red wine. He raised it very slightly to no one. He drank. In the corner of the dining room, Luba the dog, who had been allowed to come up from Karen's apartment for the evening, watched the boy levitate his second slice of chicken to his own plate from across the table, a feat that no one who had not seen the previous trick would have been able to read as anything more than a small adult's helpful gesture, and thumped her tail once against the carpet. Winter set in over 46th Street. In the 8th-floor suite, in his small white iron bed, the boy slept with his stuffed wolf at his throat and the little steel pendant warm against the hollow of his collarbone, and he dreamed in 2 languages and sometimes in 3. He was 2 years old. He was loved. He was, John Wick understood at last, going to grow. Chapter 3: The Education of a Quiet Child. The training began on a Tuesday in March of 1985, when Harry Potter was 4 years and 4 months old. And it began the way every important thing in John Wick's life had ever begun, which was without ceremony. John knelt on one knee on the gleaming hardwood floor of the small basement range that ran the length of the New York Continental subcellar, a long, narrow concrete vault 38 feet from firing line to backstop with 3 baffled lanes, and a steel ventilation hood that exhausted, by an arrangement of ducts no city inspector had ever managed to fully map, into a chimney concealed in the brickwork of a townhouse 3 streets to the west. The range smelled of solvent and lead and the same faint dry mustiness that lived in all old underground rooms in old New York buildings. The walls were painted a flat, dull green. The light was warm and yellow and indirect. The boy stood in front of him. The boy was wearing small dark trousers and a small dark sweater and small dark shoes. His hair, which would never lie flat and which John had stopped trying to make lie flat at about the time of the second birthday, stood up in the back in its usual stubborn cowlick. The lightning-shaped cut on his forehead was, in this light, a faint silvered line. The boy's green eyes were watching John with the steady attention of a child who had not yet learned that there was such a thing as boredom. John held in his open palm a small object. The object was a Beretta Bobcat. 22, a tiny pistol, perhaps 4.5 inches long, the kind of pistol that fit comfortably in a man's coat pocket, and that fit, John had carefully verified, into the 4-year-old's small hand without his palm wrapping all the way around the grip. The magazine had been removed. The chamber had been triple-checked. The barrel had been cleared. The hammer was decocked. The little gun John had been preparing for 2 weeks was an entirely inert object. "Harry." "Yes, Papa, this is a tool." The boy looked at the tool. "It is not a toy." "No, Papa, you will not play with it." "No, Papa, you will not show it to other children." "No, Papa, you will not point it at anything you do not wish to destroy." The boy considered this rule for a moment longer than the previous 3 rules. He had, John could see, already understood 3. He was, with the previous rule, understanding 4. He had begun in the previous 6 months to understand many things in his own quiet, careful way, which had less to do with words spoken to him and more to do with watching the faces and the hands of the adults around him for the small particular signs of what those adults considered important. He had observed that his father, when speaking certain rules, lowered his voice and slowed his cadence and looked steadily into the boy's eyes. He had observed that these were the rules that were not to be tested. "No, Papa." "Good." John laid the bobcat on the small wooden table beside him. Now he said, "Today we are going to learn about the gun by holding it. Today we will not load it, we will not aim it, we will not shoot it, we will pick it up, we will set it down, we will check it for ammunition, we will check it again, we will check it a third time, we will dry fire it once at the backstop, we will check it again. We will set it down, yes, yes, Papa, you are sure, I am sure, Papa, this is boring, I do not mind." "No," said John after a moment, "I think you do not mind." He stood. He took the boy by the small hand and led him to the firing line. He set the bobcat on the small low shelf at the boy's chest height, a shelf John had ordered installed at exactly that height 3 weeks earlier. He showed the boy how to pick the pistol up. He showed him how to keep his finger straight along the frame. He showed him how to drop the magazine. He showed him how to draw back the slide, by which he meant that he showed him how to wedge the slide against the edge of the shelf because the boy's small hand was not yet strong enough to manipulate the slide unassisted. He showed him how to look into the empty chamber. He showed him how to look again. He showed him how to look a third time. He showed him how to set the pistol down with the slide locked back and the muzzle pointed at the steel backstop. They did this 6 times. The boy did not complain. At the end of the lesson, John knelt down in front of the boy and looked into his eyes. "That was very good," he said. "Yes, Papa. You are not bored." "No, Papa. Why are you not bored, Harry?" The boy looked at him for a moment with the serious considering attention with which he received every question that began with why. "Because," he said carefully, "you are not bored." John looked at him. "Yes," he said at last. "Yes, that is yes, Harry." He picked the boy up. "Come," he said, "let us go upstairs. Karen has made eggs." The boy laughed and put his face against John's neck. This was the first day of Harry Potter's working education in the trade of his adoptive father. It was not, John had been very careful to note, the first day of the boy's training. The boy had been trained in 1,000 small ways John did not articulate to himself since the moment of his arrival at the 8th floor suite. He had been trained by Karen in the orderly setting of a place at a small table. He had been trained by Winston in the cadence of being read to and in the silence of the room when one wished an adult to keep on reading. He had been trained by John himself in the recognition of certain faces in the lobby that were friendly and certain faces that were merely tolerated and the very rare face that was watched. He had been trained by Karen's mother in the saying of small phrases of polite Italian and small phrases of polite Russian, in the careful tasting of soup before pronouncing on it. He had been trained by all of them in the long, quiet, patient business of being a child in a household that did not mistake him for a project. He had not, in any sense John would have admitted to Winston, been trained to be a weapon. He had been trained, and this was, John had come to understand the difference, to be the kind of child who, when shown a weapon, could be trusted to hold it for an entire lesson without dropping it, pointing it, or asking when he could shoot it. This was a different kind of training. It was older than the trade. By the time Harry was 5, he could field strip a Beretta 92 in under 60 seconds. He could load and unload a magazine of 17 rounds in well under a minute. Although the loading was slow because his small thumbs did not yet quite have the strength to depress the 17th, and he had to use a small wooden loader Karen had whittled for him out of a piece of birch dowel. He could clear a single-action revolver. He could detect, with the back of one finger pressed to the small of a slide, the difference between a cold barrel and a recently fired one, which was a small detail John had been taught by an old Sicilian gunsmith named Brogio in 1976, and which he had been holding all these years as a teachable thing. By the time Harry was 6, he could shoot the bobcat at the long range in single action into a paper plate at 5 meters 4 out of 5 times. He could not yet shoot the Beretta. The 92 was too heavy for him. The recoil drove the muzzle up out of his small hands. John would not let him fire it. "When your arms are heavier," John said. "When your shoulders fill out, not before." The boy did not argue. The boy had learned in his short life that John, on the matter of weights, was not negotiable. By the time Harry was 7, he could shoot the 22 Walther, the 22 Browning, the 22 Ruger, and a custom-built lightweight 9 high power that John's machinist in Vermont had milled the slide of, and replaced the recoil spring of so that the trigger could be pulled, and the slide cycled by a child's hand. He could shoot the lightweight high power, slow fire into a target of 3 concentric circles at 10 meters with a 5-shot group that on his best day would fit inside a coffee cup saucer. John, at the firing line, watched the boys' groups tighten and said nothing. He never praised the groups. He praised, instead, the things that produced the groups. He praised the boys' stillness. He praised the boys' grip. He praised the boys' habit, before each shot, of taking a breath and letting half of it out, and then in the still pause at the bottom of the half-breath breaking the trigger. He praised the boy's eye. He praised very rarely the boy's hands, because he had been taught in his own training that the hands of a working shooter were the slowest things to develop, and the thing most easily ruined by praise. The boy noticed all of this. The boy, by the age of 7, was watching everything. Knife work began at 5. John had been a knife man before he had been a gun man. He had been a child of a particular kind of Belarusian village, in a particular kind of household, in a particular kind of decade, in which the knife, the long thin steel kitchen knife, the heavier folding pocket knife, the smaller fixed-blade boot knife of a kind every boy in the village carried, had been the first weapon a boy learned, because the gun had been a luxury, and the knife had been a thing he had been carrying since the age of 4 to peel potatoes with. He taught Harry the way his uncle had taught him. He taught him first the kitchen knife. He taught him to hold the handle, and the angle of the wrist over the cutting board, and the slow rocking motion that took an onion from a small purple sphere to a small heap of soft transparent dice in less than a minute and a half. He taught him to feed the onion under the blade with the back of his knuckles tucked away from the edge. He taught him to listen for the sound of the blade against the board. He taught him to keep the blade clean. He taught him to keep the blade sharp. The sharpening John taught him with the same patience he had taught him the loading. A small whetstone, a small bowl of oil, a small cotton cloth, 20 strokes per side, the angle held steady, the boy's eyes on the angle, the boy's hand growing accustomed to the small repetitive motion that in time became automatic. The boy was good at this. The boy was in fact gifted at this. There was a small precision in his small fingers, John saw, that did not have to be taught. It was there, the way a singer's voice is there before they know they have it. "You will be a knife man, I think," John said to the boy one evening when Harry was 6, watching him pare an apple in a single, unbroken spiral on the kitchen island of the 8th-floor suite. "Will I, Papa?" "Yes, I think so." "Is that good?" "It is good. Knife is quiet. Knife is honest. Knife does not have a magazine to run out of. Knife does not have a slide to jam. Knife does what your hand says." "What does the gun do?" John considered. "The gun," he said, "does what your training says. You and the gun together, you are a partnership. The gun has opinions. The gun has moods. You must know its moods. The knife has only one opinion." The boy thought about this. "The knife has only one mood, too," he said. "Yes," said John, looking at him. "What is the mood?" John, after a moment, smiled. He smiled very rarely. The boy treasured each of these smiles with the discreet covetousness of a small collector. "The mood of the knife," John said, "is the mood of the man holding it. The knife borrows yours. It has no mood of its own." The boy considered this for a long moment, and then nodded with the small, grave certainty of a child who has been given a piece of information he intends to keep. He cut another spiral of apple peel and went back to peeling. The languages came in informally and never stopped. Russian first, because John spoke it, and because Karen's mother had taken a fancy to teaching the boy lullabies in Russian and could not be talked out of it. By the age of 6, Harry was fluent in conversational Russian to the standard of a 7-year-old child of Moscow. He had a very faint, very pleasing accent, a kind of soft American hush behind the Russian consonants, that delighted the older Russian guests of the hotel when they were introduced to him in the lobby, and that allowed him, by the time he was 8, to read Pushkin aloud to Winston in the evening study without too many corrections. Italian came from Karen's mother. By 8, Harry could order a meal in a Naples restaurant without difficulty. He could not, however, write Italian. Karen's mother had been illiterate in her own language and had taught the boy exclusively by ear. Romanian was the language Winston picked. "Why Romanian?" John had asked in the small first-floor reception room on a winter evening when Harry was 7.5 and was upstairs in the suite eating his supper. "2 reasons," Winston had said, settling into the armchair with his after-dinner brandy. "First, the Romanian vampires are at the present time the most influential of the Balkan supernatural lineages, and their hierarchical politics increasingly intersect with our own. The boy will, sooner or later, be brought into contact with them, and a working knowledge of the language is courteous. Second, Romanian is for a native Romance speaker, the most useful platform for learning Latin in its living form. The boy has been listening to me read Virgil for 6 years. He will not have to relearn the dactyls, he will simply recognize them. Romanian is the bridge." "All right," said John. "You agree?" "I agree." "You did not ask whether the boy agreed." "He is 7, Winston." "He has opinions, you know." "He does. What are his opinions on Romanian?" "He has none. He does not know what it is." "He will. He will. He did." By 9, Harry could chat with the Romanian doorman of the Continental, a tall, thin man named Vasil who had been recruited, with no small effort, by Winston in 1971, in a passable Bucharest accent, the topics being the weather, the small details of Vasil's nieces who lived in a village outside Cluj, and the recent results of the U.S. Open tennis tournament, in which Vasil maintained an enthusiastic but mistaken interest. By 11, when Harry would board the train at King's Cross for the first time, his working languages were English native, Russian near native with a small soft accent, Italian, fluent conversational; Romanian, fluent somewhat formal; French, acquired from Dr. Levesque and his nurse Marie-Claude over 3 summers in Geneva; Latin, read fluently but never spoken outside Winston's study; and a few hundred phrases of working German, which John had insisted on because the Munich Continental had at one time been very nearly as important as the New York, and there was a body of working tradecraft that, in John's view, existed only in the German. The boy had also taught himself in secret, beginning at the age of 6, to read aloud certain passages of the Daily Prophet that Winston received by owl post twice a week from London. He had not told anyone about this. He had not been forbidden it. He had simply, with the small private decision-making capacity of a child who had been quietly observed for 6 years that his guardians treated his magical inheritance with respect but at some careful distance, decided that this was a thing he could do alone. He kept the back issues of the Prophet in a wooden box under the bed. By the age of 9, he had read every issue from January 1985 onward. He had opinions. Evasion training began at 6. By 7, Harry could move through the lobby of the Continental, through the bar, through the rotunda, past the desk, without being seen by Karen, who was permitted to attempt to see him and who frequently lost. The rule of the game was that Karen would announce at the start of each game that Harry would attempt to cross the lobby from the elevator alcove to the side door on 46th Street within the next half hour. Karen was permitted to use anything except other staff. Harry was permitted to use anything except magic. The rule of magic being not that he could not use it, but that magic was, in John's analysis, a tool he should not become dependent on for tradecraft that he might one day need to perform in environments where magic was either ineffective or, more important, traceable. By age 7, Harry's win rate against Karen was 60%. By age 9, it was 92%. Karen was a working professional. Karen had been trained for this exact form of attention in 3 different cities by 2 of the best instructors of his generation. Karen was no longer young, but Karen, in any given hour, missed almost nothing in his own lobby. Karen missed Harry. By 8, John had begun running the boy through more demanding exercises. They began with the lobby. They grew by stages into the 8 blocks immediately surrounding the hotel. The boy would be given a destination, a specific small store on a specific cross street, and a window of 40 minutes. He would have to reach the store, purchase a small item with a $5 bill, return to the hotel, and present the item to John. John, in turn, would set a tale. The tale was, by the 3rd year of this game, a different person every time, sometimes Karen, sometimes John himself, sometimes a guest of the hotel whom Winston had quietly retained for the purpose. The boy did not know who the tale was. The boy had to evade them anyway. By age 10, the boy was running these exercises against working professionals, men and women who had killed for money, and he was winning more often than he was losing. He was, by every reasonable measure, by age 10, an unusually competent practitioner of one of the harder small skills of the trade. He was also, by every reasonable measure, a small thoughtful boy who, when he came home from one of these exercises with a paper bag containing a chocolate bar and a small bottle of orange soda, would sit at the small writing desk in his bedroom and divide the chocolate bar in half and offer half of it with great solemnity to John, who would accept it. The first time Harry killed quietly, he did not technically kill. He was 7. He was at the long range in the subcellar, and John had brought down a man named Marcus, who was an old colleague of John's from a particular kind of work in particular years, and whom John had not seen in a long time. Marcus had been brought down to demonstrate a particular knifework exercise on a chest of ballistic gel, and to discuss certain aspects of the carotid presentation that John felt his own teaching had become rusty on. Marcus had stood at the gel block with a long, thin Sicilian stiletto in his right hand and Harry on his left side, watching, and had begun to explain to Harry the particular angle of approach he favored on the carotid. High, slightly forward, blade angle 38 degrees off the perpendicular, into the depth of 1 1/4 inches, twisted in toward the spine and out. He had pointed at the gel and named the small green tape mark that was the carotid. He had named also the mark that was the trachea, and the mark that was the jugular, and the smaller mark that was a particular nerve cluster, and the mark that was the vagus, and had explained which of these would result in death within 3 seconds and which would result in incapacitation within 7 and which would only, and here he laughed gently, annoy a man. Harry listened with his serious attention. Marcus, who was a man of 48 with iron in his beard and the long, thin neck of a runner, had then very kindly bent down and offered the stiletto to Harry, handle first, and said, "Show me, Malenki, where would you go?" Harry had taken the stiletto. He had stood for a moment, looking at the gel block. He had then, with a small economy of motion that John would only afterwards recognize as the small economy of motion he himself used when working, a small forward shift of the front foot, a small drop in the line of the shoulders, a small turning of the wrist into the plane of presentation, stepped in, brought the blade up, and laid the tip with great delicacy against the green tape that marked, at the height of a 7-year-old, the inside of a kneeling adult's thigh, 6 inches below the groin. He had not pressed, he had touched. Marcus had blinked. "The leg, Mr. Marcus," Harry had said politely. "Because you are very tall and I am very short, and your throat is too high for me to reach without you bending." Marcus had looked very slowly at John. John had said nothing. "And the leg," Harry had said, "because the femoral is there. You showed me last week. Papa showed me. The femoral is the most blood and the fastest. 3 minutes, maybe less, if I cut it and then I run while you are bleeding." Marcus had looked at the boy. Marcus had looked at the stiletto, still touching with feather-light steadiness the green tape on Marcus's thigh. Marcus had looked at John. John had said very quietly, "Step back, please, Marcus." Marcus had stepped back. Harry had stepped back too. He had returned the stiletto to John, hilt first. He had said, with the small grave self-possession of a small boy who had not understood that he had done anything in particular, "Was that right, Papa?" John, who had not for some seconds been able to speak, had laid his hand on the small dark head and said, "Yes, Harry, that was very right." That night in the small first-floor reception room, with Marcus departed and Winston returned from his evening at the opera, John told Winston the story. Winston was quiet for a long moment. Then he said very mildly, "He is going to be a particular kind of working man, Jonathan." "Yes, he is going to be extraordinary." "Yes." "Are we going to be all right, Jonathan?" "I do not know. You do not know. He is good, Winston. He is. There is no meanness in him. He does the work because the work is interesting, because the work is a puzzle, because his father does the work. He does not enjoy it. That is the danger. Yes, a man who enjoys it can be managed. He can be guided away from the things that should not be done. The work is, after all, only as good as the man holding the knife. A man who does not enjoy it but does it well, Jonathan, that is the rarest thing in the trade. That is what you are. Yes, you will look after him, Jonathan. Yes. He must never, under any circumstance, become a man who works for hire. He will not. You promise me that. I promise you that." Winston exhaled slowly. "Good," he said. The fire snapped. "Will he kill someone before he goes to Hogwarts, Jonathan?" "If he must," John said, "and only if he must, and only at my direction." "Has he done so already?" Will he?" A long pause. "It is, Winston, it is possible. Yes, it is possible that he will need to." "Yes, I have done my best. I have, Winston. I have done the only thing I know how to do. He is well fed. He is well loved. He is well taught. He has more languages at 8 than I had at 30. It's more than I had. He has Karen. He has you. He has his godfather's mother, who makes him stuffing, who calls him Bambino, who tells him he is a good boy 3 times a day for no particular reason. He has—" John stopped. He looked at his hands. "He has me," he said in a smaller voice, "such as I am." Winston looked at him for a long moment. "Jonathan," he said, "yes, he has in you the best of you, of which there is in fact a very great deal." John looked into the fire. After a long moment he nodded once. By the age of 8, Harry had become known, in a small private way, to certain members of the wizarding world. This was inevitable. It had been inevitable since the night Dumbledore left the Continental with his cloak over his arm. Word travels in any community, and the community of British wizards in the early 1980s had been, in many respects, a small and gossipy village. The story of Lily Potter and James Potter, the orphan boy, the lightning scar, and the Dark Lord's collapse had circulated through the village within hours. The follow-up, that the boy had not in fact been raised by Muggle relatives, but had been spirited away on Halloween night by Muggle gentlemen of unknown background, and that the headmaster of Hogwarts himself had visited the gentleman in New York, and had, by all accounts, returned without an argument, had circulated more slowly, and with more discretion, because it had circulated through the harder back channels of the ministry, and the order rather than the soft front channels of the pub. By 1988, when Harry was 7, the back channels had begun to gossip. By 1989, the gossip had reached the Wisengamot. By the autumn of 1989, 2 members of the Wisengamot, a man named Lucius Malfoy, who held a public seat by virtue of his family lineage and certain quiet annual contributions, and a witch named Dolores Umbridge, who held a department within the ministry by virtue of the assiduous cultivation of certain unhappy resentments, had begun to inquire in their separate ways into whether the boy might be brought back into the proper world. Lucius's inquiry took the form of an envelope which arrived at the Continental by ordinary owl on a Thursday in October, addressed to the custodian of Mr. H. J. Potter. Karen, who had a particular relationship with the Continental's owlery, a small attic room on the 11th floor that had been quietly converted, on Winston's order after the boy's 3rd birthday, to receive owls, opened the envelope at the front desk in the small private moment between deliveries. He read the letter. He read it a second time. He set it down. He picked up the brass telephone. "Mr. Wick," he said, "if you have a moment, I think you ought to see this." John came down. The letter, on heavy cream paper with a small embossed seal, read, "To the gentleman who has had charge of Mr. Harry James Potter, lately of the Potter family of Godric's Hollow, presently of the borough of Manhattan. Sir, I write to introduce myself and on the related matter of the boy. I am Lucius Abraxas Malfoy of Malfoy Manor, Wiltshire. My wife and I, who are in the boy's family by certain old marriages, and who maintain a considerable estate of which the boy is, by birth, a beneficiary, have observed with mounting concern the unusual arrangements of his upbringing. We are aware that you have, with admirable resourcefulness, kept him safe from certain elements of our community that wished him harm in his infancy. We are grateful on behalf of our community as a whole for this service. We are, however, also concerned that the boy, as he approaches his Hogwarts age, should not be deprived any longer of the proper introduction to his heritage. We propose, therefore, an arrangement that the boy be permitted to spend a portion of each year at Malfoy Manor, in the company of children of his own kind, including our son Draco, who is of an age with him, and that on his 11th birthday he should be returned to us, to be raised in the manner of his blood. We are prepared to compensate you generously for your trouble. We are also prepared, should the boy or his benefactor express reluctance, to bring the matter to the attention of the relevant authorities of the British wizarding community, who, you may be aware, take a dim view of the prolonged absence of a minor wizard from the world of his birth, particularly when that absence is, at the discretion of a Muggle, extended. I remain, sir, your most courteous and concerned correspondent, Lucius A. Malfoy. John read the letter without expression. He folded it. He set it on the brass desk. Karen: "Yes, sir. This gentleman, he is, I take it, of the same sort as our friend Albus." "Yes, sir. But, sir, I am told he is of a different faction." "He is, sir, considered to have been during the recent war on the side of the gentleman who killed the boy's parents. He was an associate of Voldemort. That is the term, sir. Yes, he was pardoned, sir, after Voldemort's fall. The pardon was, I am given to understand, controversial. He gave evidence. He paid certain sums. He maintains that he was under a compulsion." "I see." A pause. Karen: "Yes, sir." "Is it your understanding that this gentleman, if I do not reply, will write to the British ministry?" "It is, sir. And that the British ministry, if so prompted, might be moved to take an interest?" "It is, sir. They have, sir, in 3 previous cases involving the placement of young wizards with Muggle guardians, intervened. 2 of those cases involved removal of the child from the Muggle home. One involved, Mr. Wick, what I am told was a memory modification of the Muggles in question." "Memory modification. Yes, sir, I see." John folded his hands. "All right," he said. I should very much like to write to Mr. Malfoy." "Of course, sir." "You will please send the reply by ordinary post, not owl." "Sir, I would like the reply to take a certain amount of time. I would like it to be considered." "Of course, sir." John took up a sheet of the Continental's hotel stationery. He took up a fountain pen. He wrote in his small, precise hand, "Mr. Malfoy, thank you for your letter. I have noted its contents. I have noted in particular your closing paragraph. I should be glad to discuss the matter of the boy with you in person at your convenience, in any city of your choice that is not Wiltshire, England, and in particular not the immediate environs of Malfoy Manor. I propose Vienna on the 2nd Monday of November. I shall be at the Sacher Hotel, Philharmoniker Strasse 4, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I shall be the gentleman in black, seated alone at the small round table by the window. I shall not be armed. I shall not require you to be armed. We may then have a frank conversation." J. Wick, he read it. He sealed it. He gave it to Karen. "He will not, by the way, be coming to Vienna." "No, sir. He will be alarmed." "Yes, sir. That is the point." "Yes, sir. Send it, please." "Of course, sir." Lucius Malfoy did not, in fact, come to Vienna. What he did instead was to make inquiries. What he learned in the course of those inquiries alarmed him sufficiently that he did not write again. He learned, by way of certain contacts in the Order office, that the gentleman in New York was reputed to have certain capabilities. He learned, by way of certain contacts in the international wizarding community who had quiet dealings with the Continental, that the gentleman was, in his own world, what they referred to as a Baba Yaga, although Lucius did not know precisely what was meant by the term. He learned, by way of a single careful conversation with Albus Dumbledore, in which Dumbledore was characteristically and irritatingly opaque, that the gentleman was, and this had been Dumbledore's exact phrase, "more frightening to me, dear Lucius, in his polite restraint than I have found any of our own kind to be in their fullest exercise of power, and I include in that comparison, with regret, our late Lord." Lucius let the matter drop. He did not, however, forget it. It would, he wrote in a private letter to his wife Narcissa. Wait, the boy will return to us at age 11 by the natural operations of Hogwarts and of his blood. We shall not then need to negotiate with his guardian. We shall need only to befriend the boy himself. Children, Narcissa, my love, are in the end easier to negotiate with than their fathers, particularly when their fathers are what this one appears to be. Narcissa, when she read this, did not respond in writing. She wrote in her private diary that evening that she had a feeling of the kind women in her family sometimes had, that this calculation of her husband S was wrong, that the boy, if his guardian was what the rumors said he was being raised in a manner that would render him entirely immune to the small pleasures of friendship with her son, that her son was going to be very disappointed, and that the family would in the end regret it. She closed her diary and put it back in its drawer. She did not tell her husband. The boy at the Continental did not know about Lucius Malfoy. He knew about almost everything else. By the age of 9, Harry Potter could disassemble and reassemble a Glock 17, a Beretta 92, a SIG P226, a HK USB, and a Heckler & Koch P30L in under 60 seconds each. Field strip a well rod, the Continental's traditional sidearm, in 45. Throw a knife of 3 different weights at 3 different ranges into a target the size of a grapefruit, 4 times out of 5. Pick a 5-pin tubular lock in under 2 minutes with a small set of stainless steel picks Karen had given him for his 8th birthday, wrapped in tissue paper in a small leather case. Drive a manual transmission car. He had been taught this in the underground parking garage of the Continental in a 1979 BMW E12, by John himself, on a series of Tuesday afternoons over the course of the spring he turned 9. He was not tall enough to see over the steering wheel and had driven on a stack of telephone directories, but he could shift cleanly into 4th gear without grinding, read and write in 5 languages, sing the Russian lullaby John had taught him as a baby. He sang it sometimes in the 8th floor suite, when he thought no one was listening, in a small, high, pure voice that, when John heard it for the first time by accident through the half-open door of Harry's bedroom, caused John Wick to stand absolutely still in the corridor outside for nearly a full minute with his hand against the wall. Identify by sound alone the difference between the cycling of a P30L and the cycling of a SIG P226. Recognize in a crowd the kind of standing posture that indicated a man was carrying a concealed shoulder holster versus the posture indicating a hip holster versus the posture indicating no holster at all. Order in flawless Italian, an espresso macchiato and a small plate of biscotti at the bar of the Continental, where the bartender, an Italian gentleman of around 60 named Mr. Aurelio, would with great solemnity pretend to need to verify whether the boy was old enough for coffee. Levitate a 14-ounce coffee mug across a room gently and set it down on a writing desk without spilling. Send on demand a small ball of pale silver light from the end of a teaspoon. He had discovered this trick by accident at the age of 6, and it had become, by the time he was 8, a kind of small party piece. The light did not, as best anyone could measure, have any other use. It was, however, beautiful. Recite from memory in Latin the first 30 lines of the Aeneid. Cook scrambled eggs to a soft, fluffy texture that Karen's mother had pronounced acceptable. Wait, the last of these was the most important. The boy could wait. He could wait the way a working man waited. He could wait in a quiet armchair in the corner of a room for 2 hours without fidgeting, without speaking, without complaining, without losing the thread of what he was watching. He could wait, if it served him, for half a day. He had spent the previous spring an entire afternoon on a bench in Central Park, alone, ostensibly reading a book, while a tale John had set on him. An elderly woman from Madrid named Señora Esposito, who had killed 13 men in the years immediately following the Spanish Civil War, had attempted to catch him in the act of his exercise. He had not moved from the bench until precisely 5:42 in the afternoon, at which point he had stood up, walked 4 blocks south, hailed a cab he had ordered from a payphone at 5:33 from inside the rear pocket of his coat with a single half-dialed digit on a small folding handheld phone John had given him, and gone home. Señora Esposito had not found him. She had written John the following week a letter on her own stationery which read in part in Spanish, "Mr. Wick, you have made of him already something that will outlive you. Whether this is well done or ill done is not for me to judge. It is, however, beautifully done. I confess that I was not in the second hour watching the boy. I was instead watching the pigeons. He had foreseen this. He waited for the moment that I would." Esposito John read the letter standing at the brass desk. He folded it. He took the elevator up to the 8th floor suite. Harry was in his room, doing his Latin homework with the door open. He looked up when John came in. "Hi, Papa." "Harry." "Yes, Señora Esposito has written me." The boy considered this for a moment. "What does she say?" "She says that you are very good at waiting." The boy nodded gravely. "I have a question, Harry." "Yes, Papa." "How did you know to watch the pigeons?" The boy thought about this. "I didn't know to watch the pigeons," he said. "I knew that she would. She is older. Older people watch the pigeons in the second hour. I watched her watching the pigeons." and then you left. I left when she was tired of watching. How did you know she was tired? Her shoulders. When you are tired of watching, your shoulders drop a little, not a lot, a little. The chest, Papa, not the head. The head you can keep up. The chest goes down. I saw her chest go down. Then I waited for more minutes. Then I left. John looked at the boy for a long moment. He sat down on the edge of the bed. Harry, yes, Papa. How old were you when you started watching Shoulders? The boy frowned, thinking. Always, I think, he said. Always. I have always watched Shoulders, Papa. Karen's Shoulders. Uncle Winston S. Yours mostly. I am sorry, Papa. Was it not allowed? No, said John gently. No, Harry, it is allowed. Good, it is more than allowed. Okay, go back to your Aeneid. Yes, Papa. John stood up. In the doorway he paused. Harry, yes, Papa, you are good. The boy smiled briefly and bent back to his book. John closed the door very quietly behind him. In the corridor he stood for a moment with his hand against the wall, his eyes closed, listening to the small private sound of his son murmuring to himself in Latin in the room behind him. He was, John understood, very nearly ready. 11 was not far away. On the morning of Harry's 10th birthday, July 31, 1991, Karen presented him, at breakfast, with a small dark leather case. Inside the case, on a bed of dark velvet, lay a Heckler & Koch P30L, full size with extended magazine, fitted with a threaded barrel and a small suppressor of a kind almost certainly not legal in the state of New York, in a custom matte black finish, with the small initials HJP engraved in fine Arial script on the underside of the grip. The boy looked at it for a long, considered moment. He looked at Karen. He looked at John, who was sitting at the breakfast table in his dark suit, drinking his coffee, watching. He looked at Winston, who had come up for the occasion in a pale gray three-piece and who was, in his armchair, eating his second piece of toast with a faintly amused expression. He looked back at the pistol. Karen, Harry said carefully, Mr. Potter, I thought my arms were not heavy enough. Mr. Wick, Karen said, has informed me, with reference to your most recent measurement, that your arms are now of sufficient mass to accommodate the recoil of the full 9mm cartridge in a service-weight pistol, provided you do not attempt rapid fire above the rate of 2 rounds per second. I believe, Mr. Potter, that this is to be the gun you carry to school. The boy looked at John. Papa, yes. To school, yes. To Hogwarts, yes. The boy was quiet for a long moment. Then in a small, steady voice he said, Thank you, Papa. Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Uncle Winston. He looked back at the gun. Will it work there, do you think, he said, where there's magic? John, who had been in fact thinking about this question for nearly a year, and who had, with Winston's assistance, conducted a number of small private inquiries that had necessitated the very discreet hiring of a goblin metallurgist out of Gringotts in London, who had been consulted in a back room of the Vienna Continental over the course of 3 afternoons, and who had certified on his own goblin oath that the magnetic and chemical disturbances of an active wizarding environment did not, in fact, prevent the cycling of a properly maintained semi-automatic pistol, said, Yes, Harry, it will work. Good, said Harry. He closed the case. He set it beside his plate. He returned to his eggs. Karen, he said, Yes, Mr. Potter, please pass the toast. Of course, Mr. Potter. The toast was passed. The boy ate his birthday breakfast with great care. He was 10. The letter from Hogwarts would arrive in his hand by owl in 19 days. He would in 19 days begin the second half of his education. But the first half was, in every particular, John Wick had been able to teach him, already complete. Chapter 4, A Year of Quiet Work. The owl came on the morning of the 19th of August, 1991. It was a small tawny barn owl, of the kind English children's literature had at one time made famous, and which most adult New Yorkers in 1991 would not have recognized as an owl at all, would simply have noted as an unusually large and self-possessed sparrow that had, by some unlikely chance, blundered through an open 8th-floor window of an old hotel on 46th Street. The owl carried in its left talons a square envelope of yellowed parchment, addressed in emerald green ink. Karen was the first to see the bird. He had been laying the breakfast table in the small dining alcove of the 8th-floor suite. He set down the silver coffee pot, stepped to the window, which had been left open 4 inches for the morning, and stood for a moment, observing. The owl observed him back. It was, on closer inspection, an owl of an unusual professional bearing. Its plumage had been freshly preened. Its eyes were a deep amber. Around one talon, in a small silver clip, was a slim band of red ribbon, of the kind Karen had been told, in a small instructional note Winston had once provided him from the London Continental's owl protocols, indicated that the bird in question was the property of a ministry-affiliated institution, was not personal correspondence, and was not to be petted, fed, or, in the regrettable case of certain types of foreign owl, addressed by Christian name. Good morning, Karen said quietly. The owl inclined its head a precise 1/4 inch. You are, I believe, expected. The owl inclined its head a quarter-inch in the other direction. You may come in. The owl alighted with great delicacy on the small carved walnut perch that Karen, 2 years before, had installed on the window sill against exactly this contingency. It deposited the envelope on the perch's small brass bowl. It waited. Karen picked up the envelope. He turned it over. On the back, in the same emerald ink in a small archaic copperplate, was the address. Mr. H. J. Potter, the East Bedroom, 8th floor, Suite, The Continental Hotel, 44 East 46th Street, New York. New York, USA. Karen allowed himself, in the privacy of the dining alcove, a small, slow exhalation. Then he carried the envelope on a small silver tray into Harry's bedroom. The boy was already awake. He had been awake, in fact, since 6:15, at which time he had completed the morning's quiet ritual that he had refined over the preceding 2 years into something resembling a routine. 40 push-ups, 60 crunches, a slow, controlled stretching of the major muscle groups, a quiet inventory of the previous night's dreams. He kept a small notebook for these by his bed. He had been doing this since he was 8 on Winston's recommendation, and the notebook by his 10th birthday had become a thing he would, when he grew older, look back on with a particular small amazement, and a slow, careful breakfast taken alone. Of half a glass of orange juice and 1 slice of dry toast with a small smear of unsalted butter. He had then put on his small dark trousers and his small dark turtleneck and his small dark socks. He had brushed his hair futilely. The cowlick was unmovable. He had brushed his teeth. He had drawn back the bedroom curtains a quarter of the way. He had sat at the small writing desk and was, when Karen entered, halfway through the 2nd canto of the Aeneid in a small leather-bound edition his Uncle Winston had inscribed for him 3 Christmases ago. He looked up. Karen, Mr. Potter. I believe this is for you. The boy set down his pencil. He stood. He came to take the tray. He looked at the envelope. Hogwarts, he said. Yes, Mr. Potter. It is on the date Papa predicted. Mr. Wick is usually correct about such matters. He had said it would arrive between the 19th and the 22nd. Yes, Mr. Potter. The boy turned the envelope over in his small, clean hands. He examined the seal, which was a wax seal of dark red stamped with a 4-quartered heraldic device, a lion, a serpent, an eagle, a badger. He held the seal up to the morning light. He examined the watermark of the parchment. Is this, he said, an original parchment, or is it factory paper made to look like parchment? It is, I believe, original, Mr. Potter. The watermark is consistent with that of a small mill in Wiltshire that has been in operation since 1538. The boy turned the envelope again. He held it up to the lamp. He looked through the parchment at the dim shape of the letter folded inside. It is 1 sheet, 2, Mr. Potter. The 2nd sheet is folded inside the 1st. Yes, said Harry after a moment. 2. He set the envelope down on the writing desk. He looked at Karen. I would prefer to open it with Papa, he said. Of course, Mr. Potter. He will be, where is he, this morning? Downstairs in the bar, Mr. Potter, having his coffee with Mr. Scott. They are discussing the matter of certain bookings, sir, for the autumn. Will they object to being interrupted? They will not, Mr. Potter. Then I shall come down. May I have, please, a cup of coffee? Karen's left eyebrow rose perhaps the width of a hair. You may have, Mr. Potter, a cup of cocoa. It is traditionally the beverage of Hogwarts letter mornings. You will have coffee again in the 8th year of your life on this earth, when you are 18 and not before. The boy considered this for a moment with the same grave attention he had given the letter. Cocoa, he said. All right. Yes, Mr. Potter. Karen. Yes, Mr. Potter. Thank you. Of course, Mr. Potter. They went downstairs together. In the bar, John Wick and Winston Scott had taken their usual corner, by the window that looked out on the small inner courtyard of the Continental, where a young Italian fig tree had been growing for 40 years in a brass pot. Both men were in their morning suits, John in his customary dark charcoal 3-piece, Winston in his customary pale gray with the burgundy pocket square. Both were drinking espresso. The bartender, Aurelio, was at the far end of the bar, polishing a small silver tray with the rapt, contemplative attention of a man who had been doing this work for 43 years and had not yet, in his own estimation, mastered it. Karen led Harry in. Both men looked up. Mr. Potter, said Winston with the warm, dry formality he reserved for greetings of a particular weight. Good morning. Good morning, Uncle. Papa, said Harry. Yes, Harry. The boy crossed the room. He laid the envelope on the small marble-topped table between the 2 men, beside the saucer of Winston's espresso. He stood, his hands folded in front of him, the small flat steel pendant resting against his sternum on its chain inside the turtleneck. He did not, John noted approvingly, speak. John looked at the envelope. He looked at Winston. He looked back at the envelope. He picked up his own espresso cup. He sipped. He set it down. Open it, please, Harry, he said. Yes, Papa. The boy opened the envelope. He did not hurry. He broke the seal with his thumb. He lifted out the 2 folded sheets of parchment. He read the first one to himself, slowly, his lips moving very slightly with a habit he had retained since his early reading lessons of mouthing words he was attending to closely. He set the first sheet down on the table. He looked at John. "They have invited me to attend their school, Papa." "Yes, they have requested my reply by owl no later than the 31st of July. Today is the 19th of August." The boy's mouth tightened very briefly at the corner. The corner of John's mouth, John noted, did the same thing in the same way. The boy had, over the course of 10 years, by some process John had not consciously orchestrated, picked up several of John's smaller facial habits, and this small lateral tightening of the lip when receiving a piece of news that one had to file away for later, this had been one of them. "It is late," Harry said. "Yes. They did not know perhaps where I was." "They will have known, Harry." Albus knew. Yes, I forgot, he knew. They were perhaps debating whether to send it. The boy looked back at the parchment. "The deadline is past." "Yes, they will perhaps take this as a refusal." "They will not, Harry. They have sent it even past the deadline. They are inviting your reply. The deadline is in this case a courtesy. The substance of the invitation remains." The boy nodded. "And you would like me to go, Papa?" John looked at him. "I would like," he said carefully, "for you to decide." "Papa, yes, you would like me to go." "I would like you to go," John said at last, "provided you wish to go. I would not like you to go if you do not wish to go. I would in either case support you. There are arguments for going. There are arguments against. I have in fact prepared a list of each, which I have been holding in case you should ask. Should you ask?" "Yes, please, Papa." John reached into the inside pocket of his suit and produced 2 small folded squares of paper. He laid them on the marble between Harry's hands. "This," he said, "is reasons to go. This is reasons not to go. Take your time." The boy took the papers. He unfolded them. He read each slowly, the small lips moving. The first column read, "Your inheritance. You are a wizard. The school is the place to learn what you are. Your friends, there are none. You should make some. Your mother and father, they were of this world. You should know it. Your enemies, they are of this world. You will meet them sooner or later. Meet them on familiar ground. Your safety. The wards of Hogwarts are very old and by all accounts very strong. You will be hard to reach there. Your education. Latin, Greek, history, herbology, potions, charms. These are not, they are not nothing. The against column read, your safety. The wards of Hogwarts are not designed against the kind of attack I would mount. They are designed against the magical. You will be in close quarters with 500 unsupervised peers, several teachers of unknown caliber, and a headmaster who has plans for you. Your innocence, you are 11. You will be 11 for a small number of months. School will end them. I will not be there. I will be 800 miles away. There is the flu network by which I can be reached in an emergency. There is the international post. There is the use of one's pendant, which has been spelled by a Gringotts associate to serve as a portkey if you press the third stud on the rim. But I will not, in any real sense, be at your shoulder. The choice of others. They will, all of them, attempt to choose for you. They will offer you houses. They will offer you friends. They will offer you destinies. You will have to refuse most of these gently. You have not had much practice in this. The Continental does not offer destinies. The Continental offers rooms. The kind of student you will be, you are not the kind of student they expect. You are not, in any sense they will recognize 11. You will frighten people. You will be lonely. Harry read both lists twice. Then he folded both lists and tucked them into the inside pocket of his small dark turtleneck. Papa, yes, Harry, I shall go. You are sure? Yes. Why? The boy thought for a long, considered moment. 2 reasons, he said at last. The first is that I am curious about my mother, about my father, about the world, about the wards, about the kind of student I will be. That last one, Papa, I do not know yet, and I should like to know. That is a good reason. Yes, what is the second? The boy looked at his hands. He looked up. He looked at John. There is a man, he said, or there was a man, a wraith. The thing that killed my mother and father, he is not entirely gone. John watched him carefully. I have been, the boy said, thinking about him. For how long? Always. The boy's small, clean voice was very steady. I cannot meet him, he said. While I am here, Papa, I will not draw him here, to this house. To you and to Uncle and to Karen. He has business with the wizards. He will try to come back. He will try to come back at the school, I think. Because that is where the wizards send their leadership. That is where the children of the people who are still afraid of him gather. He will come back sooner or later and he will look for me there, and I would rather meet him there than here, where he can find me on ground I know. John was very quiet. After a long moment he said, Harry, yes, Papa. That is a very serious reason. Yes, Papa, it is a working man's reason. Yes, Papa, you understand that if you go with that reason you may have to do work. Yes, Papa, you understand that this will not by any standard be the school career your peers will have. Yes, Papa, I will not be able to do it for you. No, Papa, you will need to be old, Harry, sooner than you should have to be. The boy was quiet for a long moment. I have been, he said at last, very quietly, old, Papa, for a little while. I think I can be old a while longer. John looked at him. Then John, with a small economy of motion that he reserved for the very rarest of moments, reached out and laid the back of his hand against the side of the small face of his son. The boy closed his eyes. He leaned very slightly into the hand. All right, John said. All right, Harry, we go to Hogwarts. Yes, Papa, but we go, John added with the small careful precision that marked the difference in him between an order and a statement, with all of our tools. Yes, Papa. You will not be alone, Harry. I will be there at the start and there at the end of each term and reachable by your pendant in between. You will write me each week. You will use the third stud if there is the smallest reason for it. I would rather come for nothing than not come at all. Yes, Papa, and you will not on any account do work in that school without notifying me first by letter. Papa, yes, I will if there is time. If there is not time, I will do the work and write to you afterwards. John looked at him for a long moment. Yes, he said at last. Yes, Harry, that is fair. He picked up his coffee cup. He drank. Across the table, Winston, who had observed the entire exchange in his usual considering silence, set down his own cup very carefully and dabbed at the corner of his mouth with the corner of his napkin. Well, he said, I should very much like to take the young man shopping. Diagon Alley on the 3rd of September 1991 was not, as Diagon Alley would in later years be remembered to have been, a quaint and overcrowded twisting cobbled lane of warmly cluttered magical shops. It was a slightly twisting, slightly cobbled, slightly busy mercantile district of the same kind one would find in the small artisan quarter of any old European city, only with a slightly higher than average rate of owls and broomsticks. The architecture was a mixed 17th and 18th century English collage. The shop signs were hand-painted. The lighting in the late afternoon was provided by a series of brass gas lamps along the eaves. The smell on the air was, Harry noted as they emerged from the back of the leaky cauldron through the small archway in the brick wall, cinnamon lamp oil, fresh bread, owl parchment ink, and the very faint, very particular ozone-like undersmell of working magic. John Wick had been here twice before. Both times he had been escorting other people's children. The first time in 1968, he had been a young apprentice to a man named Marcus, who had at that time been a senior contractor of the Continental's outer staff, and who had been, on the occasion in question, providing private security for a small Portuguese magical family whose youngest had been making his school purchases. The family had paid in galleons. John had been paid in pounds sterling out of Marcus's own pocket and had not, at the time, understood what either Marcus or the family were quite about. Marcus had explained that evening over a slow marsala in the small private bar of the London Continental, that there was a parallel community, that they had their own money, that one occasionally worked for them, that they were in their way no different than the high Catholic families of Sicily or the old Greek shipping houses, except that they had a great deal more peculiar tradecraft and a great deal more inconvenient enemies. John had filed all of this away with the small particular attention he gave, in those years, to anything Marcus told him. The second time in 1973, he had been escorting the son of an Italian banker whose daughter had been a witch, and whose son, a squib, John had been informed quietly, had insisted on attending his sister's school shopping out of brotherly devotion. John had been there to ensure that no one settled an old debt with the banker on the cobblestones of Diagon Alley while the son was present. The third time in 1991 he was bringing his own. He had dressed for the occasion. He wore a black two-piece suit of his usual cut, freshly pressed, a black silk dress shirt, a black tie of woven silk, a black overcoat of medium weight, his black gloves, his black leather Oxfords, and on the small collar pin he had been awarded by the High Table in 1974 for service rendered in Marrakesh. A single small marker-shaped enamel boss, the meaning of which would have been, to the right kind of observer in Diagon Alley, unambiguous. He also wore in the inside pocket of his suit jacket the slim mahogany box that contained the working morning's primary instruments. He did not anticipate needing them. He carried them, however, because in this trade and at this hour and with this child on his shoulder, the carrying was its own small act of stewardship. Beside him, Harry, in a small dark suit of his own. Karen had selected the fabric in May, Winston's tailor had cut it in June. Harry had had 3 fittings in July, walked with the small alert composure of a young man who had been instructed, by both his father and his uncle, that the wizarding world today would attempt to look at him a great deal and that he should not on any account look at it back. He looked at his shoes. He looked at the cobbles in front of his shoes. He looked with his peripheral vision at the shoulders of the people they passed. 3 of those shoulders in the first 100 yards of cobbles were holding concealed wands at the inside pocket of a robe rather than at the holster. 2 of those shoulders were not concealed wand shoulders at all, but rather what John recognized as the shoulders of the very small number of wizards who had served in a military capacity, wizards who carried, in addition to their wand, a sidearm at the hip. One pair of shoulders on a tall, thin man at the corner of a small alley was nervous. The nervous shoulders Harry registered were watching them. They were not, however, hostile. They were more likely the shoulders of an order watcher whose job it was to report Harry's appearance to a more senior individual. He did not point any of this out to his father. His father, he noted with a small private warmth, was reading the same shoulders. They went to Gringotts first. Winston had arranged, by private correspondence and a small wire transfer of unusual size, for Harry's inherited vault to be rekeyed in a manner suitable to a minor traveling with a non-magical guardian. The goblin who escorted them down to the lower vaults, Goblin Officer Griffook, a small bowing creature with very black eyes and a small black coat of formal cut, addressed Harry as Master Potter and John as Mr. Wick, and addressed both of them with the same exquisitely calibrated formality the goblins reserved for clients of unusual standing. The vault, when opened, contained a great quantity of galleons, sickles, and nuts in neat stacks and small leather sacks, a small number of personal items belonging to James and Lily Potter, including James's school trunk, Lily's wedding ring, a stack of letters tied with a green ribbon, and a thin photograph album bound in soft brown leather, and in a sealed box on a high shelf, a small set of mounted family portraits of the Potter ancestors, who were, all of them, asleep at the time of the opening. Harry stood in front of the photograph album for a long moment. He did not pick it up. He did, however, lay his right palm flat against its cover for the space of perhaps 3 seconds, and then withdraw the hand, and then turn and ask Griffook in a small, steady voice whether the album could be transferred to a small safe deposit box at the Continental's London branch, where it would, he had been led to believe, be safer than in the public Gringotts vault. "You can, Master Potter. Please do so." "Of course, Master Potter." He did not look at the album again. John, walking out behind him along the long stone-floored corridor that led back to the upper bank, laid his hand briefly on the small shoulder of his son. The boy did not turn. He did not, however, shake the hand off. They went to Madame Malkin's. Winston, by previous arrangement, had ordered in advance 2 sets of school robes of a particular cut and weight, the cut allowing a concealed shoulder holster, the weight allowing a small, flexible thoracic insert of woven aramid in the manner of John's own jackets. Madame Malkin, a stout, cheerful witch in mauve, fitted Harry without comment, although her hands, John noted, paused briefly when they encountered, under the lining of the boy's shirt, the small flat steel of the pendant. She raised her eyes, met John's, and looked away without remark. She finished the fitting. She gave Harry a small cup of tea. She charged Winston, on Winston's open account, a price that was approximately 17% below her standard rate, and that included, by her own initiative, 2 additional shirts of the same lining for which she did not bill. She was, John noted, a woman of unusual sense. They went to the apothecary, to Flourish and Blots, to the stationer, to the Cauldron Monger, to the small shop on the corner where Winston had arranged for Harry's trunk to be fitted with a Gringotts-keyed inner compartment that no member of the school staff would be able to open without Harry's blood and Harry's say-so. They went to the small magical hardware shop, where Harry purchased, on John's quiet recommendation, a small bag of items the use of which was not, in their nature, magical but which had no clean parallel in the Muggle world. A length of silver-stranded wire, a small box of dried mandrake leaves, for the small kit Harry had decided he would put together over the coming year, a small bottle of unicorn hair cleaning solution, and 3 good-quality quills. They saved the wand for last. The wand shop of Mr. Ollivander stood at the far end of Diagon Alley, in a small, narrow building of 1 story with a peeling sign above the door that read OLLIVNDRS in a thin gold lettering, with the subscript "Makers of Fine Wands since 382 BC" in smaller letters beneath. The shop was empty when they entered. The bell over the door, a small brass bell with a soft considering note, rang once. The shop was lit by a single oil lamp on the long counter that ran the length of the room. Behind the counter, floor to ceiling and stretching back into the dim, shadowed depths of the building, ran the high, narrow shelves on which Mr. Ollivander stored his stock. On each shelf, in close-fitted neat rows, lay the long, thin, rectangular boxes of his wares. The smell of the shop was an old smell, wood, dust, the dry mineral smell of old polished stone, a faint underlay of cinnamon, and a different and stranger underlay of something that, to a man like John Wick, registered as something less than wholly wholesome. It was not quite the smell of a thing that had been killed. It was perhaps the smell of the place certain things had once been killed in. The shop was quiet. Then a small old voice from the back of the shop said, "Good afternoon." Mr. Ollivander emerged from between 2 shelves. He was a small, thin, elderly man with very white hair like dandelion silk and very pale silver eyes that John registered at once were not, in any working sense, looking at him. They were looking through him. They were looking at, by Ollivander's own private mathematics, the small particular bundle of intentions and possibilities and arc tendencies that any given visitor to his shop carried like a coat over their shoulders. The eyes settled after a moment on Harry. The eyes widened. "Mr. Potter," he murmured, "I had wondered." "Good afternoon, Mr. Ollivander." "Yes, yes." Ollivander stepped forward. "Yes, of course, the lightning, yes." He looked briefly at John. "And you are, sir, you are not, I think, of our kind. Number, you have brought the boy. I am his father." "His, yes." Ollivander's eyes narrowed slightly. "Yes, of course, the arrangement, the American arrangement, I had heard, yes." He stepped behind the counter. "Well," he said, let us see what is willing." He removed from one of the lower shelves a long, thin box. He opened it. He took out a wand of pale wood, perhaps 12 inches long, with a slightly tapered grip. He set it down on the counter. He pushed it gently across to Harry. "Holly," he said, 11 inches, phoenix feather. Try this, Mr. Potter, try this. "Wave it, please." Harry, who had been briefed in advance by John as to the general protocol of the fitting, picked up the wand carefully. He held it in his right hand. He gave it the smallest, slowest, most controlled half-wave John had ever seen a boy give an unfamiliar tool. The wand did nothing. The boy waited. Ollivander, who had been holding his breath in some small private hope, exhaled. "No," he said softly. "Number, of course not. Why would you try this?" He took back the holly wand with a small flicker of something close to disappointment and turned to the shelves. He brought down another wand, then another, then a third, then a fourth. The wands accumulated on the counter: pine, ebony, willow, walnut, vine, ash, elm. Harry tried each of them. Each in turn did nothing. The boy did not press. He did not hurry. He gave each wand the same small, slow half-wave. He set each one carefully back on the counter when it failed to respond. After 11 minutes, John counted. He was good at counting minutes. Ollivander stood at the back of the shop, his hands on his hips, his eyes narrow. "This is unusual," he said. "Is it?" "Yes, Mr. Potter, it is, yes, very. I have had children who took a quarter of an hour. I have not, since 1893, had a child who tried 27 and was unresponded to." 27 was, in fact, the count Harry had reached. He had not counted. Ollivander had. "There is one wand," Ollivander said slowly, "I have not offered." "Yes, I have not offered it because, Mr. Potter, it is its sibling. Its sibling is the wand that killed your mother and your father." The shop was quiet. Ollivander watched the boy carefully. "He whose name we do not say," he said. "Voldemort." Ollivander very faintly flinched. "Yes." "His wand, it is the brother of the one you are about to offer me." "Yes, from the same phoenix." "Yes." "Show me the wand, please." Ollivander did not move at once. He looked briefly at John. Whatever he had hoped to find in John's expression, disquiet perhaps, or some kind of fatherly objection, he did not find it. John, in fact, had not moved through the entire 11 minutes. He stood in the half-shadow of the doorway with his gloved hands loosely clasped in front of him, watching, listening, with the patient stillness of a working man who was here precisely so that his son could conduct his own business. Ollivander, after a moment, turned and disappeared into the back of the shop. When he returned, he carried a small box of dark wood. He set it on the counter. He did not open it. "Holly," he said, 11 inches, phoenix feather from a particular phoenix, a willful wand. It has not been chosen by anyone in the 38 years it has been in this shop. Its sibling chose its master, you see, in 1937. This one has waited. Harry looked at the box. "Mr. Ollivander." "Yes, Mr. Potter. This wand, this is the wand that you have in your professional judgment for me." Ollivander hesitated. "It is one of two, Mr. Potter. What is the other?" Ollivander did not first answer. "Mr. Ollivander." "It is, Mr. Potter, it is a wand I am not, by the conventions of my trade, supposed to offer. It is one of 3 wands in this shop that no one is permitted to handle without certain credentials. It is, Mr. Potter, it is a wand I made myself only once on commission for a client who in the event did not take delivery. It has a core of a substance not generally used in working wands of this isle. It is, Mr. Potter, it is a darker wand than I should ordinarily offer to a child." Harry was very still. "What is its core, Mr. Ollivander?" Ollivander was silent for a long moment. Then very softly he said, "Basilisk fang." John, in the doorway, did not move. "Basilisk fang," Harry said carefully. "Yes, Mr. Potter, what would you—" The boy was for a long moment silent. He looked at the box on the counter. He looked at the shadowed back of the shop where the second wand was presumably still housed. He looked briefly over his shoulder at John. John very slightly nodded. Harry turned back to Ollivander. "I would like, please, to try the U." Ollivander closed his eyes for a moment. Then, with a small, slow inhalation, he turned and went into the back of the shop. He was gone for a longer interval than he had been on the previous trip, perhaps 3 minutes. John heard, faintly, the small sound of a lock turning and a small drawer sliding open, and then a small soft pause, and then the small steady tread of Ollivander returning. He returned carrying a long flat black box. He set it on the counter. He did not open it. He looked at Harry. "Mr. Potter," he said, "before I open this box I wish to inform you of certain facts. The wand inside this box, if it accepts you, will not in the technical sense of the term be returned to me. It is, as I said, a wand I made on commission in 1947 for a client who had certain particular requirements. The fang at its core is from a basilisk that was killed at Hogwarts by Salazar Slytherin's own descendants in the late 16th century. The fang was provided by the family. The yew was cut from a tree near the Vatican that had grown over the grave of a personage of some note. The wand has been quiet since I made it. It is not in 44 years hummed. Wands hum, you understand, they speak to me. This one has in all that time not spoken. I had assumed until this morning that I had made it badly. I am beginning to suspect that I made it well and that it has been waiting." The boy was very still. "Mr. Ollivander," he said. "Yes, open the box." Ollivander opened the box. The wand inside was a deep, almost black yew, 14 inches long, with a slim grip and a slight forward taper, and a single small bone-white fang inlaid at the base of the handle. Its surface was very smooth and very dark and very faintly oily, as if it had been recently oiled by hand. It did not gleam in the lamplight. It absorbed the lamplight. The space immediately around the wand, John noted, was approximately a quarter of a degree colder than the rest of the room. Harry looked at it. He picked it up. He gave the smallest, slowest, most controlled half-wave he had given any of the previous wands. The room went very still. Then, with a low, quiet sound that was not, John registered, magical so much as architectural, the small, soft sigh of a building settling around a load it had been preparing for 44 years to bear. A thin curl of pale silver light unspooled itself from the tip of the wand. It rose slowly in a slow spiral, perhaps a foot into the air. It hung. It pulsed once. Then it disappeared. The room was very quiet. Ollivander sat down abruptly on the small wooden stool behind the counter. He did not say anything for a long moment. Then, in a small, thin voice, he said, "Of course, of course, of course," Ollivander repeated. "Of course, it is, Mr. Potter. It is what I had begun to fear. The wand has all this time. The wand was waiting, Mr. Potter, for the man who would kill the thing that gave it its core. That is what such a wand always, that is, Mr. Potter, the wand has chosen you for." He could not finish the sentence. Harry watched him calmly. "Mr. Ollivander," he said, "how much do I owe you for the wand?" Ollivander, in a voice that was now thin and small and slightly hysterical, said, 7 galleons, Mr. Potter. "Thank you." Harry laid the 7 galleons on the counter. He picked up the wand. He looked briefly at it. "You will," he said to no one in particular, "kindly cooperate with me. You will not at any time kill anyone I have not directed you to kill. We shall be on excellent terms." The wand in his hand gave the smallest small low hum, its first John registered in 44 years. Then it went quiet. The boy looked at his father. "Papa." "Yes, Harry. I think we are ready to go." "Yes, Harry." "Mr. Ollivander." "Yes, Mr. Potter. Thank you for the wand." "Yes, Mr. Potter." Ollivander, who was now staring at his own counter as if he had never seen it before, did not stand. He had, John noted, fainted in his sitting position on the stool. His head had inclined gently sideways. His eyes were closed. His breath was steady. He had, by all appearances, simply absented himself from the moment. Harry looked at him. Harry looked at John. John shrugged the smallest of shrugs. "He will," John said quietly, "wake." "Yes, Papa." They left. The brass bell above the door rang softly. In the small, narrow shop behind them, Mr. Ollivander remained on his stool for the next 47 minutes. When he at last awoke, he wrote in his small, careful copperplate in the same notebook in which he had been writing his customer notes since 1903, 3 September 1991. Harry James Potter, You've 14. Basilisk Fang. The wand of 1947 has chosen its master. The Lord has chosen also his, let us not yet use the word. The Lord is in possession of his sibling. There will be work. There will be much work. He closed the notebook. He locked the shop early. He went home. He drank that evening 3 large brandies and slept for the first time since his 80th birthday without dreaming. The Hogwarts Express departed from King's Cross Station on the 1st of September. The Continental's London branch ran a small private function on the evening of the 31st of August in honor of Harry's departure. A small dinner at the bar, tended by John Winston Karen, who had flown over for the purpose, on the strenuous insistence of Karen's mother, who had not been able to accept that a boy could be sent off to a new school without his godfather present, and 3 of the senior London staff. There was a small toast at the end of the meal. Winston offered it. "To Mr. Potter," he said, "to the work, To the work, John echoed. To the work, Karen said. Harry raised his small glass of sparkling water. He did not echo the words. He inclined his head, in the small particular way Karen had been teaching him for 2 years, in the way that registered the receipt of a toast with the proper grave acknowledgement that did not, by ill-considered repetition, render the toast a chant. The London Continental staff approved. John, across the table, allowed himself the briefest possible flicker of paternal pleasure. The boy who saw it allowed himself the briefest possible flicker of his own. He boarded the express at platform 9 3/4 at 10:15 on the morning of the 1st of September. He was wearing his school uniform, small dark trousers, white shirt, gray jumper, gray school cloak, and his school trunk, in which the H&K P30L was packed in its custom case under the false bottom that Winston's London tailor had designed, in which a small selection of clothing was packed above the false bottom, in which his books were in the side compartment, in which his quills and inkwell were in the upper drawer, in which his wand was in a small leather pouch in his inside cloak pocket and not in the trunk at all, was loaded into the small luggage van at the front of the train. He kissed his father on the platform on the right cheek. He did not, John noted, embrace him. He had not embraced him in public for any reason since he was 8 years old. This was not a coldness, this was a small understood discipline. He embraced his father in private every night in the 8th floor suite when he said good night. He did not embrace him in public because embracing one's father in public was not, in the boy's small, careful estimation, a thing that suited either of them. He boarded the train. He found, by a small piece of careful inquiry of the conductor, the rear-facing window seat of the last compartment of the last car of the train, which was the compartment with the smallest number of unsightlines and the largest single field of view onto the platform. He sat down. He watched through the window, as his father on the platform below stood quite still in his dark overcoat, his hands in his pockets, watching the train. The whistle blew at 11 o'clock. The train began slowly to move. John Wick on the platform raised one gloved hand in a small precise salute, with 2 fingers to the brim of an imaginary hat, the small salute of one working man to another at the start of an assignment. Harry, in the window of the rear-facing compartment, returned the salute with the same 2 fingers. The train slid out of the station. The platform passed. His father, in the slowly rolling frame of the window, grew smaller. He grew smaller still. He disappeared. Harry sat back in his seat. He folded his small hands in his lap. He did not, in the privacy of the empty compartment, allow himself to cry. He did, however, close his eyes for perhaps 30 seconds. When he opened them again, his face was perfectly composed. He drew from the inside pocket of his cloak a small dark book, the slim leather-bound copy of the Aeneid in Latin that Uncle Winston had inscribed for him 3 Christmases ago. He opened it to the bookmark. He began to read. The train, gathering speed, ran north out of London. He was 11. He was alone. He was, by every working measure his father had been able to give him, ready. The sorting hat in the Great Hall sat on Harry Potter's small dark head for 1 minute and 17 seconds. This was the longest sorting the hat had performed in 391 years. In the silence of the hall, with 500 faces turned upward toward the small still figure on the stool, the hat conducted, in the privacy of the boy's mind, the following conversation. The boy, having been forewarned about legilimency by John in considerable detail, did not, in fact, attempt to obscure his thoughts. He had decided on the train that this would be both pointless and impolite. He had instead decided that he would speak with the hat the way he would speak with a senior member of the New York Continental staff. Said the hat, "Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Potter. My word, yes, you have. I see you have had an unusual childhood. Yes, cunning, certainly. Yes, cunning, a great deal of cunning, patience, discipline, a particular kind of discipline. Yes, Slytherin, certainly. You would do well. You would do extremely well. Ambition, however, your ambition is, Mr. Potter, your ambition is not, in fact, an ordinary ambition. You do not wish, do you, for power? I have power. You have, yes, you have. Yes, I see what you have. I see who has given it to you. Yes, I do not wish to rule. Number, I do not wish to dominate. Number, I wish to do the work in front of me. I wish to do it well. I wish to protect my father. Yes, I wish to kill the wraith who killed my mother and father. Yes, this is not, I do not believe, this is not ambition in the sense that Slytherin wished for. It is, however, in the sense that he wished for. It is, however, your own kind of ambition, a working man's ambition. A trade ambition, yes, Gryffindor, the bravery, certainly, the directness, the number, no, Mr. Potter, number Gryffindor would not suit you. Gryffindor would have you, but Gryffindor would not suit you. Your bravery is of a different flavor. It is colder, it is more disciplined. It is, yes, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, you have the mind, certainly, the languages, my word. The languages, Mr. Potter, are yes, the reading, the patience. But you would not, I think, be happy in Ravenclaw. You would not, I think, find your work there. You would find puzzles. You would not find your work. Yes, Hufflepuff, Mr. Potter, Hufflepuff would have welcomed you. Hufflepuff would have, Mr. Potter, Hufflepuff would, I think, have made you a different kind of man than you are going to become. Yes, Slytherin, yes, yes. I confess, Mr. Potter, I am pleased. Slytherin has for a number of decades been a troubled house. The boys and girls they are not on average the best of their cohort. They are in the average a more yes. They could use in their house a young man like you. I will not, however, be their leader. No, I will do my work. I will be polite. I will not in any case attempt to make of them anything they are not. I will be distant. I will be a junior member of the house. I will be a guest. Yes, a guest who is preparing to do in the school work that is private to me. Yes, I would prefer the hat does not reveal this. The hat does not, Mr. Potter, reveal anything beyond the 4-syllable announcement. The conversations are private, have in fact always been private. Thank you. You are very welcome, Mr. Potter. The hat opened its small canvas mouth. Slytherin, the hall stirred. The Slytherin table and its rows of green-trimmed cloaks did not erupt. The Slytherin table looked at one another in small, fast-considering glances. Slytherins did not cheer. The clapping that broke out at the Slytherin table was the precise, correct, measured, polite clapping that the house had been raised for 1,000 years to deliver for the welcome of a new member. Harry took the hat off. He set it back on the stool. He stood up. He walked slowly and steadily to the Slytherin table. He found a place at the end of the table, by the window, beside a tall, dark-haired boy named, by the small introduction Harry was provided 2 minutes later, Theodore Nott. Across the table from him was a small, pale, blond boy with very neat features who introduced himself with the small, careful confidence of a child who had been raised, from the cradle, to be expected to introduce himself with this exact small confidence. Draco Malfoy, he said. Harry Potter. Yes, Draco said, looking at him sideways. Yes, I had heard. I imagine you had. Draco hesitated. My father, Draco said, writes to me regularly. He has written to me in particular that I should like to meet you. That is kind of him. Yes, a pause. Are you comfortable, Potter and Slytherin? Yes, Malfoy, thank you. My father had expected you in Gryffindor. He was mistaken. Yes, a longer pause. Will you, Draco said after a moment, will you be making friends in our house, Potter? Harry looked at him. He considered the question. He considered, in the particular working man's way Winston had taught him to consider such questions. The long, thin Malfoy face across the table, the slightly pointed chin, the slightly pinched mouth, the slightly anxious eye, the slightly pleading, hopeful flicker behind the cultivated patrician courtesy. He considered the boy who had been raised in a manor in Wiltshire, to expect that the most famous schoolfellow of his year would, by some natural process of class affinity, become his friend. He considered that, by the rules of the working world he himself had been raised in, friendship was a thing he could not afford for several more years, until he had finished the small private work he had come to the school to do. He considered also that Draco Malfoy was, on the evidence of 1 minute's conversation, not a bad boy. He considered also that he was the son of a man who had attempted, when Harry was 9, to take him away from his father. I will be, Harry said gently, polite, Malfoy, to you and to everyone in this house. I will not, for some years, be in a position to make friends. I shall hope when I am that you are still willing to be one. Draco blinked. He had not been expecting this answer. He had been expecting either a warm yes, in which case he would have introduced his confederates, or a cold no, in which case he would have been freed to despise the new arrival with a clean conscience. He had not been expecting a third possibility. He had, by the small reflex of his own training, opened his mouth twice before closing it without speaking. All right, Potter, he said at last. Thank you, Malfoy. Yes, well, Draco looked away. Harry, in the soft, warm light of the great hall, with the floating candles overhead, ate his welcome feast. He met Professor Quirrell on his second day. The man wore a purple turban. He had a small, thin, nervous stammer of a manner. He smelled, Harry noted, even at 3 paces, of something that John had taught him to recognize at the age of 6 and to flag internally as a working priority. The smell was the smell of a wound that had not been properly cleaned, combined, however, with a second underlying note, the smell of an old, dry, ash-like exhaled breath of a kind no human being should have been breathing out from anywhere near their own skin. Harry, in the second row of defense against the dark arts, did not move. He did not stare. He did not, in any particular way, alter his demeanor. He took notes in his small, careful hand, on the small, useful introductory chapter Professor Quirrell had set them, on the proper identification of European hinkapunks. He raised his hand once when Professor Quirrell asked the class a small, simple question about the life cycle of the doxy, and answered the question correctly. After class, he packed his books carefully into his small, dark satchel. He did not look at Quirrell. He walked, in the company of the other Slytherin first years, out of the classroom and back to the dungeons. That night in his bed, in the small, narrow first-year dormitory of Slytherin House, With the green-paneled hangings drawn around him and the slim glow of his pendant warm against his collarbone, Harry composed in his small notebook, by the small wand light of his new U-wand, his first letter home. Papa, the school is large and old and largely as advertised. The food is good. The Slytherins are on the whole manageable. There is a professor of defense against the dark arts named Quirrell. He has on the back of his head, under his turban, the wraith I came here to address. He smells. He has not, I think, yet recognized me. I am, by the small mercy of his stammer, given to believe that he is unsettled by the school's enchantments. I shall watch. I shall write again. Yours, Harry. P.S. The Fang has hummed once. It was content. He folded the letter. He sealed it with the small wax pellet Karen had given him in a small leather case in case of urgent correspondence. He delivered the letter the next morning to the school owlery. It was received by John Wick at the 8th floor suite of the New York Continental. 3 days later, John read it twice. He folded it. He sat at the small writing desk in his bedroom for a long moment. Then he wrote in his small, precise hand, Harry, acknowledged, patience. Verify identification. Do not act on smell alone. Find, if you can do so without exposure, a second confirmation. The school will, I suspect, give you many opportunities to do so. Do not on any account attempt to engage before you are certain. Papa, P.S. Karen's mother sends a small parcel of biscotti by separate post. He sealed the letter. He gave it to Karen. Karen entrusted it to the small private owl that the Continental kept, by quiet arrangement with the wizarding community, in an outbuilding on the roof. The letter was at Hogwarts by the following dawn. The next 4 months were a slow, careful watching. Harry attended classes. He sat in the second row of every classroom, never the front, never the back. He learned by the end of the first week that Professor McGonagall valued precision, that Professor Snape valued silence, that Professor Flitwick valued enthusiasm tempered by accuracy, that Professor Sprout valued patience, that Professor Quirrell valued nothing and noticed nothing and could be safely ignored, but was by Harry's careful and ongoing surveillance deeply, deeply afraid of him. This was an interesting datum. Harry filed it. He made, by careful and accidental design, no friends. He was, however, surrounded at all times by perhaps 3 or 4 classmates who, by the small natural physics of social attraction, drifted into his orbit and remained there. Draco Malfoy was one. Theodore Nott was another. A small intense witch named Pansy Parkinson, who had clearly received from her parents the same instruction Draco had received from his, was a third. A tall, thin, nervous Hufflepuff first year named Susan Bones, who had recognized in Harry's small, steady manner something her own aunt's manner shared, sometimes joined them at the library. None of these was, by the strict accounting Harry kept in his small notebook, a friend. All of them, however, were people whose presence he had learned to value. He wrote to John once a week. He received by return weekly letters in John's small, careful hand. He kept all of them. He did not on any occasion lose one. He kept also in the false bottom of his trunk the H&K P30L, the box of suppressor-load ammunition, a small set of cleaning tools, 3 magazines, the steel wire garrote, and 1 small fixed-blade boot knife. He never touched any of these in the dormitory. He did on Tuesday nights at 1:15 in the morning, in a small disused storeroom at the far end of the 3rd floor corridor that he had discovered in his second week, and that he had, by quiet observation, determined was unwarded and unmonitored, spent 45 minutes in the dry handling and cleaning of his equipment. He never fired the pistol. He did not need to. He had been, John's letter from October had told him, ready since the previous spring. The forbidden 3rd floor corridor. The corridor at the far end of the right-hand side of the 3rd floor. The one that Professor Dumbledore had at the start of term feast warned, in his light, dry voice, was out of bounds to any student who did not wish to die a most painful death. Was, Harry had concluded by mid-October, exactly the corridor in which Professor Quirrell would, at some point in the year, attempt to retrieve whatever it was that the school was housing for the safekeeping of an old elderly client. The client, Harry had concluded by a small piece of careful research in the library, was Nicolas Flamel, alchemist of France, age 665. The object, Harry had concluded by a small further piece of research, was Flamel's Philosopher's Stone. The stone's relevance to Quirrell, and more importantly to the wraith on the back of Quirrell's head, was, Harry had concluded, that the wraith required a body, and that the stone could, by certain alchemical processes, provide one. He wrote all of this in a letter to John in early November. John's reply was brief. Confirm presence of stone in corridor by physical observation if safely possible. If confirmed, prevent its delivery to the wraiths. The mode of prevention is your choice. Be careful, please, Harry, Papa. Harry filed the letter. He spent the next 3 weeks studying, from a slightly improbable angle, the 3rd floor corridor. He learned by careful observation that the corridor was guarded at its first door by a large 3-headed dog of the Cerberus type. He learned by careful observation of the senior staff that the keeper of the dog was the school groundskeeper Hagrid, that Hagrid had a weakness for foreign exotic beasts and a corresponding weakness for the conversations of strangers who showed interest in those beasts. He did not approach Hagrid himself. He arranged instead for the small Ravenclaw first-year Cho Chang, with whom he had become accidentally friendly through a shared interest in the chess problems of the Russian master Mikhail Botvinnik, to mention in a casual conversation with Hagrid in the courtyard on a Wednesday that Hagrid had the most fascinating job at Hogwarts and that she had heard from a friend of a friend that he had been trusted with the care of a Cerberus, and was that by any chance true? Hagrid 2 minutes later was telling Cho, and 3 other students who had drifted over to listen, that the Cerberus was named Fluffy, that he had been bought off a Greek chap in a pub, that he was a sweet old thing really, that he was very fond of music, and that he could be put to sleep by a soft tune on any kind of flute. Cho relayed this to Harry the following afternoon at the library. Harry in his small notebook wrote, Cerberus, Fluffy, sleeps to music, procure a flute. Verify other defenses. He procured a small wooden recorder by mail order through the school owlery, addressed to a small instrument shop in London that Karen had previously vetted, paid for from his galleon allowance. The recorder arrived in a small wrapped package on the 22nd of November. He spent the next 2 weeks practicing a single simple lullaby, in his small disused storeroom in the 3rd floor corridor, until he could play it cleanly without breaks. It was the Russian lullaby John had taught him as a baby. On the night of the 4th of December, 1991, at 12 minutes past 2 in the morning, Harry Potter, age 11, in his school robes, in his school cloak with the H and KP30L holstered at the small of his back under the lining of his school shirt, and his U wand in his right hand and his small wooden recorder in his small dark satchel and his steel garrote coiled in his inside coat pocket, walked, alone, into the forbidden 3rd floor corridor. He did not, throughout the entire walk from his dormitory, encounter a single person. This was not luck. This was the result of 3 weeks of careful patrol pattern observation, in which Harry had mapped the rounds of every prefect, every house elf, every member of the teaching staff who walked the corridors at night, and the school caretaker, Argus Filch, and his cat, Mrs. Norris. The map he had drawn in the small notebook beside his bed of these patrols had taught him that on Tuesday and Thursday nights between the hours of 2 and 3 in the morning, the 3rd floor corridor was, by the convergence of the patrol's other commitments elsewhere in the castle, briefly empty. He had 2 hours. He used them. The Cerberus, when he reached it, was awake and irritable. It had 3 heads, each the size of a large hound S. It growled with all 3 at once in a kind of harmonic that made Harry's molars ache. Harry very calmly took out his recorder. He began to play. The Cerberus middle head stopped growling first. The left head followed. The right head, more stubborn, kept up its growl for another 7 bars. Then it too fell quiet. The 3 heads sank, one after the other, onto their large paws. The middle head's eyes closed first. The left head followed. The right held out for an additional half bar, then succumbed. The dog snored. Harry, still playing, stepped over the dog's bulk to the trapdoor behind it. He kept playing as he eased the trapdoor open with his free hand. He kept playing as he peered down into the dark beneath it. He saw at the bottom of a long drop of about 25 feet a tangle of vines. He could not, while playing, jump down. He stepped back. He set the recorder down very carefully on the stone floor with a small piece of folded parchment beside it that contained, written in his small careful hand, the sheet music for the lullaby, in case the dog should wake before he returned. He drew his wand. He cast a small sticking charm on the parchment to keep it in place. He looked briefly at the dog, then he dropped down through the trapdoor. He landed on the vines. The vines tightened around him at once. These would be, he understood from his reading, Devil's Snare. He had been waiting for them. He had in fact been hoping for them. They were a small clean confirmation that the corridor was in fact leading where he had expected. He drew his wand, dipped the tip, cast softly without speaking the incantation aloud. In the wandless, silent manner Karen had been teaching him to practice on cold mornings, a small bright lumos solemn. The plant withered away from him. He dropped through to a small stone passage. He walked the passage. The passage led by a long curve into a great open chamber in which several hundred bright-winged keys were flying in a loose flock above an ancient wooden door. A broomstick stood propped against the wall. He did not need the broomstick. He had been studying since November the rate of pendulum motion at which a body could be carried by inertia to within reach of a target on a single bound. And he had been studying since October the small clean motion by which one selects from a swirling field of distracting motion a single steady moving point. He stood in the doorway. He let his eyes go soft, the way John had taught him in the corner of his vision for picking out one moving target in a crowd of moving targets. He watched the flock. He watched the flock. He watched the flock. There, a single key, slightly slower than the others, with a slightly bent left wing, bent perhaps by previous handler's misuse, had begun over the course of about 20 seconds to drift to the left edge of the flock. Harry stepped into the chamber. The flock did not at once react. It was not a thing that had been told to react to the presence of a small first year. It was a thing that had been told to fly. Harry, walking quickly and softly, moved past the flock's left edge. He reached up with his small, clean hand, and with the small, precise grab he had been practicing on his bedroom curtains at the Continental in the months before he had left, closed his fingers around the bent-winged key in mid-flight. The key squirmed. The flock noticed. Harry, without looking back, ran the 4 remaining steps to the door, jammed the key into the lock, turned it once, and stepped through. He closed the door behind him just as a small, angry swarm of keys hit the wood from the other side. The keys, frustrated, gave up. He continued. The next chamber was a giant chessboard. He looked at it briefly. He had been since the age of 7 a moderately strong chess player, and he had been since the age of 9 a small student of an obscure chess problem composer named Mikhail Tal. The board, when he stepped onto it, demanded a partner. The white pieces moved themselves with a small grudging mechanical creak to indicate that he was to play black, that he was to displace one of the pieces to take its position, and that the path through the chamber was through victory. He looked at the board. He took a long, slow breath. He thought for about 30 seconds. Then he said in a small, clear voice, "I shall not be playing chess this evening, thank you." He drew his wand. He flicked it once at the white king. The white king's small stone head separated from its small stone neck. The body collapsed. The board, in the small mechanical confusion of a system that had not in 320 years encountered exactly this resolution, paused. The pieces stood very still. After a long moment, they began with a slow, grudging shuffle to disassemble themselves to the side of the board, leaving the path clear. Harry walked across. He passed through the door. The next chamber smelled of troll. He stepped over the troll, which was already unconscious by the smell of blood from its temple, killed within the past few hours by a single carefully aimed magical strike. Quirrell then had been ahead of him. He had been right. He drew the pistol. He continued. The next chamber was a small, narrow room with a long table on which stood 7 small glass bottles. The bottles, on close inspection, were a logical puzzle of Professor Snape's. Harry read the riddle. He thought for about 20 seconds. He selected the smallest bottle on the left end of the table, the one that by his calculation contained the forward-facing potion that would allow him to proceed through the wall of black flame at the far end of the chamber. He drank it. It was cold and bitter. He set down the bottle. He stepped through the black flame. He stepped immediately into a chamber that contained a tall, thin shape in dark robes standing before a tall mirror. The shape turned. Professor Quirrell. His turban was off. The back of his head was exposed. On the back of his head was a second face. The second face was the small, thin, pale face of a man-thing who had not for 10 years been entirely either alive or dead. The face spoke. "Harry Potter." Its voice was a high, cold whisper. "Lord Voldemort." The whisper hissed very faintly with what might in something closer to a creature have been a laugh. "You have come. Yes, you are smaller than I had expected. You are less than I had expected." The whisper hissed again. "You are insolent, Harry Potter." "I am working, my lord." "Working? Yes, I am here to kill you." There was a small pause. "To kill me? Yes. With what, child? A wand. A wand will not kill me. A wand has not. A wand cannot." Harry, who had throughout this entire exchange been raising the H&K P30L from the holster at the small of his back with the small, slow, continuous discipline he had been practicing for 7 years, did not answer at once. He had reached, by the end of the wraith's sentence, the small, clean point of presentation. The pistol was at full extension. The suppressor was, John had verified the previous summer, threaded snug. The trigger was, John had reminded him in a letter the previous week, a 4-pound trigger. The wraith was, by his estimate, 4 meters away. The Quirrell body was, by his estimate, at the present moment too dependent on the wraith's animation to react in any meaningful tactical sense. Killing Quirrell, however, was, by the small, careful analysis John had laid out for him in October, an acceptable secondary outcome because the wraith without the host would discorporate. He had 2 options. He could fire on the wraith directly in the head on the back of Quirrell's head, which would risk also killing Quirrell, and which, by a long letter John had sent him in November, would be entirely permissible if circumstances did not afford a cleaner option. He could alternatively take the harder small shot, Quirrell's body alone, leaving the wraith to discorporate cleanly, which would spare Quirrell's life. Though the man, by the same careful analysis, had been since the summer a willing servant of the thing on the back of his head, and had by his own actions forfeited any particular right Harry was obligated to honor. He had, however, prepared a third option. He set the pistol down. He drew from his inside coat pocket the loop of stainless steel wire with its 2 small wooden handles. He stepped forward. The wraith, watching, hissed, What is that, Harry Potter?" "It is, Lord Voldemort, a tool of my father's trade." He stepped forward again. The Quirrell body in front of the mirror did not move. The wraith on the back of Quirrell's head hissed louder. "Stop, Harry Potter, you will stop. You will beat Quirrell, kill him." Quirrell turned slowly, his eyes very wide, his hands very still. his mouth slightly open in the small, startled disconnection of a man whose central nervous system had been for some seconds controlled by an external party and which was now, for the duration of one small overdue moment, his own. He looked at Harry. He looked briefly at the pistol on the floor. He looked back at Harry. You're 11. Harry stepped into him. He did not hurry. The garrote in his small, clean hands came up in a single low, continuous motion. He looped it neatly around Quirrell's neck. Quirrell, taller than him by 1.5 feet, did not at first understand what he was looking at. He understood approximately 1.5 seconds later. By then, Harry had stepped behind him with the careful pivoting movement his father had drilled into him on 100 Saturday mornings on a wooden dummy in the sub-cellar. The garrote was crossed at the back of Quirrell's neck, and Harry was, with the full weight of his small but well-trained body, leaning back away from Quirrell's heels. The wire bit. Quirrell choked. The wraith on the back of Quirrell's head screamed. Harry did not let go. Quirrell's hands rose, scrabbling at the wire at his throat. His fingers were too thick. The wire was deeper than his fingers could go. He clawed. He stopped clawing. He clawed again. His knees buckled. He went down to his knees. He went down to his side. He fell sideways onto the cold stone floor of the chamber. Harry stayed with him. He stayed with him through the long, ugly seconds of asphyxiation. He stayed with him through the smaller seconds of the wraith's continuing scream, which became, as the host's life left it, smaller and thinner and more distant. He stayed with him through the long final moment in which the wraith at last departed Quirrell's skull. A thin dark vapor that exited the back of the head, hung in the air for a long moment, hissed, fled toward the far wall, attempted to pass through it, recoiled, the wall was warded, turned, attempted to pass through Harry himself. The boy did not move. The wraith touched him at the place of his scar. The scar burned. The wraith recoiled, hissing in a high, terrible whisper as if it had been struck, and at last, with a thin sound like a small piece of wet silk being torn slowly, departed through the door behind Harry and was gone. The chamber was silent. Quirrell was dead. Harry very carefully unwrapped the garrote from his throat. He coiled it. He returned it to his inside coat pocket. He picked up his pistol from the floor. He holstered it. He looked at the body. He stood for a long moment. Then he turned to the mirror. It was the mirror of Arist. He had read about it the previous week, in a small footnoted reference in the 3rd volume of A History of Hogwarts Wards that Madame Pince had reluctantly let him take down from a high shelf. He looked into it. In it he saw himself, standing in a small kitchen in a small apartment over a butcher's shop in Brooklyn, holding a cup of tea, with his father at the small table across from him, holding a cup of coffee, with an old large pit bull on the floor between them, sleeping. He looked at the image for a long considered moment. Then he turned away from the mirror. He walked slowly back through the doorway he had come in by. He passed through the chamber of the 7 bottles. He passed through the chamber of the troll. He passed through the chamber of the chessboard, where the White King was, by some self-repairing mechanism, slowly reassembling himself. He passed through the chamber of the keys, the flock of which on his return did not attack him. The bent-winged key, in fact, flew down and landed obediently on his shoulder, where it sat for some reason of its own all the way to the door of the next chamber before flying back up to rejoin the flock. He passed through the devil's snare chamber by way of a small levitation charm. He emerged through the trap door. He picked up his recorder. He removed his sticking charm from the sheet music. He folded the music. He pocketed both. He stepped carefully over the still sleeping Cerberus. He closed the trap door behind him. He returned to his dormitory by the same route he had come. He passed in the corridor no living creature. He was in his bed by 3:41 in the morning. He slept without dreaming for 4 hours. The morning of the 5th of December 1991 dawned bright and cold over the Hogwarts grounds. Professor Quirrell's body was discovered by the school caretaker, Mr. Filch, at 20 minutes past 8 in the 3rd floor corridor behind the trapdoor under the Cerberus. The body bore no marks of violence beyond a thin red line at the throat. The headmaster was informed at 25 minutes past 8. The body was removed with great discretion by mid-morning. The mirror of Arist in its chamber had, Headmaster Dumbledore later reported with a small, carefully managed perplexity, been left undisturbed. The Philosopher's Stone in its small hidden compartment had also been undisturbed. Whatever had happened in the chamber had been, in some particular sense, the headmaster did not yet understand, not in fact about the stone. A small inquiry was raised. The inquiry's conclusions, when they were arrived at, would be that Professor Quirrell had died by misadventure, perhaps an unwise encounter with one of the corridor's defenses, perhaps a curse rebounding off the mirror, perhaps an unexplained allergy. There would be a small notice in the Daily Prophet. The school would observe a moment of silence at the next breakfast. Harry Potter, at the Slytherin table that morning, would observe his moment of silence with the same small, clean composure he had brought to every breakfast that term. He would, at the end of the silence, return to his porridge. He would write that evening in a small, careful letter to his father, "Papa, the defense professor and his passenger are both no longer with us." The work proved straightforward. The wraith escaped the body, but by my reading and by my own observation was substantially diminished. It fled. I expect it will, in time, attempt to return. I have decided to remain at school through the year to watch for further attempts. I love you. Please give my love to Uncle and Karen. Yours, Harry. P.S. The Fang hummed twice. It was content. He sealed the letter. He gave it to the school owl. In New York, 3 days later, John Wick read the letter twice, set it down on the small writing desk in his bedroom, and stood for a long moment at the window of the 8th-floor suite, looking out over the rooftops of Manhattan, with one hand on the curtain. Then very quietly he picked up the letter, he folded it, he put it in his inside coat pocket. He went downstairs. In the small first-floor reception room by the fire he found Winston, who was reading. Winston looked up. "Jonathan, Winston, there is news, there is news." John handed him the letter. Winston read it. Winston folded it. Winston handed it back. Winston was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, "How old is he again?" 11. "Yes," said Winston quietly. 11. The fire snapped. "Well," said Winston after another long moment. "He is, yes, he is, isn't he?" "Yes," said John, "he is." Chapter 5. The Diary and the Dog. 2 years pass quickly in the life of a working man. They passed quickly, too, in the life of Harry Potter, age 12 and a half, at the beginning of his second autumn at Hogwarts. Quickly because of the long, quiet pattern into which his school days had now settled. Each term began with the long train ride from King's Cross, John never on the platform now. He had decided that one set of waves at one set of windows was a sufficient ceremony for a lifetime, and each term ended with the same long train ride home. In between, there was a small, steady accumulation of work. The classes, the practice, the weekly letters. The weekend visits to the Continental's small private flat in Hogsmeade, a flat Winston had purchased the previous summer in the upper floor of Madame Puddifoot's tea shop, with Madame Puddifoot's complete delighted knowledge and only a small additional rent, where Harry could, on Sundays, set up a small dry fire course in the empty rear parlor and practice his draw and his reload and his pivot for an hour and a half before walking back to the castle for supper. He had not, in the first year of his Hogwarts career, made a single friend. He had, however, by the spring of his first year, become something that the small, careful Slytherin politics of his cohort recognized as a fixed point. He was the boy with the lightning scar who did not seek attention. He was the boy who, when asked a question in class, gave a small, precise, correct answer and did not elaborate, and who never raised his hand on his own initiative. He was the boy who was, by every measure his housemates could conduct, the polite, distant, unfailingly courteous, and absolutely impenetrable son of an American man whom, by Slytherin's scuttlebutt, no one in the wizarding world appeared to want to disturb. He was, in short, a small, dark, gravitational object around which the rest of his year orbited, sometimes closely, sometimes at considerable distance, but never with the intimacy that the word friend would have implied. He was, by the end of his first year, an object of intense and unsatisfied curiosity to most of the Slytherin upper years. He was, by the end of his first year, the subject of 3 private letters from Lucius Malfoy to his son Draco, the contents of which Draco had memorized and which had instructed him to ensure, on pain of his father's displeasure, that he should, by his second year, have established with Mr. Potter an alliance befitting his station and yours. Draco had, throughout his first year, attempted 3 times to establish such an alliance. He had been 3 times, with great courtesy, declined. He was, by the end of his first year, slightly in love with Harry Potter, not romantically, but with the wistful, courteous half-friendship a boy of his class developed for a peer who possessed something he did not possess and who would not, on any account, share it. He wrote in a letter to his mother in late May of his first year that the Potter boy was the most peculiar fellow, mother, I have ever encountered. He is impeccable. He is not unfriendly. He does, however, observe one in the way one observes a chess problem one does not yet wish to commit oneself to. Narcissa Malfoy, when she received this letter, wrote in her diary, I had warned you, husband, he is not what we should have wanted. He is, by his own quiet, steady choice, his own. She did not, however, send this to Lucius. She wrote instead a small, careful letter to Draco that said, in part, it does him credit, my dear, that he treats you with such impeccable courtesy. It is the manner of a child raised in a great household. You will do well to mirror it. You need not, in this lifetime, become his friend in the warm sense your father intends. You need only become a fellow who treats him with the same impeccable courtesy. There are in our long world friendships of less than 3 minutes' duration that are, in the end, worth more than the friendships of childhood. You may find in time that he is precisely the right such friend. Draco, who had been 12 when he read this letter, had not understood it. He had, however, kept it. It would, in time, become important. The second year at Hogwarts opened for the rest of the school with the small private excitement that always attended a Hogwarts opening, the welcome feast, the new first years, the small reshuffling of dormitories. For Harry, it opened in addition with a small additional task he had set himself: to identify and address, before the year was out, the remaining Horcrux-shaped fragments of the Wraith. He had by August of 1992 been informed of the existence of Horcruxes by Winston, who had been informed of their existence by a private contact at the British Ministry of Magic, an old assassin's friend, a desk clerk in the Department of Mysteries named Bode, who had owed Winston 3 favors and who had been called in for all 3 on the same evening. The conversation in Winston's first-floor reception room had been long and slow and detailed. By its end, John, Winston, and Harry, present by speakerphone on a small enchanted brass receiver Winston had installed in the 8th-floor suite for exactly this kind of conversation, had a working understanding of what a Horcrux was, what it cost the maker, how many the Wraith was likely to have made, and what the appropriate procedure was for destroying one. The appropriate procedure, Bode had said gravely, was either basilisk venom, fiendfire, or the destruction of the object by means sufficient to obliterate any soul fragment housed within it. Means sufficient, John had said. Yes, Mr. Wick. Define. Total physical destruction, sir. The object must by the end be unrecognizable. It must not be repairable. A bullet would do it. Bode had paused. A bullet, sir. Yes, sir, I should think so. The penetration of the medium by the bullet combined with the kinetic dispersion of the medium would, by my reading of the relevant literature, accomplish the same effect as a basilisk fang. Provided, sir, that the bullet was of sufficient mass and velocity to entirely shatter the object. And provided that the bullet had been, Mr. Wick, you would not require this, but I mention it because the literature speaks of it, sanctified in some manner. Sanctified, yes, sir. The literature recommends consecrated silver, sir, or in some older sources the impregnation of the cartridge with blessed water and the inclusion of a small etched cross on the casing. In one particularly old source, Mr. Wick, there is a recommendation of the use of a bullet that has been carried for 30 days by a priest of demonstrated piety in the pocket of his cassock. That last one would be inconvenient. Yes, sir. The consecrated silver, however. Yes, sir. Karen, sir, make me 20 rounds, silver core, 10 mil jacket, Father Cyril at St. Patrick's will, as you know, bless anything I ask him to. Yes, sir, make me 20 of them. Make Harry 20 as well. Make them in 9 mil for his P30L, make 10 of the 9 mil hollow point and 10 of the 9 mil full metal jacket. He may need penetration, he may need expansion, we shall not at this distance have time to specify. Of course, sir, this conversation had taken place in mid-August. The consecrated rounds had been delivered by Karen to Harry's trunk by the time of his September departure. He had, on his return to Hogwarts, packed them carefully into the false bottom of his trunk, in a separate small box from his ordinary practice rounds, with the engraved initials HJP on the side and a small adhesive label that read consecrated, do not use for practice, in his small careful hand. He did not, throughout the first 2 months of his second year, expect to need them. He did, however, carry, at all times, 2 of the consecrated rounds in the magazine of his pistol, with 1 further consecrated round in the chamber. He did this because, by his careful working analysis, the Wraith was likely to attempt re-entry into the school in some form, and the form was likely to involve at least 1 Horcrux. He had been right. The form, in 1992, was a small black leather-bound diary. The diary had been delivered in late September to the small first-year witch Ginevra Weasley, in a Diagon Alley bookshop, by means of a small piece of careful sleight of hand on the part of Lucius Malfoy, who had been operating in this matter against his wife's clear written advice. The diary was a Horcrux of an unusual kind, a diary made when its original author had been not yet a Dark Lord but a 16-year-old prefect at Hogwarts, and which contained, in the form of a self-conscious echo, a substantial functioning fragment of the soul of the boy who had become Voldemort. The fragment in the diary had begun, within a week of receiving its first written entry from Ginevra Weasley, to converse with her. By mid-October, it had begun to control her. By the end of October, it had set her to a series of small acts of midnight vandalism in the school, the small acts of which were, by mid-November, escalating into the small petrifications of the student body, and the school capped by the basilisk that the diary was, through Ginny, learning to summon out of the chamber Salazar Slytherin had hidden under the school. Harry, by mid-November, had reconstructed almost all of this. He had reconstructed it because he had, on the morning of the day after Halloween, found Mrs. Norris suspended by her tail from a wall sconce on the 2nd floor, with the words "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened" in dripping red letters on the wall behind her. and he had spent 4 hours in the library that afternoon reading every reference he could find in Hogwarts. A history to the chamber, and he had concluded by tea time on the same day that the school was hosting something old and large and serpentine. He had then spent 2 further weeks observing. He had spent the first of those weeks identifying the small red-headed first-year girl, who by his careful peripheral observation had been the unwilling vector of the attacks. He had identified her by the small particular pattern of bloodied robes after every attack, by the small particular hours of her unaccounted absences, by the small particular changes in her posture in the Great Hall. He had spent the second of those weeks confirming that the vector was the diary in her bag. He had then written to John. John's reply, which arrived on the 14th of November, was characteristically brief. Confirmed Horcrux. Use consecrated rounds. 3 minimum. Do not engage diary directly until you have it in a controlled space alone. Verify that the girl is not in physical contact with it at the moment of destruction. The diary may attempt to drain her of life to defend itself. P.S. Be careful, please, Harry Papa. He had folded the letter. He had filed it. He had then spent the next 12 days arranging the controlled space. On the night of the 28th of November 1992, Ginevra Weasley fell asleep at the Gryffindor table after dinner with her head on her textbook and her bag on the floor beside her chair, and did not in her sleep notice the small thin first-year Slytherin who walked past her chair on his way to the staff exit, and who in a small slight bend of motion that no one in the hall observed, lifted the diary out of her open bag and replaced it with a second diary. Identical in cover and weight, that he had spent the past 3 weeks making himself by careful magical duplication of a glimpse of the original. The replacement diary was, by his own private craft, blank. He did not, however, return the original to her. He took it in his small inside pocket to the disused girl's bathroom on the 2nd floor, into which he had, by means of a small piece of Parseltongue Harry had discovered in the 2nd week of November that he was unexpectedly able to speak after spending 2 months observing the small carved snake on the sink, gained access 2 weeks before to the Chamber of Secrets. He went down. He stood in the long stone chamber at the bottom of the pipe in front of the great stone statue of Salazar Slytherin. He laid the diary on the cold stone of the chamber floor. He took, from the holster at the small of his back, the H&K P30L. He checked the magazine. He chambered around. He raised the pistol. He aimed at the diary. He fired 3 times. The first round struck the front cover of the diary. The diary screamed. It was not a sound in the strict sense. It was a small, high, terrible thing that vibrated through Harry's teeth, that pressed at the inner walls of his skull, that made the small hairs on his forearms stand straight. It was the sound, John would later tell him, that working men in the trade sometimes heard when they had at last cornered a thing that should not have existed, and that did not, in its own opinion, wish to stop existing. He had heard it twice himself in his long life. He had not enjoyed it. The second round struck the diary at the spine. Ink, black, thick, viscous, alive, poured out of the diary across the stone in a small spreading puddle. The diary jerked sideways. The diary kept screaming. The third round, which Harry had aimed at the center of the diary's body at the small place where by his careful study the bound pages were thickest, struck. The diary stopped screaming. The puddle of ink stopped moving. A thin, pale figure that had begun, in the corner of Harry's vision, to assemble itself out of the air to the left of the statue's foot. A thin, pale figure of a tall, thin, black-haired prefect of 16, with a small, handsome, arrogant mouth and very pale gray eyes, flickered, partially formed, looked at Harry, opened its mouth as if to speak, and dissolved. The chamber was quiet. Harry, without lowering the pistol, stepped forward. He prodded the diary with the toe of his shoe. It did not move. He prodded it again. He set the pistol down on the stone with the safety on and the slide forward. He took from his coat pocket a small pair of leather gloves. He put them on. He picked up the diary by the corner. The diary was, by his careful examination, dead. The front cover was perforated, the binding was broken, the central pages were a small ragged pulp of paper and ink, and the small particular sense of presence that he had been able in the previous 2 weeks to perceive whenever he was within 10 feet of the original had vanished. He put the diary into his inside coat pocket. He picked up his pistol. He turned and looked briefly at the great stone statue. He raised the pistol. He fired twice more with practice rounds not consecrated but lead into the small carved mouth of the statue. The rounds harmlessly sparked against the stone. There was no point in expending the consecrated rounds. He had wanted, however, to make a small private gesture of the sort his father had taught him to make to a defeated and abandoned working ground. He nodded once to the statue. He turned, he climbed back up the pipe. He emerged in the disused girl's bathroom. He cleaned with a small turgia the slight residue of ink on his cuff. He locked the bathroom. He returned to his dormitory. He was in his bed by 10:36. He slept without dreaming. The next morning at breakfast, he passed, briefly, the Gryffindor table. Ginevra Weasley was sitting between her brothers Ron and Percy, eating her toast with both hands, with the small bright recovered animation of a small girl who had, after 8 terrible months, found her own self returned to her in the night. She did not at the time know why. She looked up, however, as Harry passed and met his eyes for the smallest of moments. She did not, of course, recognize the small, clean composure with which he returned the glance. She did not, of course, know that he had, by his small, clean, precise act of the previous evening, given her back the rest of her childhood. She did, however, smile, briefly. He inclined his head in his small, precise way. He walked on. He sat down at the Slytherin table. He ate his eggs. The work of the second year was, in his small, careful estimation, complete. It was at the close of the second year, on the train ride home, that Harry made the small first decision of the rest of his career. He decided to tell his father about Sirius Black. He had been holding the question for a long time. He had been holding it since his first year, since the small piece of careful library research he had conducted into the names of all of the people who had been at any point arrested or imprisoned in connection with the events of 1981. He had been holding it since his small inheritance vault in Gringotts had been rekeyed, and one of the papers in the small file at the back of the vault had been a letter, in his father James's hand, to a man called Padfoot, with a small dog-eared corner and a small line that read, "You are the best brother I shall ever have. May God help us both, J." He had inquired by careful indirect routes into the identity of Padfoot. Padfoot was Sirius Black. Sirius Black, by the official record of the Ministry, was a convicted Death Eater serving life at Azkaban prison for the murder of 12 Muggles and 1 Peter Pettigrew, the betrayal of the Potters to Voldemort, and high treason against the wizarding community. Sirius Black, by his godfather contract, which Harry had on a slightly elaborate fish-around in the back of the Potter family vault, located in the form of a small carbon copy of a magical guardianship instrument dated 30 July 1980, was technically Harry's godfather. Sirius Black, by the small piece of careful magical legal research Harry had conducted with the help of a friendly archivist at the London Continental over the summer between his first and second years, had never had a trial. Sirius Black, by the small piece of careful inferential reasoning Harry had performed alone in his bed on the night of the 7th of June 1993, had not, by every probability he could read, been the betrayer of his parents. He had decided, after a long, careful evening of consideration, to bring this matter to John. He brought it to him at home, at the 8th floor suite on the evening of the 28th of June 1993, when he had been home from school for 10 days and had, with his father, settled back into the small comfortable home rhythms of breakfast and walk and lunch and reading and supper. He brought it to him at the writing desk in his bedroom after supper, with a small file of papers laid out in front of him in the precise considered order he had been working on for 2 months. "Papa." "Yes, Harry, I have for some time been working a small case." John set down his book. "Show me." Harry showed him. He laid out, in order, the original carbon copy of the Godfather contract, the small file of newspaper clippings he had obtained from the Daily Prophet archive on his second visit to Diagon Alley, the small file of court records he had obtained from his archivist at the London Continental, the small private note from his archivist, dated 14 May 1993, on the heading of the London Continental, that read in part, "Mr. Potter, to confirm, I have searched the records of the Ministry of Magic, the Auror Office, the Wisengamot, and the official Daily Prophet, and there is in no record I have been able to locate any reference to a trial of Sirius Black for the offenses for which he is currently incarcerated. He was sent directly from Crouch's custody by ministerial fiat to Azkaban on the morning of 5 November 1981. P.S. He has not, by the records, received counsel." Harry laid the file in front of John. John read it. John read it again. John read it a third time, more slowly, with his small careful pencil notes in the margin, the way Winston had taught both of them years before to read working documents. He looked up. "Harry, yes, Papa, you wish to free him. I wish, if he is innocent, for him to be free. He may not be innocent. He may not. There is also Peter Pettigrew, the man he is supposed to have killed. Pettigrew was, Papa, the Daily Prophet said his body was never recovered. There was a finger." "There was no body. It was, Papa, there was a small line in the Daily Prophet of 12 November 1981 that mentioned that he was an animagus. He was registered. Rat form." John was very quiet. "You think," he said carefully, "that the rat is alive?" "I think the rat is alive. I think the rat was the secret keeper, not Black. I think the rat is in England. I think the rat is, by some piece of careful checking, possibly in the house of an old friend as an apparent pet. I have done a small line of research, Papa, into the Weasley family. The youngest brother who is at Hogwarts, Ron Weasley, has a pet rat called Scabbers. He has had it for 10 years. It is missing the same finger Pettigrew was missing on the night of his alleged murder." John was very quiet. He picked up the file. He looked at it again. He looked at the dates on the records. He looked at the names. He looked at Harry's small, careful annotations in the margin. He set the file down. Harry, yes, Papa, this is extremely good work. Thank you, Papa. How long have you been working it? 2 years. You have not told anyone. No, Papa, why now? The boy was quiet for a long moment. He is in Azkaban, Papa. He has been there 12 years. If he is innocent, he is in there alone. He has not had a trial. He has not had a friend. He has not had, Papa, the Dementors, 12 years of Dementors. Papa, I would like, if it can be done, to bring him home. To New York, or wherever he wishes. To England, to a cottage if he wishes. Wherever, I would like for him to be free, Papa. I would like him to know that he is, at least to one person, believed. John looked at his son. He looked at his son for a long, considered moment. He stood up. He walked slowly to the small writing desk. He laid his hands on the paper file. He stood there with his hands on the paper file for a long moment. Then he said in a low, even voice, "All right, I will go." "Papa, yes. Will you take me?" "Number, why not, Papa? Because I do not, on this particular trip, intend to have you with me. This will be a personal matter. I would prefer that you wait at home." The boy was for a long moment silent. Then he said in a small, steady voice, "Yes, Papa, thank you. You will, Papa, if you can, you will spare them where possible." John was quiet. "I will," he said at last, "spare where it can be afforded." "Yes, Papa, this may be, Harry, this may not be a clean thing. Yes, Papa, you understand. Yes, Papa, I will write you," John said, "by ordinary post when it is done." "Yes, Papa." John looked at his son. He laid his hand briefly on the small, dark head. The boy closed his eyes for a moment. The boy did not embrace his father. That was, by now, never done in public, even between them. But the boy did very slightly lean into the hand. The hand stayed where it was for a long moment. Then John very quietly withdrew it. He walked out of the bedroom. He went to the study. He picked up the phone. He dialed the small private number of the London Continental. "Ainsworth, Jonathan, I am coming. I will be ready. Tomorrow. Of course, I will need an animagus reversal specialist. I will need access to a cell at Azkaban by warrant or by force, both acceptable. I will need a discreet ground vehicle. I will need a small private hotel. I will need a writ of release for the prisoner Black, signed by the minister, post-dated to the day after tomorrow. I will need the writ to be uncontestable. That last is the difficult one. Yes, it is, Jonathan, with the right witness doable. The witness is the difficult one. Yes, Jonathan, we shall acquire the witness. Yes, bring your kit. I am bringing my kit. I have missed you, Jonathan. I have missed you, Ainsworth. I shall meet you at Heathrow. Tomorrow. They hung up. John Wick arrived at Heathrow at 9:30 in the morning of the 30th of June, 1993, on a British Airways flight from JFK, traveling under the name James Dongan, an Irish-American businessman in the import-export trade. He cleared customs in 2 minutes. He met Ainsworth, a small, thin, elderly Englishman in a charcoal three-piece suit with a black bowler and the precise small handlebar mustache he had worn since 1957 at the curb outside arrivals. They embraced, briefly. Ainsworth's driver, a black Bentley Mulsanne with smoked windows, took them in 23 minutes to the London Continental. In the lobby, Ainsworth had laid the following on the corner table by the fire. A small leather portfolio containing the cover documents for the operation, including a forged ministerial warrant for the immediate transfer of the prisoner Black to a holding cell in the London Continental's lower basement, signed by the Undersecretary for Magical Custodial Affairs. The Undersecretary in question, Ainsworth would later inform John, having received from the Continental a substantial private retainer for the past 11 years. A small file on the animagus Peter Pettigrew, including his last known address, the home of the Weasley family at the Borough in Devon, and a small recent photograph taken by a Continental subcontractor 3 weeks before of a small ragged gray rat asleep on the shoulder of a small red-haired boy in pajamas. A small file on Sirius Black, including his Azkaban cell number, his current physical condition, and the standing rotation of his guard. A small case of Continental tools, the contents of which were known to John and which had been freshly serviced. John looked over the files. "Pettigrew first," he said. "Of course. Then Black, of course." "How many guards at the Borough?" "None, Jonathan. The family is unguarded. The father is a low-level ministry clerk. The mother is at home. There are 7 children. The 5th eldest, Percy, is at the moment doing his summer reading in the kitchen. The youngest 2, Ron and Ginny, are at home. The eldest 2, Bill and Charlie, are abroad. The middle, Fred and George, are at home, but, by the standing pattern, leave the house every morning at 10 to walk to a small wood half a mile down the lane where they conduct, by Continental observation, a series of small unsanctioned experiments with chemical compounds. We shall, if you wish, conduct the entire operation at 10:30 in the morning, by which point the house will contain only the mother, the father if he has not gone to work, Percy, Ron, Ginny, and the rat. 10:30. Of course, tomorrow. Of course, I will need the rat alive. Of course, I will on no account hurt the family. Of course, will you accompany me? I had hoped, bring tea, of course. They arrived at the Burrow at 10:31 in the morning of the 1st of July, 1993. The Burrow was a tall, narrow, ramshackle home built without permission and held up, in places that could not, by any reasonable engineering, have held themselves up. The garden was full of overgrown vegetables and small, lazy chickens. A small windsock on the roof rotated slowly in no wind that John could perceive. He knocked on the front door. A tall, thin, red-haired woman in an apron with flour on her hands opened it. She looked at the man in the black suit on her doorstep. She looked at the smaller man in the charcoal suit behind him. She looked at the small silver tray with a teapot and 3 cups that the smaller man was carrying. "Hello," she said carefully. "Good morning, Mrs. Weasley," said John. "My name is John. This is my colleague, Mr. Ainsworth. We are calling on a small private matter that concerns a member of your household. We should be very grateful if you would invite us in for a cup of tea." Mrs. Weasley looked at them, then she looked briefly over her shoulder into the house. Then she said in a low, quiet voice, "What's this about?" "It is about," said John in the same gentle tone, "the rat." Mrs. Weasley stared at him. She closed her eyes for a moment, then she opened them. "All right," she said, "come in." In the kitchen of the Burrow, on the long scrubbed wooden table, John Wick laid out a small, thin device of brass and copper that had been provided to him by Ainsworth that morning, an animagus reversal coil, and a small short cage of fine wrought iron mesh. He laid out also a small folded napkin on which sat the small ragged gray rat that Mrs. Weasley, with no small reluctance, had carried into the kitchen in her cupped hand. The rat was missing a finger. "He's been the family rat for 10 years, Mrs. Weasley said quietly. "Yes, Mrs. Weasley, he was Percy's, then he was Ron's. Yes, Mr. Sir, I do not know what you are about to do. He is not, in fact, a rat. He's what? He is a man called Peter Pettigrew. He was the secret keeper of the Potters and the betrayer of them, and he framed Sirius Black for it. He has been hiding in your house in this form for 10 years. Mrs. Weasley sat down slowly at her own kitchen table. "Oh," she said, "yes, my children have not been harmed, Mrs. Weasley. He could, if it had served him, have harmed them many times. He did not. He was hiding. He needed the shelter. He did not, by my reading, wish to draw attention to himself. Oh, I am, Mrs. Weasley, sorry to bring this into your home. Will you be killing him?" John looked at her. "No," he said, "you won't." "No, Mrs. Weasley, not in your house. I shall, by the warrant on the table, take him into continental custody. He will be questioned. He will, at the end of his questioning, be turned over to the appropriate authorities. Whether he is killed is not my decision." "All right, may I begin?" She nodded. He activated the coil. The rat on the napkin screamed briefly, thinly, and shimmered and grew. In the space of perhaps 3 seconds, the rat was a man. The man was a small, fat, ragged, middle-aged wizard, balding, in mouse-colored rags, with very small, wet eyes and a small, wet mouth, and on his right hand, 4 fingers and a stump. He sat on the kitchen table where the rat had sat, blinked twice, looked at John, looked at Ainsworth, looked at Mrs. Weasley, and burst into tears. Molly, please, Molly, you must understand. Peter," Mrs. Weasley said in a small, thin voice. "Peter Pettigrew in my house for 10 years. Molly, John laid his hand very gently on the small, fat man's shoulder. "Mr. Pettigrew." Peter Pettigrew jerked. He looked up at John. He looked into the eyes of John Wick. The man who in his short adult life had encountered, by his own account, the gaze of the dark Lord Voldemort on 3 occasions, and who had been in each more frightened than he had ever been in his life, looked into the eyes of John Wick and felt, by his own later testimony, the closest he had ever come in all of his life to a real and present understanding of the nature of judgment. "Yes," John said gently. "I have 3 questions." Yes, sir. First question. "Who was the secret keeper of the Potters?" "I was, sir. It was me. I. Second question. "Who informed the Dark Lord of their location?" "I did, sir. I. Voldemort. He had my mother. He had." "That is not relevant to the question. Third question. "Yes, sir. Was Sirius Black, of your knowledge, ever a Death Eater?" "No, sir. No, sir. He hated them. He hated me when he found out. When he came to the house, he came to confront me. Thank you, Mr. Pettigrew." John stepped back. "Mrs. Weasley." "Yes, I should be very grateful if you would, for a piece of parchment, a quill, and an inkwell." She brought them. "Mr. Pettigrew, you will write down in your own hand the 3 answers you have just given. You will sign and date the parchment. You will then sit at this table very quietly until my colleague and I are prepared to escort you to a vehicle." "Yes, sir," he wrote. His hand shook. His handwriting was, John noted with the small, precise attention of a man who had seen, over the years, the handwriting of a great many men under the same kind of pressure, recognizable but visibly distressed. He signed, he dated it, he set the quill down, he sat in silence. John picked up the parchment, he read it, he nodded. Mrs. Weasley. Yes, I should be grateful also if you would witness this document. Yes, she signed. He folded it, he placed it in his inside coat pocket. Ainsworth, sir, take him. Ainsworth, with a small gesture, gathered Peter Pettigrew up by the back of his collar, like a man gathering a small reluctant child by the back of his coat at the school gate. He set the iron cage on the table, he placed Pettigrew, who did not resist, into the cage. He closed the cage, he locked it, he picked it up by its handle. Goodbye, Mrs. Weasley. Goodbye, Mr. Ainsworth. Mrs. Weasley sat at the kitchen table for a long moment in silence after they had left, looking at the small, empty napkin on which the rat had sat for so many years. Then, slowly, very slowly, she stood up. She walked to the small, framed picture of her family that hung on the kitchen wall. In it, all 7 children were waving, and Percy, the 3rd youngest, was holding on his shoulder a small, ragged gray rat. She lifted the picture off the wall. She walked to the back garden. She set the picture on the ground. She drew her wand from her apron pocket. She incinerated the rat very precisely in the picture by a small, careful aiming spell and left the rest of the family unharmed. She hung the picture back up on the wall. She went then into the living room where her son Ron was on the floor reading a Quidditch magazine. She sat down beside him. Ron, dear, she said. Yes, Mum, Scabbers had to go. Oh, he was very old. Oh. You will, my love, have a new pet of your own choosing. We shall go to Diagon Alley next week. Oh, I am sorry, my love. It's all right, Mum. She kissed the top of his red head. She went back to the kitchen. She made for the rest of the morning an exceptionally large quantity of jam. The petition for the immediate release of the prisoner Sirius Black was filed at the Ministry of Magic at 3:22 in the afternoon of the 1st of July, 1993, by Council of Record for the petitioner, council being, by special arrangement of the London Continental, the small, thin, elderly figure of Senior Auror Bartemius Crouch, Jr., who had been recovered by Ainsworth from a small hospital room in St. Mungo's the previous evening, who was carrying in his pocket a signed confession from Peter Pettigrew, and who had been instructed in his lines by Ainsworth on the long drive from St. Mungo's to the ministry that morning. The Wisengamot heard the petition at 4 o'clock. The hearing was brief. The signed confession was admitted into evidence. The witness who had taken it, a Mr. James Dongan of New York, an American gentleman of considerable composure who appeared before the Wisengamot in his customary black suit and who answered each question put to him in his customary low, gentle voice, was admitted. The signed witness statement of Mrs. Molly Weasley was admitted. The original carbon copy of the Godfather contract was admitted into the record. The petition was granted by a vote of 42-2. The 2 against, John noted, were Lucius Malfoy and Dolores Umbridge. Both abstained the next week from their next vote on the floor. The writ of release was signed at 6:48 on the evening of the 1st of July, 1993. The prisoner Sirius Black was transferred, at 11 minutes past midnight on the morning of the 2nd of July, by armored prison ferry from Azkaban to a small port at North Berwick. He arrived in a state of physical and mental ruin, gaunt to the point of starvation, his hair waist-length and matted, his teeth in poor repair, his eyes hollow. John Wick met the boat. He was alone on the dock. The night was cold. There was a small mist on the water. He walked slowly down the dock in his long black overcoat with his hands in his pockets. The guards delivered Sirius Black to him at the end of the dock. You are a free man, Mr. Black. Sirius Black looked at him. His eyes did not at first focus. He had not in 12 years been looked at with anything other than pity, fear, contempt, or the hollow indifference of a Dementor's hood. Who, my name is John Wick. I am your godson Harry's father. Sirius Black's knees buckled. John caught him. He held him for a moment against his own shoulder. Sirius Black smelled, John noted, of cold and sea water and a faint old peat smoke that had been the smell of his cell and of nothing else. He had been bathed by the guards on the boat. He had been given dry clothes. He had been given a blanket, but he had not by any other measure been treated as a man. Come please, Mr. Black, John said quietly. There is a car, there is a warm hotel, there is a bath, there is a meal, there is a long sleep. And in the morning, when you are ready, there is a small dark-haired boy who would very much like, please, to meet you. Sirius Black, his face against the black wool of John Wick's overcoat, began to weep. John held him. He did not for a long moment do anything else. The mist rolled over the dock. Peter Pettigrew was, after his confession had been entered into the official ministry record, returned by the Continental to the custody of the small private detention service of one Auror office contractor. John Wick had by his promise to Harry spared him. Sirius Black had, however, by his arrival at the safe house in Edinburgh on the morning of the 2nd of July, 1993, no such standing promise. He had in his hand the address of the detention facility. He had in his hand the address provided by John with, written below the address in John's small precise hand, the single word, "Whatever you think best." Sirius Black had read the address. He had folded the paper, he had put it in his pocket, he had eaten his breakfast, he had bathed, he had dressed in the new clothes Ainsworth had laid out for him. He had then, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the 2nd of July, taken the address from his pocket, looked at it, set it on fire with the tip of his wand, and walked out of the hotel into a small flue address Ainsworth had provided him. He had returned to the safe house at 7:15 in the evening. He had, when he sat down to supper in his small, slightly too large new suit, in the small private dining alcove of the Edinburgh Continental, said only, quietly, "He is dead." John had nodded. He had not asked for further detail. He had passed the bread. Harry Potter met his godfather for the first time at Heathrow Airport at 4:22 in the afternoon of the 7th of July, 1993. He had flown over with Karen on a charter 3 days previously, having been informed by John's letter that the work had been concluded successfully, and that, by Harry's leave, he might come now. He walked in his small dark blue traveling suit, with Karen a step behind him in his customary three-piece, into the arrivals hall. In the arrivals hall at the small VIP gate stood John Wick, and beside him a tall, thin-haunted man in a black suit that did not, in spite of its impeccable tailoring, quite fit him. The man was clean-shaven. He had been clean-shaven by a barber at the London Continental 2 days before, his first proper shave in 12 years. His hair was short. It had been cut by the same barber, by the man's own muttered insistence, to a length that would, in the man's later own words, not make me look like a man who had just escaped from somewhere. His teeth had been cleaned. His clothes were fresh. He had been, by the small kind hands of 3 different specialists, 2 doctors and a magical dentist, returned to something approximating the appearance of a tired, thin, dignified, middle-aged Englishman of his class. He still, however, did not quite look like a man who fit inside his clothes. He stood at the gate with his hands in his pockets and his shoulders very slightly hunched, as if he was not certain whether he was permitted to stand straight in this room. When he saw Harry, however, he straightened. His face, John would later describe to Winston, became in the space of perhaps 2 seconds the face of a man whose entire life had been compressed into the act of waiting, and who was now being given very gently permission to set the weight down. He took a step forward. "Harry, Sirius." The boy stopped about 3 feet away from his godfather. He looked at him. He looked at his eyes. Sirius's eyes were gray, slightly red-rimmed, and very steady. He looked at his hands. Sirius's hands were thin and clean. He looked at his shoulders. Sirius's shoulders were the shoulders of a tired man who was, at the moment of looking, very carefully not weeping. "It is good to meet you, Sirius." "It is, Harry. It is very good to meet you." A pause. The boy, who had been raised since the age of 1 in a household in which the warm physical embrace of one's family in public spaces was not the customary form of greeting, hesitated for the briefest of moments. Then, in a small deliberate gesture he had not made in all of his 11 years of life, Harry Potter stepped forward and put his arms around his godfather's waist. Sirius Black, after the briefest possible pause, knelt down on the floor of Heathrow's arrivals hall and put his arms very gently around his godson. He held him. He did not, for a long moment, do anything else. Behind them, John Wick and Karen stood quietly watching. After perhaps a minute, Sirius Black stood. He held Harry briefly by both shoulders at arm's length and looked at him. He turned then slightly to John. "John, Sirius, I do not know how to thank you. You do not need to. I would, however, like to." Then, and here John very rarely allowed himself the small dry corner of a smile, "buy us dinner." Sirius Black laughed briefly for the first time in 12 years. The 4 of them, Harry, John, Sirius, Karen, walked together out of the airport. The summer of 1993 was the summer in which Harry Potter, aged 12, was, by the small steady additions of the previous 2 months, finally given his family. His godfather moved into the small adjoining suite on the 8th floor of the Continental, the suite that had been, since 1989, vacant. Winston had ordered it refurbished in the week between Harry's letter and John's flight for exactly this contingency. Sirius walked into a small, handsome 2-bedroom apartment with a small fireplace, a small wood-paneled study, a small kitchen, and a small balcony, all of it dressed for him, on Karen's silent, careful instruction, with a small selection of small personal effects. A photograph of James and Lily Potter on his wedding day at Godric's Hollow. A photograph of him and James and Remus Lupin and Peter Pettigrew at the age of 17 on the front steps of Hogwarts. A photograph of the 4 of them at the wedding of James and Lily that Ainsworth had recovered that summer from the small storage vault in Godric's Hollow that the Ministry had, after the Potter deaths, kept under interdiction. Sirius sat down on the small sofa in his new study. He looked at the photographs. He cried very quietly for about 20 minutes. Then he wiped his eyes. He stood up. He walked down the hall to Harry's bedroom. Harry, yes, Sirius, will you walk with me, please? Of course, Sirius. The two of them walked down to the lobby. They walked out the front door. They walked across to Central Park. They walked in the late afternoon along the small curving path beside the pond, through the warm summer air, beneath the trees. Sirius Black in his new clothes, breathing freely outside with his godson beside him for the first time in 12 years, did not at first speak. After about 20 minutes he said in a small low voice, Harry, I owe you so much. You owe me nothing, Sirius. Harry, you put together, Harry, my dear lad, you reconstructed an entire case at the age of 11 that no one in the wizarding community of this isle considered worth reconstructing. You are the reason I am out. I am the reason. Papa is the reason. Mr. Ainsworth is the reason. Mr. Crouch, the senior orar who testified, is in a small private way the reason. Mr. Pettigrew was the reason. Mrs. Weasley was the reason. A great many people are the reason. Yes, but you, Harry, you were the first one. The boy was quiet for a long moment. I had to be, he said at last. Sirius did not at first understand. He stopped on the path. He looked down at his godson. Why, Harry? The boy was quiet for a long moment. Because, he said, you are family. He looked up at Sirius. And in this family, he said quietly, we do not leave each other where we have been left, if we can help it. Papa taught me this. Sirius Black, in the middle of the path, in the warm late afternoon of the first proper summer day of his freedom, knelt down on the gravel. He put his arms around the boy. The boy put his arms around him. They held each other for a long moment. A jogger passing on the path glanced briefly at the kneeling man in the dark suit and the small dark-haired boy in the small dark cardigan and did not, by some small mercy of the city's habit of not noticing the small private moments of strangers, slow down. After a long while Sirius stood up. He held Harry briefly by the shoulders and looked at him. Your father, he said. Yes, Sirius. James would have loved this man you have become. The boy was very quiet. I would have liked Sirius to have known him. You will, I shall, Harry, I shall tell you about him, every story, everything I remember, Lily, too. I shall give them back to you, Harry, as best I can, I shall give them back to you. Yes, Sirius, and Harry, yes, Sirius, your father, the one you have now, the man who came for me, yes, Sirius, he is, Harry, he is the rarest man I have ever met. Yes, Sirius, he has done for you what James would have done, he has done for you, in fact, more than James knew how to do. The boy was very quiet. Yes, he said softly. Yes, Sirius. You will, Harry, you will always remember James and Lily. Yes, Sirius. You will also by the same right love the man who has stood in their place for the past 12 years. The boy looked up at his godfather. I do, he said quietly. Sirius, I do. Sirius Black exhaled very slowly. Yes, he said. Good, Harry. They walked on. They walked slowly back to the Continental. They had dinner that evening, the four of them, John, Sirius, Harry, and Karen, at a small Italian restaurant on the corner that Karen's mother had recommended. Sirius Black ate, for the first time in 12 years, a proper meal of his own choosing. He fell asleep that night in his small, handsome new bed in the 8th-floor apartment of the Continental, with the small, worn photograph of James Potter on his bedside table, and slept, dreamlessly, for 14 hours. He woke up. He stood at the window of his apartment in the morning light. He looked out over the rooftops of Manhattan. He understood for the first time in 12 years that he had been given at last a home. He stood at the window for a long time. The sun came up over the East River. He turned away from the window. He went slowly downstairs to find his godson. The third year of Harry Potter's working education was about to begin. Chapter 6: The Cup and the Graveyard. The Triwizard Tournament was, by the standards of any reasonable form of secondary school athletics, the most ostentatiously unsafe event ever sanctioned by the British Ministry of Magic. And it had taken the better part of a century of vigorous private lobbying by certain politically motivated members of the International Confederation of Wizards to bring it back into public favor after the last student had died at the second task of the 1791 edition. In the small, unpleasant accident involving a manticore and an underprepared Beauxbaton's fourth year named Verlaine. The 1994 edition, however, was the edition into which Harry Potter was, against all standing rules of age and consent, entered. He was entered on the evening of the 31st of October, 1994, in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, by means of a small piece of careful magical fraud committed by the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor of that year, who had styled himself as Professor Alastor Moody, but who was by the small piece of careful observation Harry conducted in his first week of classes, not Professor Alastor Moody at all. The man was, Harry concluded, by the second week of the autumn term. The impostor smelled very faintly of polyjuice potion. The impostor drank at intervals of approximately 1 hour from a small silver hip flask he carried on his belt. The impostor's magical eye on close attention did not rotate in the small, uncalibrated way the real Moody's had, by all photographs Harry had been able to obtain through the small, careful archive of his Uncle Winston, rotated in the years of his post-retirement. The impostor flinched very slightly in Harry's presence at the same particular pitch he had heard once before in The Impostor of Quirrell. Harry was, by the 3rd week of October, almost entirely certain that the man who was teaching defense against the dark arts to him in 1994 was, in fact, a Death Eater operating undercover. He did not know which Death Eater. He would, by careful reading of Winston's quietly couriered file from the Continental's records office, narrow the possibilities to 3 by mid-November. He would, by careful observation of the impostor's drinking habits and his small distinctive limp, narrow the possibilities to 1 by the 1st week of December. The one was Bartemius Crouch Jr. Bartemius Crouch Jr. was, by official ministry record, dead, having died in Azkaban shortly after his 1981 conviction. He had, however, by a small piece of unofficial intelligence Winston had quietly purchased from Bode the desk clerk in late November, been smuggled out of Azkaban in his mother's coffin in 1982, by way of a pair of long-term Polyjuice swaps that had been arranged by his father, the senior Auror Crouch. The senior Crouch had, since 1982, been keeping the junior Crouch under house arrest at the family estate in the south of England, under a permanent imperious charm. In the spring of 1994, the junior Crouch had, by a small piece of careful intelligence that had reached Winston in October, been kidnapped from the house by the small revenant wraith of the Dark Lord, and had been, since the early summer, restored to his full operational capacity, and placed in the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts under Polyjuice. His mission was to deliver Harry Potter, at the appointed hour of the 3rd task of the tournament, to a graveyard in the village of Little Hangleton, where the wraith, supported by a small surviving cadre of true believer Death Eaters, would, by a small ancient ritual of which Bode had read Winston the salient passages over a long evening at the London Continental, attempt to use Harry's blood and the bone of his father to restore the wraith to a corporeal body. Harry knew all of this by the 1st week of December 1994. He knew it because he had read the Crouch file, he had read the Bode brief. He had read the small set of careful, weekly letters his father had sent him by ordinary owl post over the course of the autumn term, each of which had set out, with the small clean precision of a working document, the working hypothesis as best John and Winston had been able to construct it from New York. He had, on the 7th of December, written his father a single long letter setting out his own assessment, together with 3 working contingency plans for the 3rd task. John had replied by return owl with the brief lines, acknowledged, Plan B is the cleanest. We will be in attendance at the 3rd task in any case. Continue to manage the impostor in your accustomed manner, Papa. Harry had folded the letter, he had filed it. He had continued, with the small, careful, steady manner he had refined over 3 years of working at the school, to manage the impostor. The impostor, by the 1st week of January 1995, had become, by Harry's careful private observation, increasingly nervous in his presence. He had, on 3 separate occasions, sat in on Harry's small defense against the dark arts practical sessions, with the small, intense red eyes of a man who was trying to determine whether the small, dark-haired Slytherin in his second-row seat was, in any operational sense, the boy he had been promised. The impostor had, on each occasion, departed the classroom appearing more thoughtful than he had arrived. Harry had, on each occasion, given him absolutely no working information from which to draw a conclusion. This had, by Harry's reading, worried the impostor profoundly. This had been, by Harry's reading, the desired outcome. The 1st task of the tournament took place on the 24th of November, 1994, in a small wooden arena hastily constructed in the lower paddock of the Hogwarts grounds, into which 4 nesting dragons had been delivered, the night before, by a small team of Romanian dragon handlers. The task was for each champion to retrieve a small golden egg from the protective custody of a nesting dragon. The other 3 champions were Cedric Diggory, a tall, thin, handsome Hufflepuff 7th year of unfailing personal courtesy, who had a small mid-September relationship with the Ravenclaw 5th year Cho Chang and who would, in Harry's small, careful assessment, prove not to be a person Harry needed to worry about. Fleur de Lacquer, a tall, blonde Beauxbatons 7th year of distinguished ancestry, who had attempted, at the welcome feast in October, to apply, in Harry's direction, a small Vila-related glamour that had failed entirely against the small occlumency exercises Harry had been practicing in his quiet evenings at the Continental since his second year. She had, after the failure, looked at him with a flash of something close to admiration, and had spent the rest of the dinner with the kind of pleasant, amused politeness that, by Harry's reading, marked her as a working professional of her own kind. Victor Krum, the 18-year-old Durmstrang seventh-year and starting seeker for the Bulgarian national Quidditch team, who walked, Harry noted, with the small specific shoulder set of a young man who had been trained in something more than ordinary sport, and whose handshake, when introduced in the lobby of the welcome ball by Karkaroff, had been the small, careful, firm working handshake of a man who had been taught, in addition to his sport, the kind of greeting Harry's father had taught him. Harry liked all three of them on first inspection more than he had liked any of his Slytherin housemates. He did not, however, befriend any of them. He kept, throughout the autumn term, his customary working distance. For the first task, he had been assigned a Hungarian horntail. The horntail had been by random draw the most aggressive of the four dragons. The other three champions had been given somewhat less dangerous breeds. Harry approached the arena on the morning of the 24th in the small dark traveling robes the Continental had cut for him over the summer for exactly this kind of out-of-doors event. He was carrying his school satchel, which, in addition to his usual books and quills, contained, in the lower compartment, the H&K P30L with 2 spare magazines and his consecrated rounds and his yew wand. He was wearing, in the inside lining of his robes, the small flexible plate of woven aramid Madame Malkin had stitched for him 3 years before. He entered the arena to the polite applause of approximately 2,000 spectators. The Hungarian horntail on the rocky stage of the arena reared up at the sight of him. Harry very calmly walked to a position approximately 20 meters from the dragon. He stopped. He set down his satchel. He took out from the lower compartment the H&K P30L. The crowd, at the appearance of an unfamiliar object in his hand, went briefly quiet. Harry very quietly addressed the dragon in his soft, small, low voice. "Madam," he said, "I have no business with you. I have business with the egg. You will, in 3 seconds, please move 3 meters to the left. I shall then take the egg. I shall not, by any action of mine, injure your other eggs. You may, if you wish, return to your nest immediately thereafter." The horntail, who did not, of course, speak English, blinked. The horntail, who did, however, speak the small, specific vocabulary of the Parselmouth, Harry had been, by a small, careful piece of practice, refining his Parseltongue throughout the summer, registered in the deep, echoing cavity of her dragon skull the small, clean rumble of Harry's working request, and considered it. She considered it for perhaps 3 seconds. Then, with a small, grumbling shift of weight, she moved 3 meters to the left. Harry walked in his small, dark traveling robes the 20 meters to the nest. He stepped carefully over the 4 ordinary eggs in their gravel hollow. He picked up the golden egg. He bowed slightly to the horntail. He walked in his small, dark traveling robes back to the gate of the arena. He turned at the gate and inclined his head in the small, precise way Karen had taught him to the dragon handlers in the box. He walked off the field. He had been in the arena for 38 seconds. The crowd at the gate did not at first react. The small, clean working efficiency of the engagement had been, for the wizarding audience, almost incomprehensible. Then very slowly, a single voice, Mr. Bagman, the small heavyset commentator in the announcer's box, managed to find a syllable. "Well," Mr. Bagman said. "Well, that was, ladies and gentlemen, the fastest first task in the history of the Triwizard Tournament. Mr. Potter has retrieved the egg without any apparent. The crowd finally began to applaud. The applause grew. The applause, by the time Harry had reached the small medical tent behind the arena, was a roar. In the medical tent, Madame Pomfrey looked at him, looked at his robes intact, looked at his arms intact, looked at his hands steady, and, finding nothing in any way to treat, made him drink a small cup of pumpkin juice and sent him out. He walked back to the castle. In the corner of the lower paddock, in the small VIP box reserved for honored guests of the Triwizard Tournament, John Wick and Winston Scott, both in their customary black 3-piece Continental formal attire, both with their hands folded politely in their laps, both with the small precise Continental enamel boss at their collar pins that identified them, to the right kind of observer as exactly what they were, turned very slightly to one another. "Well done," said Winston. "Yes," said John. Beside them, Sirius Black, who had been formally pardoned by retroactive judgment of the Wisengamot in October, and who had been since then on the steady mend at the Continental's London branch in Knightsbridge, and who had that morning been wearing the small distinguished black and burgundy of the same Continental formal kit, exhaled a long breath he had not quite known he had been holding. "Christ," he said softly, "he's even more like you than I'd thought." "Yes," said John. "You realize that's a frightening thing, John?" "Yes, right, good." They watched in dignified silence, as Madame Maxim and Professor Karkaroff in the rival schools, VIP boxes, attempted with great difficulty to recover the composure they had begun the morning with. The Yule Ball took place on the 25th of December. Harry, who was, by school rules and by the strict requirements of his standing as trousered champion, required to open the ball with a partner, had been for the first time in his life briefly at a loss for a course of action. He had, by the small letter he had sent his father at the start of December, been informed that he could, if he wished, decline to attend. He had decided, after several days of consideration, that the decline would be more conspicuous than the attendance. He had then, in the second week of December, written a small careful letter to a girl who had at the start of the year struck him as being, by his standard of working assessment, the kind of person with whom he could spend a single evening of forced public socializing without either of them being damaged by the experience. The girl was Fleur de Lacre. He had written in his small precise hand, "Mademoiselle de Lacre, I have been informed by my headmaster that I am required to open the Yule Ball on the evening of the 25th with a partner. The customary partner for such an event would be a fellow student of my house. I have on inspection no fellow student of my house with whom I should care to spend an entire evening of forced public socializing. I have observed over the course of the autumn term that you are a working professional of your own quiet kind, and that you would understand exactly the spirit in which this invitation is intended. I propose that you and I attend the ball together, that we dance the opening waltz, that we converse pleasantly throughout the meal in either French or English at your preference, and that we permit one another to retire to our respective dormitories at our individual judgment of the appropriate hour without obligation. I should be honored if you accept. Yours, Harry James Potter." He had sent it by school owl. She had replied by return, "Mr. Potter, I accept on the terms you have proposed. I would like additionally that we converse in French. I have not, in this island, had cause to use my own language with anyone above the age of 7, and I find my ear is suffering. I shall meet you at the Slytherin dungeon stair at 7:45. Fleur. He had folded the letter. He had filed it. On the evening of the 25th, in the small dark formal dress robes Karen had cut for him in November, Harry walked Fleur de Lacre into the great hall on his arm in front of approximately 500 fellow students. They danced the opening waltz with the small, clean precision of two professionals doing the work in front of them. They spent the meal speaking, in soft conversational French, about a small selection of mutually agreeable topics. The small particular qualities of a Bordeaux of 1988 that Fleur had been served the previous summer at her aunt's table in Marseille. The small particular qualities of the Italian operas of the late Verdi period, on which Harry had been raised by Karen's mother and Winston. The small particular qualities of the diplomatic relations between the French and British ministries, on which Fleur had inside views. They danced two further dances. They walked briefly in the small courtyard outside the hall. They retired by mutual agreement at 11:15. In the corner of the dance floor, watching them at one point, Sirius Black murmured to John Wick, both of whom had, as continental observers, been invited to the ball in their formal kit. "John, he is 12, she is 17. Yes, and she is Vila. Yes, he doesn't seem to mind. Number, you don't seem to mind. She is, by Winston's assessment, a working professional of her own kind. She does not in any sense present a threat to him. They have, by the evidence, a pleasant working arrangement. John, he is 12. Yes, Sirius. This is not, by any standard, what 12-year-old boys do." "He is not," John said quietly, "by any standard a 12-year-old boy." Number a pause. Sirius, after a moment, said, I should be horrified by any of this, by all of this, by the gun in his satchel and the wand on his hip and the 17-year-old Vila in his arms, by the small, careful, steady working discipline of him. I should be horrified, John. I keep waiting to be horrified. And I am not. Number, I am Christ, John. I am proud." "Yes," John said quietly. "Yes, Sirius, I know." The second task took place on the 24th of February, 1995, in the Hogwarts Lake. The task was for each champion to retrieve a hostage who had been placed, by means Harry had read about in the official task brief, in the depths of the lake under enchantment. Harry's hostage was, by Dumbledore's small careful selection of the people each champion would most miss, not, as the headmaster had carefully planned, Hermione Granger, the small bushy-haired Gryffindor with whom Harry had been observed studying in the library on 3 occasions, nor Fleur de Lacre with whom Harry had been observed at the ball, nor Theodore Nott, the closest thing Harry had in his house to a working ally. Harry's hostage was John Wick. John had been removed, by an imperious placed on him in the small private moment of his arrival in the Hogwarts entrance hall the previous evening, by the impostor Moody, who had, as Harry would later determine, by the small careful private interrogation he conducted of the impostor afterwards, been ordered by Dumbledore to find and bring to the lake the person Harry would most miss. The impostor who was, by his own internal calculations, attempting to maintain his cover, had complied. This was, Harry concluded by the morning of the 24th, the operational tipping point. If anything had gone wrong with John in the lake, anything at all, Harry would, by the standing instructions his father had given him in the previous letter, have killed Dumbledore by the end of the same day. Nothing went wrong. Harry, by means of the small bubblehead charm he had been practicing for 2 months, swam down. He retrieved his father from the small magical sleep in which he was suspended. He swam back up. He delivered John to the platform at 14 minutes and 22 seconds, the fastest time of any champion. John, upon being released from the sleep, was, by the small reading Harry conducted of his hands, extremely angry. John did not, however, say anything in the small public space of the lakeshore. He took from a continental aide a warm, dry towel. He dried his hair, he dressed, he walked with Harry slowly to the small private tent that had been set up for the Continental's senior officers. In the tent, in the small private moment after the flap had closed, John knelt in front of his son. Harry, yes, Papa, you are well. Yes, Papa, are you well? Yes. You were not, they did not, number they, Harry, they placed me in a sleep. I was not in any conscious sense in the lake. I was, Harry, I was, for the duration of the task, asleep on a small lake bed in a small magical cradle. I have in my long life had worse hours. The boy was for a long moment very still. Then in a small steady voice that he had not used since he had been very small, he said, Papa, if you had not come up. Yes, Harry, if you had not, if anything had, Harry. Yes, Papa, you would have done what I would have done. The boy was very still. Yes, Papa, yes, I would have. I know. John placed his hand briefly on the side of the small dark head. We are well, Harry, we are well. The work today is concluded. We have, in fact, another task to consider. Yes. Yes, Papa. Then we go and have lunch. Yes, Papa. They went and had lunch. Sirius, who had been waiting in the tent throughout the task, had been, by his own later admission to Winston, within approximately 15 seconds of preemptively killing the entire panel of judges himself. He had been talked out of it, gently, by Winston, who had been seated beside him. He had been kept calm in those long minutes between John's submersion and the arrival of the first champion on the lakeshore, by Winston, who had handed him a small flask of brandy and a small clean handkerchief and had said in his light, cool voice, Sirius, my dear man, the boy will retrieve him. You and I will both, in due course, drink a great deal of bourbon together this evening. The day is, by every measure, going to be quite all right. And if it isn't, Winston, then, dear man, we will end this school by tomorrow morning. Sirius had nodded. He had drunk the brandy. He had waited. The boy had retrieved his father. The day had been, by every measure, quite all right. Sirius and Winston had that evening drunk a great deal of bourbon together. The third task took place on the 24th of June, 1995, in the great hedge maze that had been grown by Professor Sprout's small, careful greenhouse arts in the lower paddock of the Hogwarts grounds over the preceding 6 months. The maze had been seeded with a variety of obstacles: a sphinx, a blast-ended scroot, an acromantula, a small concentrated area of devil's snare, and several other creatures of varying levels of menace. At the center of the maze, on a small pedestal, stood the Triwizard Cup, a tall, thin silver chalice that had been, by means Harry had learned in the small, careful letter John had sent him in May, converted into a portkey by the impostor Moody, with the destination set to a small, overgrown graveyard in the village of Little Hangleton. The plan by both sides had been clear since May. The wraith would, by the impostor's careful arrangements, ensure that Harry reached the cup first. The cup would, on contact, deliver Harry to the graveyard. In the graveyard, the wraith's surviving Death Eater cadre, a small operational team led by the small, terrified figure of Bartemius Crouch Sr., who had been by this point fully turned by the wraith and was now serving as the ritual's master of ceremonies, would, by the ritual of bone, flesh, blood, attempt to resurrect the wraith into a corporeal body. Harry's plan, by careful arrangement with his father, had been simpler. Harry would, on the evening of the third task, by careful prior arrangement, ensure that he reached the cup second, not first. The first would be Cedric Diggory, who had, by polite agreement between Harry and Cedric during a small, careful private conversation in the small, disused girls' bathroom on the second floor in the week before the task, been informed of the full operational situation in confidence and had agreed to participate in the small deception. Cedric would, by the agreed-upon plan, reach the cup, take it, be transported to the graveyard, be ambushed and killed by the Death Eaters, his body brought back as part of the ritual. This was, however, not what would actually happen. What would actually happen, by John's small, careful, and considered plan, was this: Cedric would not, in fact, reach the cup. The cup would not, in fact, function as a portkey when it reached the graveyard. The Death Eaters in the graveyard would not, in fact, encounter Cedric Diggory. The Death Eaters in the graveyard would, in fact, encounter John Wick. This had been arranged by Winston 3 weeks before the task, through a small piece of careful magical engineering conducted by the goblin metallurgist out of Gringotts, London, the same goblin who had certified, 4 years before, the operability of firearms in magical environments. The goblin had, by careful private inspection of the Triwizard Cup over the course of the 3rd week of June, while the cup had been on temporary display at the Ministry of Magic in advance of the final task, replaced the small portkey enchantment on the cup with a second-stage portkey enchantment of his own quiet design. The new enchantment would, on contact by any human hand, transport the bearer to a small private safe house on the Isle of Man, rather than the graveyard. The new enchantment would, however, on the first delayed activation, 15 minutes after the bearer's arrival on the Isle of Man, transport a different object, prepared in advance and waiting at the safe house, to the original portkey's destination. The different object was John Wick. John would, on arrival in the graveyard, conclude the matter. At 9:17 on the evening of the 24th of June, 1995, in the high hedges of the Hogwarts maze, in the small clearing at the center of the maze, on the small stone pedestal that supported the Triwizard Cup, the small heel of Cedric Diggory's right shoe touched very lightly on the small flat marble plate that supported the cup. The cup did not transport him. Cedric, who had been briefed, did not seem surprised. He turned in the soft green light of the maze. He waited. About 45 seconds later, Harry Potter, who had taken a small, slightly longer route through the maze in order to ensure that he would arrive after Cedric had touched the plate, emerged from the southwest entrance of the clearing. He saw Cedric. He inclined his head. "All right, Cedric. All right, Harry. Pick up the cup." Yes, Cedric picked up the cup. He vanished. Harry stood alone in the clearing in the small, soft green light. He waited. On the Isle of Man, in the small private safe house that the Continental's London branch had by careful prior arrangement, prepared at the small village of Castletown, Cedric Diggory landed lightly on the flagstones of a small reception room. The room was warm. The fire was lit. A pot of tea was waiting on the small side table. In the armchair beside the fire sat a tall, thin, elderly gentleman in a charcoal three-piece suit, with a small handlebar mustache, who stood as Cedric arrived. Mr. Diggory. "Mr. Ainsworth, welcome. Thank you. Tea, please," he poured. Cedric, who had not been in the small, careful Continental working circle for 3 weeks without learning a great deal about what a working professional looked like, sat down opposite Ainsworth and accepted his cup of tea with the small considered formality that the moment required. He sipped. He looked at Ainsworth. "And now, Mr. Diggory, we wait. Mr. Wick will be transported in 11 minutes by my watch to the destination he is going. He will, by my estimation, conclude his business there in approximately 40 minutes. He will then return here by his own portkey, after which we shall all of us, you, he, and I, depart for a small late supper at the local establishment." "Right, you are well. Yes, Mr. Ainsworth, you are not alarmed." "No, Mr. Ainsworth, I had been informed of the broad shape of the evening. I am a little surprised, Mr. Ainsworth, by how calm everyone is." Ainsworth smiled. "Mr. Diggory," he said, "calm is the only mood we are permitted to have in this trade. We can be many other things in private, afraid, angry, sorrowful. We can, on occasion, be quite emotional. But the calm is the operational mood. Without the calm, the work does not happen." "Yes, Mr. Ainsworth. Tea. Yes, please." He poured another cup. The fire snapped. At 9:31 on the evening of the 24th of June, 1995, in the small, overgrown graveyard of the village of Little Hangleton in the south of England, beneath a heavy white moon, on the cracked flagstones in front of the elaborate Gothic mausoleum of the Riddle family, the air shimmered once and John Wick arrived. He was wearing his full Continental formal attire, the black three-piece suit, the black silk tie, the black silk shirt, the black overcoat, the black gloves, the black Oxford shoes. He was carrying in the holsters under his coat his 2H and KP-30L pistols with full magazines and threaded suppressors. In the inside breast pocket his consecrated rounds. At the small of his back his Benchmade folding knife, at the left ankle his ceramic backup. In the right inside breast pocket his garrote, and in the left outer pocket of his overcoat a single small additional item. A thin glass vial containing approximately 1 gram of basilisk venom. Prepared for him 3 weeks earlier by Bode, the desk clerk from a small private sample held by the Department of Mysteries. The vial was, by his small careful planning, for a particular contingency. He arrived in the center of the graveyard, on the flagstone before the Riddle tomb, in the soft moonlight, with the small unhurried bearing of a man arriving at a business meeting for which he had been briefed. The Death Eaters in their ritual circle around the small pre-prepared cauldron looked up. There were, by John's quick precise count, 14 of them. The cauldron in the center of the circle was full of a thick steaming silver fluid. Beside the cauldron, in a small dark glass jar held by the figure at its head, was a small pale serpentine thing, a fragment, John noted, of the wraith in its weakened state, awaiting the ritual. The figure at the head of the cauldron was Bartemius Crouch Sr., in deep black robes with his head bare, his eyes hollow. Beside him in the corresponding officiating position was Bartemius Crouch Jr., polyjuice fading, the small particular features of his face flickering between the false Moody and his own. The other 12 were, by John's quick, precise read, the inner circle Death Eaters who had survived the previous war, Lucius Malfoy. Bellatrix Lestrange, recently sprung from Azkaban by another of the Wraith's small, careful operations the previous month, Rodolphus Lestrange, Rabiston Lestrange, Walden McNair, Augustus Rookwood, Antonin Dolohov, Travers, Mulciber, Avery. Not the father of his son's classmate. Crabbe likewise, 12, plus the 2 Crouches, 14, excellent. He had by his small careful prior calculation been expecting 15. The 15th, Severus Snape, by the careful tactical intelligence John had been given by Dumbledore in a small quiet meeting at the Continental's London branch the previous week, was not in fact in the circle. Snape had, throughout the previous 14 years, been operating as a double agent under Dumbledore's orders. He was, John had been informed, somewhere on the grounds of Hogwarts, conducting a small parallel intervention of his own, the precise nature of which Dumbledore had declined to specify, but which John had been satisfied did not, in any way, conflict with his own operation. He raised, in slow, steady succession, both pistols. The 14 Death Eaters who had been preparing the ritual did not at first, in the soft moonlight, register the small, dark figure in the center of their circle as a threat. They had been expecting a small, dark-haired schoolboy. They were looking at a tall man in a black suit. Several of them had, over the previous 5 months, received briefings on the small, careful intelligence that there was, in New York, a Muggle gentleman of unusual capacities who had taken charge of the Potter boy. Several of them had, in private gossip, dismissed the intelligence as exaggerated. Several of them, in the next 11 seconds, would die without ever revising that dismissal. The first round John fired was from his left-hand pistol, into the temple of Augustus Rookwood, who had been, by his small, careful study of the briefing file Winston had provided, the most magically capable of the operational cadre and the one most likely to be able to deflect an opening burst. Rookwood's wand arm dropped before Rookwood had registered the sound of the shot. The second round from the right-hand pistol took Antonin Dolohov in the throat, because Dolohov was, by John's working assessment, the second most magically capable and the one most likely to attempt to apparate out of the engagement zone. Dolohov could not, with a severed throat, complete the small whispered command of a disapparition. The third and fourth rounds took Walden McNair and Travers, both at the throat, in a small clean pivot of the left wrist. The fifth and sixth rounds both consecrated, because John had at this point determined, by the small flicker of the small serpentine thing in the jar at Crouch Sr.'s elbow, that the wraith fragment in the jar was indeed a Horcrux that would need to be dispatched in the same engagement, were intended for the jar itself. But the jar was, John registered, behind Crouch Sr.'s body, and the cleanest line of fire was through Crouch Sr.'s small thin chest. He took the line. Crouch Sr. fell. The jar behind him shattered. The small serpentine thing inside the jar screamed briefly, and dissolved into a thin black mist that hung briefly on the air, and then with the small particular sound of a small piece of wet silk being torn slowly, fled through the cemetery, through the iron gate out away, to wherever it was that the remaining wraith fragment was waiting. The remaining 10 Death Eaters had by this point registered that something unusual was occurring. Several of them began with their wands to cast. Lucius Malfoy, the closest to John on the left side of the circle, raised his wand and began to speak the opening syllables of a killing curse. He did not complete the syllables. The seventh round from John's left-hand pistol struck Lucius Malfoy through the open mouth, in the small clean window between the second and third syllables of the curse, with the small precise tactical pleasure of a craftsman timing a difficult cut. Lucius Malfoy fell. The eighth and ninth rounds in quick rolling double tap struck Rodolphus and Rabiston Lestrange in their respective sternums. Both went down. Bellatrix Lestrange, who was, by John's working assessment, the most lethally effective of the surviving cadre at point-blank engagements, had, by the time the ninth round struck, already begun her small, specific casting motion. She was approximately 4 meters from John on his right side. Her wand was raised. Her mouth was forming the small particular shape of the killing curse. John dropped with the small, clean, tactical fall of a working professional who had been taught, by an old Belarusian woman in 1959, that when one was outdrawn by a faster magical caster at 4 meters, one did not on any account attempt to outdraw them. One dropped below the line of the curse, made of one's own body a small, low rolling target, and continued. The green flash of the curse went over his head. He came up out of the drop in a small, clean kneeling position, both pistols leveled, and emptied the remaining contents of both magazines into Bellatrix Lestrange. Bellatrix Lestrange, who, by John's careful subsequent reckoning, had been hit by 17 rounds, 15 of them consecrated, of which 4 had struck center mass, 3 had struck the head, and the rest had struck the small wand arm at various heights, fell sideways into the small carved stone of an adjacent tombstone, and was by every working measure no longer a tactical concern. John was, at this point, out of ammunition in both pistols. He executed, in a single smooth two-handed motion, the magazine change he had been practicing since he was 20. The change took by Winston's stopwatch a decade earlier 1¼ seconds. In 1¼ seconds, the 4 remaining Death Eaters, Crouch Jr., Mulciber, Avery, Knott, had at last registered that they were, by every working measure, in the most professional engagement of their lives. They began, in a small, uncoordinated panic, to attempt to apparate. John, who had anticipated this, had, by means of a small anti-apparition jinx bode the desk clerk had been kind enough to lay over the entire cemetery as a courtesy in advance of the evening, already arranged that they should be unable to do so. They tried. They could not. They turned in a small, uncoordinated panic to face him. John raised both pistols. In the small, clean working sequence he had practiced for 46 years, he killed them in order by the small, precise priority his prior briefing had set. Crouch Jr. first, because Crouch Jr. had been, by Winston's reading, the most operationally capable of the 4 remaining, and was the one most likely to attempt the kind of small, dangerous last-ditch curse that working professionals learn to fear. Mulciber second, because Mulciber had been, by Bode's briefing, the most experienced practitioner of the imperious curse and was the one most likely in his last seconds to attempt to seize John's own arm and turn the weapon back. Avery third, because Avery was the second most experienced practitioner of the imperious curse. Not Senior last, because Not Senior was the slowest of the 4. All 4 died in their order. The engagement from the first round John fired to the last had taken 11 seconds. The graveyard was in the moonlight silent. John stood in the center of the small circle of bodies in his dark suit, with both pistols at low ready, with his coat unruffled, with his breath even. He surveyed the field. He counted the bodies. He counted them again. He confirmed by careful small kicks of his polished shoes against the small still hands of each that none was malingering. 14. Plus the small departed wraith fragment, he holstered both pistols. He took from the inside pocket of his coat the small thin glass vial of basilisk venom that Bode had prepared for him. He walked slowly around the circle of bodies. He stopped briefly at the body of Crouch Sr. He opened the vial. He poured a single small drop of the venom onto the body's lips, in the small, careful continental procedure for the disposal of any working professional who had in his lifetime been a vessel for a fragment of a dark soul, a procedure Bode had recommended, and which Winston had endorsed, and which John, who did not himself in this case know whether Crouch Sr. had hosted such a fragment, had decided to apply as a small precaution. The drop sizzled faintly. The body went still in a small particular way it had not been still before. John capped the vial. He returned it to his pocket. He stood in the cemetery in the moonlight for a long moment. Then he reached into his pocket. He took out the small continental portkey medallion that Winston had pressed into his palm the previous evening. He pressed the 3rd stud on its rim. He vanished. He arrived in a small flash of soft pale light in the reception room of the safe house on the Isle of Man at 10:15. Cedric Diggory, on his armchair by the fire, looked up. Ainsworth, in his armchair opposite, set down his teacup. John, standing in the center of the reception room, looked briefly at both of them. "Mr. Diggory," he said. "Mr. Wick, you are well." "Yes, sir." "The matter has been concluded. Mr. Crouch is no longer with us. The wraith is, by my reading, further weakened but not yet finished. You will, by Mr. Ainsworth's arrangement, be returned to Hogwarts within the hour. You will be congratulated as the winner of the tournament. You will receive, by tomorrow, a small letter from the Ministry of Magic confirming the prize. You will, if asked, say that the cup on your contact did indeed function as a portkey, and that it deposited you in a small, overgrown graveyard where you were ambushed by a small cadre of Death Eaters, and where, by some unexpected small mercy of the wards, the ambush failed and the Death Eaters were defeated. You will not on any account mention me. No, sir. You will, of course, mention the dead Death Eaters. Yes, sir. And the cauldron. Mention the cauldron. The cauldron was important to them. Yes, sir. Anything else you should say you do not remember. Say it was confusing. Say the moonlight was poor. The ministry will, by my reading, be too occupied with the corpses to interrogate you closely. Yes, sir. Good. A pause. Cedric. Yes, sir. Thank you. For your part this evening, it was bravely done. Thank you, sir. A pause. Cedric, in his small, clean Hufflepuff way, looked at John and said very quietly, "Sir, are you all right?" John looked at him. "Yes, Mr. Diggory. Sir, you have killed 14 men in 11 seconds. Yes, are you all right?" John was quiet for a long moment. "Mr. Diggory," he said, "Sir, once in 1968 in a basement in Belgrade I did some work that for some years afterwards I was not all right after. You will in a long life also do work that you will not be all right after. I have for a long time now learned the difference between that work and the work that I am all right after. This evening's work was the second kind. I am, Mr. Diggory, quite all right." "Yes, sir. Thank you for asking. It is a kind thing to ask." "Yes, sir." A pause. "Ainsworth, sir, take Mr. Diggory home, please. I shall, with your permission, return to Hogwarts by ordinary owl. I should very much like to see my son before he sleeps." "Of course, sir." At 11 o'clock on the evening of the 24th of June, 1995, John Wick walked into the Great Hall of Hogwarts in his black Continental formal kit. He walked past the Slytherin table. He walked past the staff table, where Dumbledore, who had been, throughout the evening, increasingly disturbed by the lengthy absence of Cedric and the simultaneously calm presence of Harry, looked up with the small composed relief of a man who had been holding a question and was about to receive the answer. John walked in his small, dark, slow, professional manner to the corner of the hall where Harry Potter was sitting at the far end of the Slytherin table. He stopped at the end of the table. He looked down at his son. Harry looked up. The boy, in the soft, warm, candlelit air of the great hall, took, by the small, clean reading of his father's face, an inventory. Shoulders steady, the eyes calm, the breath even, the cuff of the right glove a small thin smear of soot, the trace of cordite from the suppressor's exhaust over the course of an extended engagement, the line of the coat intact, the small distant interior something behind the eyes, the small composed quietness of a working professional who had concluded an engagement to his own satisfaction. The boy let out a small breath he had not, throughout the evening, quite known he had been holding. "Papa." "Harry." "You are well?" "Yes, Mr. Diggory." "He is well. He will be returned in approximately 10 minutes by ordinary portkey to the maze. He will, by his small public account, have won the tournament. He will not in any way mention me. The Wraith was not present in the graveyard. In fact, he sent his lieutenants. They are no longer with us. The Horcrux fragment that they had with them was destroyed in the engagement. The Wraith remains. Yes, Papa, he will, by my estimation, attempt one further reconstitution. He has, by Winston's count, 3 more Horcruxes. We will, by next year, address them." "Yes, Papa." A pause. The boy stood up. He looked at his father. He looked at his father for a long moment. Then, in the soft candlelight of the Great Hall, in front of 500 fellow students and several dozen members of staff and the headmaster of the school, Harry Potter, for the first time in his life in public, put his arms around John Wick's waist. John, after a brief surprised pause, put one gloved hand very gently on the small dark head. He held him there for a moment. He held him for a long moment. Across the hall, Sirius Black, in his black Continental formal kit, in the small VIP guest stand by the staff entrance, had to set his glass of wine down on the small table beside him and turn briefly to the wall. Winston, at his elbow, very gently passed him a handkerchief. Sirius took it. He used it. He passed it back. The two of them, Winston, who had once been a young assassin in Cairo, and Sirius, who had once been the secret keeper of record on a small Godric's Hollow cottage, watched in the warm candlelit air John Wick and Harry Potter, neither of whom, by the standing private rule of their household, ever embraced in public. The rule in the Great Hall of Hogwarts on the evening of the 24th of June, 1995, was set aside. The rest of the hall, by the soft, warm, composed grace of the moment, did not, for a long minute, look at anything else. In the corner of the Slytherin table, Theodore Knott, who had, by the small confidential message Winston had Ainsworth passed to him at 10:30 that evening, just been informed that his father had died of a magical heart attack at his home in Surrey, and who would in the morning be informed of the actual circumstances by John Wick himself in private, sat very still and looked at his hands and did not. By the small, steady working dignity Harry's friendship over the past 4 years had taught him by example, weep openly. He would, when Harry returned to the table after his father had departed, lean very slightly toward Harry and murmur, "Was it him?" "Yes, Theo." He had been at it again. "Yes, all right." A pause. "All right, Harry." A pause. He had been a difficult man, you know." "Yes, Theo, I have known for some time that he would eventually end this way." "Yes, will you tell your father that I am grateful, that he did it cleanly, however he did it, that he spared the rest of us, the other Death Eater's children, I mean. None of us, Harry, asked for this. None of us wanted to be, the next generation. None of us, Harry, would have been able to refuse when the Wraith came back. He would have made us. He would have made us. He would have Christ, Harry, he would have. Yes, Theo, and now he will not. Now you are Theo, you are free. Theodore Knott, in the soft warm candlelight of the Great Hall of Hogwarts on the evening of the 24th of June 1995, sat for a long moment with his small thin hands flat on the table. Then in a small low voice he said, "Will your father by any chance accept new business?" Harry looked at him. "What kind of new business, Theo?" "There are some of us, the children of the inner circle who there are some of us who would, if it could be quietly arranged, very much like to assist your father. We have between us certain information, we have certain access. We have certain Harry, we have grown up in those houses. We have grown up listening at doors. We know things, we could help." Harry was quiet for a long moment, then he said, "I shall ask him, Theo." "Thank you, Harry, of course, Theo." The boys finished their meal in companionable silence. In the great vaulted hall around them, the staff began to assemble for the closing announcements, and Dumbledore, who had risen to speak, was tapping his small silver spoon against the side of his goblet, and the soft warm candlelight fell on the long tables and on the great vault overhead, and on the small new whispered understandings that, by the small chosen actions of working men in the dark, had, without any of the great hall quite knowing it yet, already begun. In the small unwritten roster of the working world to reshape the next great war that was, by the standing reading of every careful man in the building, going to be coming. Chapter 7: The Great Hall. The Wraith, in the 18 months between Little Hangleton and the small final accounting at Hogwarts, did not, as Winston had predicted, succeed in returning to a corporeal body. He had, in the small graveyard engagement, lost the inner circle and one of his 3 remaining Horcruxes. He had, by his small surviving operational caution, refused to expend any further Horcrux to fund a second resurrection until he had recovered some operational cadre. He had, throughout the autumn of 1995 and the long winter of 1995-96, attempted with great difficulty to recruit a second cadre, drawing on the small still loyal second tier of the British wizarding underclass and on what foreign affiliates he could persuade by promise or by threat. By the spring of 1996, the Wraith had assembled, with great difficulty, approximately 35 working Death Eaters. This was, by his own standards, a disappointment. By Winston's quiet reading, however, it was approximately the maximum operational force the man could now muster. He had also, throughout the autumn of 1995 and the winter of 1995-96, succeeded in 2 small operational coups. The first was the recovery of the Lestrange family vault, which had been, since 1981, under permanent ministry interdiction, and which contained, by the careful intelligence Bode had compiled, Helga Hufflepuff's cup, the second of the remaining Horcruxes. The second was the small, unexpected fact that Bellatrix Lestrange had not, in fact, been in the graveyard at Little Hangleton on the night of the 24th of June, 1995. This was a discovery that John Wick made by inadvertent investigation in the autumn of 1995, and that he was, for the first 6 weeks following his discovery, deeply embarrassed by. Bellatrix Lestrange had, by some piece of small magical sleight of hand that the Wraith and Bellatrix had arranged between them in advance, deployed her body double, a small bonded house elf of the Lestrange family named Hoki, who had been compelled by some old binding to take her form via the kind of long-term polyjuice variant that only the oldest of the pureblood families had access to the graveyard in her place. Bellatrix herself, throughout the engagement, had been at the Lestrange country house in Wiltshire, in a small private cellar, in conversation with the Wraith. When the Wraith had disapparated in his small, thin, diminished mist back to her, she had been, by all accounts, in possession of the small, particular, cold, dark, composed fury that John, on careful reading of the report Ainsworth had assembled by mid-October, recognized as the working composure of a senior professional who had been brought, by an external party, into the small front line of a fight she had not chosen. Bellatrix Lestrange, in the autumn of 1995, became, by every reasonable measure, the Wraith's first lieutenant. She was, by Bode's careful briefing, more operationally capable than any single member of the original inner circle. She was, by his briefing, more loyal. She was, by his briefing, considerably more dangerous than her late sister-in-law Narcissa had been. John, in the small first-floor reception room of the New York Continental, on the evening of the 17th of October 1995, listened to Bode's briefing with the small, composed, quiet attention of a man who had been informed that a working professional whom he had thought to have already concluded a piece of business with had, in fact, been at home reading a book the night he had thought to conclude it. He set down his coffee. "Karen, sir, I have made an error of professional bookkeeping, sir. It will, I think, need to be corrected. Of course, sir, and make the small arrangements for a working visit to Wiltshire next month." "Yes, sir." Winston, in his armchair, raised his hand. "Jonathan, yes, I should very much prefer that you not on this occasion conduct a small private working visit to Wiltshire." Why? Because Jonathan the Wraith is in possession of one of her, and we are in possession of one of him, and the small principle that any working professional learns in his second decade is that, in a position of mutual hostage, one does not, by isolated action, conclude the smaller engagement. The smaller engagement is concluded when the larger engagement is concluded. John looked at him. He looked at him for a long moment. He picked up his coffee. He sipped. He set it down. Yes, he said. All right. You agree? I agree. Good. We wait, Jonathan. For how long? Until Harry is ready. He is ready now. Harry is Jonathan 15. The boy will, if we do not outpace his own readiness in his 15th and 16th and 17th years, accumulate certain accumulations. We will by his 17th birthday have an even better working professional than we have now. I should very much prefer to conclude the engagement at that point. 2 years. 2 years? All right. You agree, Jonathan. I agree. Good. Winston, in the small, dark, wood-paneled room, set down his teacup. Then, he said, they planned. Throughout the autumn of 1995 and the long winter of 1995-96, throughout the spring and summer of 1996, throughout the long, careful build-up of the second school year of Harry's after-cup education, and on into the autumn of 1996 and the slow, careful approach of 1997, they planned. They planned with the small Continental working precision that the Continental brought to its larger engagements. The kind of precision that involved Bode the desk clerk meeting Karen in a small cafe in Knightsbridge on a regular schedule for 14 months. The kind of precision that involved Ainsworth quietly purchasing the small grocer's shop across the lane from the gates of Malfoy Manor in Wiltshire, in the name of an unrelated holding company, and installing in the upper floor of the small grocer's shop a small, steady working observation post of the kind that, by the second month of operation, knew the daily movements of every member of the Malfoy household down to the hour. They planned with Sirius's small, steady operational input. Sirius, who had been by the spring of 1996 working full-time at the London Continental as a junior associate of Ainsworth's, and who had by the autumn of 1996 recovered his physical and mental condition almost entirely, and who had by the winter of 1996-97 become a small, careful working professional of his own kind. With a small, handsome flat in Knightsbridge and a small, careful collection of his own. They planned with Theodore not small, careful input. Theo, who had, by the small private arrangement he had whispered to Harry in the Great Hall on the night of June 24, 1995, become the operational head of a small, careful, informal network of 15 and 16-year-old Death Eater children that, by the spring of 1996, had grown to 27 members. The network had, by the autumn of 1996, supplied Winston's planning team with the precise daily movements of every remaining adult Death Eater in Britain, with the small, careful internal codes of their communications, with the small, careful intelligence of where each Horcrux was hidden, and with the names of every recruit the Wraith had brought into the second cadre over the preceding 18 months. They had supplied this intelligence without exception in exchange for a single Continental promise, that no parent who had been a Death Eater would be killed who could be, by careful operational design, instead arrested. John had agreed to this promise. He had also, in the small private clause that Karen had drafted, agreed that any parent who could not, by careful operational design, be arrested without compromising the engagement, would die quickly and without prolonged suffering. The Death Eater children had, by majority vote on the rooftop of the Hogwarts Owlery on the evening of December 2, 1996, accepted these terms. They had also, in a small additional clause, requested that John Wick, at the conclusion of the engagement, accept their formal apprenticeship as a body in any line of work he saw fit to assign them. John had laughed briefly on hearing this. The laugh in the small private moment of the second-floor reception room of the London Continental on the evening of December 5, 1996, had startled Winston, who had not heard it in 11 years. "Tell them," John had said quietly to Karen, "that I do not, in fact, accept apprentices. Tell them, however, that the Continental's training program at the New York branch will, in the calendar year of 1998, open a small dedicated cohort for 15 new young professionals, and that those of them who wish to apply will, on a small recommendation letter from me, be considered. Tell them, Karen, tell them that I cannot make them what they may in time wish to be, but I can put them in the hands of the people who can. Tell them that the Continental in the years to come will need them. Tell them that I should be, Karen, I should be honored by their interest. Yes, sir, and Karen, sir, tell them I am sorry for what their fathers have made of their childhoods. Tell them that from the New York Continental they will have from this hour a working second family." Yes, sir, Karen had relayed the message in a small, carefully drafted letter to Theodore Knott. Theodore Knott, when he had read it, had had to set down his copy of A History of Modern Pureblood Genealogy and walk to the window of his dormitory and look for a long moment out at the cold spring rain of February 1997. He had then folded the letter with great care and placed it in the small interior leather pocket of his school satchel, where he would keep it for the rest of his life. The final engagement, when it came on the evening of the 2nd of May, 1997. It came at Hogwarts. It came because the Wraith, by his own small, unhappy reading of his small, unhappy second cadre, had concluded that his small remaining store of operational capability would not, by another summer, be sufficient to retake any meaningful position in British wizarding society. He had concluded that his only remaining tactical option was a single decisive massed strike against the small heart of the British wizarding community, and that the small heart of the British wizarding community at every season of the year was Hogwarts. He had assembled, by careful arrangement throughout the spring, his entire remaining force. He had broken, by means of a small careful magical operation his own father's house had once used in 1604, the wards of Hogwarts at 9:15 on the evening of the 2nd of May. The Wraith and his second cadre, approximately 33 working Death Eaters in deep black robes, in their full ritual masks, had at 9:15 on the evening of the 2nd of May, 1997, entered the Great Hall of Hogwarts. The Great Hall had been, at that hour, full. 500 students, 23 teaching staff, several dozen visiting parents in town for the upcoming end-of-year ceremony, the headmaster at the staff table, the headmistress beside him, and in the small visiting continental delegation seats at a small dignified distance from the staff table, in the corner by the Slytherin table in their full continental formal kit, John Wick, Winston Scott, Sirius Black, Karen, and Ainsworth. Plus, at the Slytherin table, in his 16-year-old school robes with the small custom-cut interior lining, with his U wand in his left hand and his H and KP30L in his right at the working low ready, with his small dark hair in its perennial cowlick, and his small, clean, composed working face turned toward the doors of the Great Hall, Harry Potter. Harry had, by the small, careful intelligence Theo had brought him on the evening of the 1st of May, expected the Wraith. He had communicated this by small, careful owl to his father at midnight on the 1st of May. John had arrived at Hogwarts with Winston and Sirius and Karen and Ainsworth by continental portkey at 6:30 on the evening of the 2nd of May. They had had supper. They were, when the doors of the Great Hall blew off their hinges at 9:15, finishing their coffee. The doors blew inward, the students screamed. The Wraith and his second cadre in their masks walked into the hall in a small, careful operational formation, the Wraith in the center, 6 paces in front of his line on his thin, pale serpentine legs, in his small, thin, pale serpentine body, in his hand the long, thin yew and phoenix feather of his brother wand. Bellatrix Lestrange on his left flank in deep crimson and black robes, her dark hair wild and unbound, her wand at the working ready, her dark eyes burning. Rodolphus Lestrange alive, John noted, by the small magical resurrection ritual the Wraith had performed on him from his Death Eater dust the previous spring, on her left. On the Wraith's right flank in his crisp dark robes, the smaller pale figure of the 18-year-old Draco Malfoy, who had, Theo had informed Harry by small private message in March of 1997, been pressed by his mother into the cadre after his father's death in the graveyard. Draco's mask, John noted with the small particular care he had been taught, was crooked. His hand on his wand was trembling. His face behind the eye slits of the mask was the face of a small, frightened young man who had been, by every measure his mother had been able to apply, doing what he had been told. John, in his armchair at the Continental Delegations table, noted this. He filed it. He stood up, his hand was on his right-hand pistol, his coat was open, his tie was straight, his shoulders were squared, his face was perfectly composed. Beside him, Sirius Black stood in his black Continental kit, his own wand in his right hand and his own small beretta in his left, in the small precise low ready of a working professional who had, by long careful tutelage at the London branch over the past 3 years, been taught the small particular Continental style of point-blank engagement. Winston rose, more slowly, with the small composed gravity of an older statesman. He drew, from the inside pocket of his charcoal suit, a small silver pistol that John had not in his life ever seen him use. A small, thin, worn-handled well-rod of the British wartime variant, of the kind Winston had, John had been told once in the small after-dinner moment of a long evening in 1973, used to good effect over a stretch of 7 nights in 1957. Karen, beside him, took out the small black 380 he carried at the small of his back and brought it up to the low working ready. Ainsworth, at the end of the table, opened the small briefcase he had been carrying since the airport and removed from it a long, thin item that, when assembled in a small, clean 3-second motion, became a short-barreled Heckler & Koch MP5 submachine gun. Across the Great Hall, the headmaster Dumbledore, who had been informed by John, in a small private conversation at 6:45 that evening, of the fullest possible intelligence, drew his own wand, the 13.5-inch elder, in a small, clean upward draw, and stood at the head of the staff table with the small, composed steadiness of an old man who had been preparing for this evening for 14 years. Around him, the Hogwarts staff stood, drew their wands, and turned to face the doors. In the Slytherin and Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff and Gryffindor tables, the 5th, 6th, and 7th years, many of whom had been quietly briefed by Theo over the preceding 3 months, and almost all of whom had voluntarily chosen to remain in the hall, stood, drew their wands, and turned toward the doors. The 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th years, on Headmaster Dumbledore's small clean wave, were ushered by Madame Pomfrey through the small private door behind the staff table to the small safe room behind it, where the wards had been, by Bill Weasley's careful work the previous afternoon, set to a maximum of 9. The doors closed behind them. The Great Hall was, in the soft, warm candlelight of the great floating candles overhead, a battlefield. The Wraith, in the center of his line, with his wand raised, hissed in his high, cold whisper, "Harry Potter." Harry Potter, in his small, clean, composed manner at the Slytherin table, stepped out from behind the table and walked, with the small, clean, steady pace of a working professional, to a position approximately 15 meters in front of the Wraith and approximately 4 meters in front of his father. He stopped. He raised, with the small, precise lift of his right wrist, the H&K P30L in his right hand to the working low ready. He held with his left hand the long, thin wand at the working high ready. "Lord Voldemort," he said quietly. The Wraith hissed. "Harry Potter, we have at last the small pleasure." "Lord Voldemort," Harry said quietly, "I am very busy this evening. You have come by my reading to die. May we please proceed without speeches?" The Wraith, in the soft, warm candlelight of the Great Hall, was, for the first time in 19 years of his small, thin half-life, silent. Bellatrix Lestrange beside him hissed. "Insolent, Mrs. Lestrange," Harry said gently, "you are first." He raised the pistol. He fired. The engagement that followed in the Great Hall of Hogwarts on the evening of the 2nd of May, 1997, would, in the small, careful operational histories that the Continental's archives would compile over the following 5 decades, be recorded as the cleanest large-scale joint magical and mortal engagement of the 20th century. It would be studied. It would be diagrammed. It would be analyzed. It would, by every small detail of its execution, be a thing of considerable working beauty. Bellatrix Lestrange, in the candlelight of the Great Hall, raised her wand in the small, clean preliminary motion of the casting of a killing curse, and was, by the small, clean discipline of 3 working professionals operating in coordinated parallel, struck simultaneously by a single 9mm consecrated hollow point from Harry's P30L, fired at 15 meters that took her between the eyes, a single 9mm consecrated hollow point from John's P30L, fired at 19 meters that took her in the throat, and a single small bright streak of a wand cast from Sirius Black's Yuan Dragon Heartstring wand, fired at 21 meters that, by the small particular precision Sirius had been practicing since November of 1995 for exactly this evening, struck her in the small, clean center of the chest at the precise place where her own small remaining heart was located. Bellatrix Lestrange, by every measure her sister Narcissa had once been able to apply, had been an exceptional Death Eater. She had been, by all accounts, the most lethally effective working professional of the original cadre. She had, in her long career, killed 123 working magical professionals at close engagement. She had not, on the evening of the 2nd of May, 1997, in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, been able to absorb the sustained, concentrated fire of 3 working professionals operating in coordinated parallel for the duration of 1.5 seconds. She fell. Her body, on the flagstones of the Great Hall, did not move. Sirius Black, who had been holding, by his own private accounting, the small particular debt of an old debt for 14 years, lowered his wand. He took a small breath. He exhaled. He raised the wand again. The engagement, in its broadest tactical shape, then unfolded as follows. The Wraith's second cadre, on Bellatrix's fall, opened fire with their full available casting capability. Approximately 28 killing curses, 11 cruciatus curses, 15 stunners, and a number of less identifiable spells of various provenance lanced across the Great Hall in the first 3 seconds following Bellatrix's fall. The Hogwarts staff, on Dumbledore's small, clean preparatory wave, raised a Protego Maxima dome over the staff table and the visiting Continental delegations table that absorbed approximately 93% of the incoming fire in the first 3 seconds. The 7th Year Defense Team, on the small, careful cue Harry had given them at supper, opened their own coordinated barrage of shield charms and counter-curses from the 4 house tables. The first cleared volley of killing curses, having struck the Protego dome, refracted upward and outward, and, in 2 cases, into the small narrow gap above the door frame through which they passed harmlessly into the cold spring sky. Inside the dome, the working Continental delegation began, in coordinated parallel, their own operational engagement. John Wick, on the first count, took Rodolphus Lestrange in the throat at 21 meters. Sirius Black, on the second count, took Augustus Rookwood Jr., the son of the late Rookwood, who had stepped into his father's role over the preceding 18 months in the open mouth. Karen, on the third count, took Walden McNair Jr., who had likewise inherited his father's role, in the center of his chest. Ainsworth, on the fourth count, raked the second cadre's left flank with a short 3-round burst from the MP5 that struck 3 Death Eaters at once and dropped all 3. John Wick, on the fifth count, took 2 further Death Eaters with 2 double-tap engagements in the brief interval between the casting of 2 killing curses by each of them. Harry Potter, on the 6th count, with his wand at the working high ready and his pistol at the working low ready, executed the small, clean, ambidextrous engagement that Karen had been refining with him in the sub-cellar of the New York Continental for the previous 14 months. A single stunning charm from the wand at the small, thin figure in the 3rd rank, simultaneous with a single consecrated round from the pistol at the small, thin figure in the 4th rank. Both targets dropped. The wraith in the center of his line screamed in his high, cold whisper, "Harry Potter, you will not." Harry Potter, with the small, clean, composed manner he had been practicing for 15 years and 7 months, did not respond. He worked. The engagement from Bellatrix's fall to the wraith's final attempt at a killing curse lasted 3 minutes and 48 seconds. In those 3 minutes and 48 seconds, the wraith's second cadre, 33 working Death Eaters at the start of the engagement, was reduced by careful, coordinated working operation to 1. The 1 was the small, thin, pale figure of the wraith himself. The remaining 32 had died by careful Continental accounting, as follows: 16 by direct fire of the Continental delegation, 8 by direct fire of the Hogwarts staff. Professor McGonagall, who had, by an unexpected revelation that John would only learn about in detail 3 weeks later, been a former pupil of an older Continental affiliate in the late 1940s, accounted for 5 of these herself, in a small, clean working sequence of casting that had Karen nodding in the small, respectful Continental acknowledgement of a working professional one had not previously recognized. 5 by direct casting of the 7th Year Defense Team, 3 of them by Theodore Knott, who had, in the small final moment of the engagement, walked out from behind the Slytherin table with his own father's wand in his hand and had, in a small, clean, controlled 3-shot sequence of his own that included the small, carefully studied killing curse Karen had been quietly teaching him on his weekly visits to the Continental over the past 8 months, dispatched 3 of his father's old colleagues. 3 by direct casting of the Continental delegation's wand work, principally Sirius Black. The remaining wraith, in the soft, warm candlelight of the Great Hall, surveyed the field. His second cadre was, by every working measure, no longer a tactical concern. His own small, thin, pale serpentine body was, however, untouched. He had, throughout the engagement, by means of the small particular word work he had been refining for the better part of 2 years, deflected every direct attack mounted against him by Dumbledore, by John Wick, by Sirius Black, by Karen, by Ainsworth, and by Harry Potter, and was, by his own working assessment, full operational capacity. He stood in the soft, warm candlelight alone in the center of the Great Hall, surrounded by the bodies of his second cadre. He looked at Harry Potter. He raised his wand. "Harry Potter," he hissed. Harry Potter, at his working position with the small, clean, composed manner of a working professional, raised his own wand. "My lord," he said quietly. The 2 wands, U and U, Phoenix Feather and Basilisk Fang, made by the same hand of the same wood from the same tree on the same hillside near the Vatican in 1937 and 1947, recognized each other, in the small, clean working way that wands of the same wood and the same maker had of recognizing each other. The U in Harry Potter's hand hummed softly. The U in the wraith's hand hissed. The wraith opened his mouth to cast the killing curse. The wraith's small, carefully cultivated specialty over the long arc of his small, thin half-life took, by the small, careful Continental measurements that Bode had once compiled, approximately 1 1/10 seconds from the small particular initial vocal syllable to the moment of the curse's leaving the wand tip. It was in mortal combat at point-blank range, a curse that even a working professional could not in the ordinary course evade. It was, however, a curse that, by the small, careful intelligence John Wick had been provided by Bode, and the small careful working tutelage Karen had been providing Harry over the preceding 14 months on the small floor mats of the subcellar of the New York Continental, could be evaded by a working professional who, on the small clean initial syllable, dropped beneath the line of the curse and continued working from below it. The wraith began the syllable. Harry Potter, by the small clean precise tactical motion he had been practicing for 14 months, in a small clean precise tactical drop on his right knee, with his left leg sliding out forward and his right elbow tucking against his right hip, and his left arm bringing the pistol up against the line of his sliding shoulder, in the small clean precise presentation of a working professional who had been taught by his father that the cleanest moment to fire at any opponent was the precise moment that the opponent was finishing his own casting of a different attack, slid. The slide carried him in a small, clean, precise arc of approximately 1.5 meters across the polished flagstones of the Great Hall, from his original working position to a position approximately 3 meters in front of the wraith's small, thin, pale, serpentine feet. The killing curse, the bright, clean, lethal green flash of the small, specific lethal curse the wraith had cast at the small, dark-haired boy he had once tried to kill in 1981, passed, in the same small, clean, precise quarter-second, over the small, dark crown of Harry Potter's head, at a clearance of approximately 7 centimeters. The curse struck the small, carved stone of the great vaulted ceiling above the staff table, where it harmlessly dispersed in a small, thin cloud of green sparks. Harry Potter, at the end of his slide, with his pistol in his right hand at full extension, with the small, clean, working, composed face of a small working professional whose every prior 15 years and 7 months of careful working preparation had narrowed to this single small, clean working moment, raised the pistol toward the small, thin, pale, serpentine chest of the wraith. He fired. He fired 6 times. The 6 rounds, all of them consecrated, all of them hollow point, all of them the small, careful 9mm working ammunition that John Wick had his small private machinist in Vermont prepare 20 years before by Father Cyril's old blessing at the small stone basin in the sacristy of St. Patrick's, entered the small, thin, pale, serpentine chest of the wraith in a small, clean rectangular pattern approximately 4 centimeters by 6 centimeters, centered by Harry Potter's small, clean, precise aim on the small, thin, pale, serpentine sternum of the wraith. The first round penetrated. The wraith, in the soft, warm candlelight, screamed. The second round penetrated. The wraith screamed again. The third round penetrated. The wraith screamed again. The fourth round penetrated. The wraith screamed. The fifth round penetrated. The wraith screamed. The sixth round penetrated. The wraith screamed. And then, by the small, careful working physics of the engagement, by the small, clean, precise pattern of 6 consecrated rounds delivered into a small, clean 4x6 centimeter rectangular pattern at the precise, small, clean, precise place, where the last small, intact Horcrux fragment of the wraith's small serpentine soul was, by Bode's careful intelligence, by Karen's careful tactical assessment, by John Wick's careful working analysis, actually living. In the small, thin, pale, serpentine chest of his small, thin, pale, serpentine body, by all of these small, precise, convergent facts, the wraith stopped screaming. The wraith, in the soft, warm candlelight of the Great Hall of Hogwarts, on the evening of the 2nd of May, 1997, looked down at his own chest. He looked up at Harry Potter, who was still at the end of his slide on his right knee, with the pistol at full extension, with his small, clean, composed working face turned upward toward the small, thin, pale, serpentine face above him. He opened his small, thin, pale, serpentine mouth. He attempted, by every small piece of internal magical wardwork that he had been refining for 19 years, to perform the small final escape into a Horcrux that had served him before. He could not. The last Horcrux, Helga Hufflepuff's cup, which had been retrieved by Bill Weasley and Ainsworth and Sirius Black in a small, careful working operation at the Lestrange family vault 3 weeks before, by careful purchase of the access from a senior goblin of Gringotts whose own personal continental obligation Winston had been holding in his small, careful account book for 19 years, and which had been, on the evening of the 1st of May, 1997, destroyed by Sirius Black personally with 2 consecrated rounds from his own Beretta, and a single carefully aimed strike of the basilisk fang Harry had recovered from the Chamber of Secrets in the autumn of 1995, had by the small, clean working intelligence, and the small, clean working operation of every member of John Wick's small working family over the preceding 22 months, ceased to be a Horcrux on the evening of the 1st of May, 1997. The wraith, on the evening of the 2nd of May, 1997, had nowhere to go. The wraith, the man who had once been Tom Riddle, the boy who had once held a wand of phoenix feather in 1937, the dark serpentine creature who had once held a small dark book of his own teenage diary, and had bound a fragment of his soul into its pages, the small, thin, pale figure who had killed Lily Potter and James Potter in their cottage in Godric's Hollow on the evening of the 31st of October, 1981. Looked at Harry Potter for the small, clean, final moment of his life. He opened his mouth. He attempted, by every small, private vocal effort, to speak. He could not. His knees buckled. He fell forward. He fell forward onto the polished flagstones of the Great Hall of Hogwarts in a small, clean, final collapse of all small, intact pieces of him. And he was, by every careful working measure, done. His body on the flagstones began in the small, clean working manner that the bodies of all properly dispatched wraiths historically began to dissolve. It dissolved in the soft, warm candlelight into small, fine, dry, pale ash. The ash, by the careful working currents of the air in the Great Hall, drifted slowly across the polished flagstones. It settled. The Great Hall was, for the first time in 3 minutes and 48 seconds, silent. Harry Potter on his right knee in the small, clean working position of his final slide, with the pistol still at full extension in his right hand, with the small, clean working composed face of a small working professional whose work had, by every careful measure his father had taught him, just concluded, did not for a long moment move. He breathed once. He breathed again. He stood up. He looked briefly around the Great Hall. The Hogwarts staff in their full ward formation by the staff table were lowering their wands in slow, careful continental working acknowledgement. The 7th-year defense team at the 4 house tables were lowering their wands in similar careful acknowledgement. Theodore Knott at the Slytherin table was standing with his father's old wand still raised, his small, thin, pale face composed in the small, clean continental working steadiness Harry had taught him by example over 6 years of friendship. Sirius Black at the Continental Delegations table was lowering his own wand. Karen was holstering his 380. Ainsworth was breaking down the MP5 with the small, clean continental working efficiency of a man who had been practicing the small, clean continental working efficiency for 40 years. Winston Scott was, in the small, composed, careful manner of an older statesman, sitting down again in his armchair. John Wick, in the small, clean working position of his original engagement, was lowering his own pistol. His face in the soft, warm candlelight was the small, composed working face of a man who had just watched his son conclude a piece of work that the small, composed working man had, in his deepest private hopes, been hoping the son would conclude. He looked at Harry. Harry looked at him. A long moment passed. Then, in his soft, careful, low voice, John Wick said, across the small, careful Continental Delegation's working position, "Good work, Harry." The boy, at his working position, lowered his pistol. He turned, very slightly, toward his father. He inclined his head in the small, clean, precise way Karen had been teaching him since he was 3. "Thank you, Papa." John holstered his pistol. He straightened his coat. He adjusted very slightly the small continental enamel boss at his collar pin. He looked briefly at the headmaster Dumbledore, who was in the small, composed, careful manner of a tired old man walking slowly down the aisle of the Great Hall toward them. "Albus, Jonathan, it is concluded." "It is, Jonathan, yes." "Your students are well, Jonathan. The wards of the safe room held. None has been harmed. Your staff, 2 casualties, Jonathan. Professor Sprout has taken a small cruciatus that will require some weeks of recovery, and Professor Vector has a small flesh wound on her left arm that is, by Madame Pomfrey's preliminary reading, not life-threatening. The rest of the staff is in the working professional sense well. My family, all present, Jonathan, all well. Then we are well. We are well, Jonathan." Dumbledore stopped, a small respectful pace in front of John Wick. He looked for a long moment at the small, clean, composed working face of the man before him. He looked then at Harry, who was at his father's elbow. He looked then at the small, fine, dry, pale ash on the polished flagstones of the Great Hall. He looked back at John. "Jonathan." "Yes, Albus. I owe you, Jonathan, a debt I am not in a position to ever repay." "You owe me, Albus, exactly nothing." "Jonathan, you owe my son a small operational courtesy. You will, in your remaining tenure as headmaster, ensure that his name is not in any public account of this evening mentioned. The story will be that the Death Eaters were defeated by the small, heroic working efforts of the Hogwarts staff and the 7th-year defense team. The wraith, by accounts you will sign off on personally, was killed by you in a small private engagement in the Great Hall with the Elder Wand by means none of the other witnesses present can quite reconstruct. The Continental Delegation was, by the public account, not present in the hall this evening. It was at supper at the small Hogsmeade Inn at the time of the attack. Jonathan. "Yes, that is a great deal of public credit for a small old man to take." "You are an old man with no further career to worry about, Albus. You will, by my reading, retire at the close of this year and live very quietly for the remainder of your life on a small estate in the Cotswolds. The credit will be useful to you in retirement. It will be useless to me. My son has no need of public credit. He has instead a small, careful working career to begin. Dumbledore looked for a long moment at Harry, then he looked back at John. Yes, he said quietly. Yes, Jonathan, I shall do as you ask. Thank you, Albus. You are very welcome, Jonathan. A pause. Dumbledore very slightly inclined his head. Mr. Potter, headmaster. You have, in your 6 years at this school, been the finest small working professional this institution has ever been privileged to host. Thank you, headmaster. You will, of course, be missed. You are kind, headmaster. Will you, by any chance, sit your NEWTS next month? Harry was quiet for a long moment. He looked at his father. His father looked very slightly away. Harry looked back at Dumbledore. Yes, headmaster, he said politely. I shall sit them next month. It would, I think, be a small, clean conclusion. My father has taught me since I was very small to conclude every working engagement properly. Yes, Mr. Potter. And I have, in any case, 3 weeks to finish my charms revision. Dumbledore, in the soft, warm candlelight of the Great Hall, on the evening of the 2nd of May, 1997, in the presence of the small, fine, dry, pale ash that had once been the small, thin, pale, serpentine body of the most terrible, dark wizard of the 20th century, in front of the small remaining 123 working students and the small remaining 23 staff of the Hogwarts school, smiled. He smiled very, very slightly. He smiled in the long arc of his long old life, for the first time at the small composed working face of Harry Potter, with no further hidden agenda, with no further private calculation, with no further small careful manipulation, with no further plan, but only the small clean working smile of one old working man to another working man whose work he had just witnessed and whose work, by every measure he had been able to apply, had been altogether well done. Mr. Potter. Yes, headmaster, I shall write you, when you have finished your NEWT. That's a small careful letter of professional recommendation, which I am sure you will not in your line of work ever need, but which I should very much like to write nonetheless. Thank you, headmaster, and Mr. Potter. Yes, headmaster, I should very much, before you leave this school, like to take you and your father and your great-uncle and your godfather and your friends to dinner in Hogsmeade at the small establishment of my acquaintance, the Hog's Head. The proprietor is my brother. He is a difficult man, but he keeps an excellent fire whiskey in his back bar. And I should like to mark in a small private way that I shall not, in any future correspondence with the ministry, reveal the conclusion of this evening's work. Harry was, for a long moment, quiet. Then, in his small, clean, composed manner, he said, Yes, headmaster, I should be honored. Good, Mr. Potter. Dumbledore turned. He walked very slowly back up the aisle of the Great Hall, in his deep midnight blue robes, with his small, thin, elderly hand on the small, thin, elderly handle of his elder wand at his side, with his small, thin, elderly silver beard against his small, thin, elderly chest, with his small, thin, elderly, slightly bowed shoulders straight for the first time in 14 years, toward the staff table at the head of the hall, where Professor McGonagall was waiting for him with the small, composed working face of a senior professional who had been, in the course of an entire long evening, restored to her own small, composed, continental-affiliated working dignity. He climbed, slowly, to the staff table. He turned, he faced the hall. He raised, in the small, composed, continental working manner Harry had taught him by example, a small, composed working two-finger salute. The hall, after a moment, rose. The hall returned the salute. In the soft, warm candlelight at the Continental Delegations table, John Wick turned very slightly to his son. Harry, yes, Papa, we are done. Yes, Papa. A long moment passed. The boy did not, in front of the small public space of the Great Hall, embrace his father. He did, however, in the small, clean working manner he had been practicing for 15 years and 7 months, lift his right hand and lay it very gently against the small, clean, dark sleeve of his father's overcoat. He left it there for the smallest of moments. He withdrew it. John very slightly smiled. It was, by Karen's careful private count, the third smile John had been observed to deliver in the calendar year of 1997. It was, by Karen's careful private count, the most warmly issued. Now, John said quietly, we go home, Harry. There is a small piece of paperwork. Yes, Papa, there is a great deal of paperwork. Yes, Papa. There will be, Harry, there will be the small inquiry of the Wisengamot, which by Bode's careful preparation will, on Albus's careful testimony, be concluded in our favor in a single sitting. There will be the small inquiry of the High Table, which by Winston's careful arrangement will be concluded by letter. There will be the small final settlement of the Lestrange and Malfoy and Knott estates, which by Theo's careful arrangement will, by next quarter, have been redistributed to a small continental-affiliated trust for the benefit of the war's small surviving orphans. There will be, Harry, there will be a great deal of paperwork. Yes, Papa. And then, Papa. And then, Harry, we go home. Yes, Papa, Karen's mother has, by her morning letter, prepared the lasagna. Yes, Papa, and the dog, Luba. Luba has been, by her careful measure, fed all week. Yes, Papa, and the apartment is Harry, the apartment is warm. Yes, Papa, and there is in the small upstairs room a small new bed for you. Papa, yes, I shall not always live there. No, Harry, I know. I shall in time take a small flat of my own. Yes, Harry, I know, but for the summer, Harry, you are home. The boy was very quiet for a long moment. He looked in the soft, warm candlelight of the great hall at the small, clean, composed working face of John Wick. He looked at the small, clean, composed face for a long moment. Then in his soft, careful, low voice he said, "Thank you, Papa." John nodded very slightly. He laid his right hand very briefly on the small, dark crown of his son's head. He withdrew it. He turned to Winston. "Winston, yes, Jonathan, shall we go to dinner?" "Yes, Jonathan, let us go to dinner." "Serious?" "Yes, John, will you join us?" "Of course, John." "Karen, sir. You will, on the small private letter you will give my son in the car, inform him that his godmother has, in his absence, baked the small additional tray of his preferred sweet. What is the name?" "Cannoli, sir." "Yes. They are in the freezer of the 8th floor suite, sir. They will be defrosted by morning." "Excellent, Theo." Theodore Knott, who had been standing quietly at the small distance proper to a student who had been included in a working professional's family circle only by careful invitation, straightened. "Yes, Mr. Wick. You will, on Karen's small careful arrangement, be joining us in New York for the summer." "Yes, sir." "You will, on Karen's careful additional arrangement, be considered for the small dedicated cohort of the New York training program in the autumn." "Yes, sir. Thank you, Theo, for the work." "Thank you, sir." "Ainsworth, sir, send me your bill." "Of course, sir, I shall send it by post. It will, I think, sir, take some time to itemize." "Take all the time you need." "Of course, sir." They left the great hall. They left at 9:30 on the evening of the 2nd of May, 1997, in the soft, warm candlelight, with the small, fine, dry pale ash on the polished flagstones behind them, with the small, composed staff of Hogwarts watching them depart, with the small, composed 7th-year defense team standing at the 4 house tables in the small continental working salute Harry had taught them to give. With Theodore Knott walking at Harry's left elbow, and Sirius Black walking at Harry's right elbow, and John Wick walking at Sirius's right elbow, and Winston Scott walking at John's right elbow, and Karen and Ainsworth walking, in the small, careful continental working manner, immediately behind, with the small, steady, careful operational discipline of a small working delegation that had concluded its small working engagement to its own complete satisfaction. They walked through the doors of the Great Hall. They walked through the entrance hall of Hogwarts. They walked out through the great oak front doors and into the small, cool spring evening of the grounds. They walked down the long, curving drive past the great iron gates into the small village of Hogsmeade. They walked in the small, soft spring lamplight of Hogsmeade to the small back entrance of the Hog's Head Inn. They went in. They had dinner. Dumbledore arrived 20 minutes later, alone, in his deep midnight blue robes, with the small, composed working face of an old man whose long career had at last concluded. He sat down at the small round table in the back of the small dim back room with John Wick and Winston Scott and Sirius Black and Karen and Ainsworth and Harry Potter and Theodore Knott. They ate. They drank a great quantity of fire whiskey, of which the proprietor, Dumbledore's brother Aberforth, a tall, thin, grizzled old man with a long, matted beard and a small, gruff manner, kept his particular Highland blend, and which Dumbledore consumed in considerable quantity, and which Sirius matched him glass for glass, and which Karen, who had not, in his 19 years of professional service to the Continental, ever been observed by Winston to consume hard spirits in any quantity exceeding 1 ceremonial measure, to general surprise also matched. Theodore Knott, who was at 15 still a year and a half under the wizarding world's drinking age, was served instead by Aberforth a small careful tankard of warm spiced apple cider with a small careful cinnamon stick, which Theo accepted with the small composed working dignity that, by Harry's example, he had been refining for 6 years. Harry, who was 16 years and 9 months old, was served a small clean clear glass of mineral water, which Karen had arranged in advance, and which Harry drank with the small composed working steadiness that he had been refining since he was 4. John Wick, who was, by Winston's careful count, 56 years old, drank 1 small clean dignified glass of bourbon neat in his customary working manner. He drank it slowly. He drank it the way he had been drinking small clean dignified glasses of bourbon neat for the better part of 40 years. At one point in the evening, in the soft, warm lamplight of the small back room of the Hog's Head Inn, on the evening of the 2nd of May, 1997, John Wick lifted his small, clean, dignified glass of bourbon, and looked, briefly, at the small, composed, working face of his son across the small, round table. He inclined the small, clean, dignified glass of bourbon, in the small, particular continental working gesture by which one working professional acknowledges the small, clean working competence of another working professional at the conclusion of a successful piece of work. Harry Potter, at the small round table, very slightly inclined his small, clean glass of mineral water in return. The two glasses in the soft, warm lamplight were lowered. The small back room of the Hog's Head Inn was, for a brief moment, perfectly still. Then, in his soft, careful, low voice, John Wick said quietly, "Good work, Harry." He set the glass down. "Now we go home, there is much paperwork." The small back room in the soft, warm lamplight was filled with the small, low, warm laughter of a small working family at the close of a small, clean piece of working business. And in the long, careful working future that lay, by every careful working measure ahead of them, the future in which the small, dedicated cohort of the New York training program would, by the close of 1999, have produced 15 of the finest small working professionals the Continental had seen in 3 generations, in which Theodore Knott would, by 2007, be the manager of the London Continental in his own right, in which Sirius Black would, by 2003, marry a small, dark-haired Continental Staff Intelligence officer named Madeline and have 2 small, dark-haired daughters who would, in their own time, become small working professionals of a different but related kind, in which Harry Potter would, by his 22nd birthday, have taken over from his great uncle Winston as the manager of the New York Continental, and would, in that office, serve for the next 43 years, with such careful working distinction that the small working operational histories of the Continental would, in the small careful private archives of the High Table, refer to him as the boy manager, the quiet lord, the small careful soft-spoken son of Baba Yaga, in all of that long careful working future, in all of it. The small soft warm lamplight of the small back room of the Hog's Head Inn in Hogsmeade on the evening of the 2nd of May, 1997. Would, by Harry Potter's small private accounting, remain the single warmest small private working evening of his small careful working life. He had, by every careful working measure his father had been able to give him, become the man he had been raised to be. He had, by every careful working measure his father had been able to give him, also become a man entirely his own. He was, in the soft warm lamplight, 16 years and 9 months old. He had killed 8 men by his own careful private count in his short life. He had also, by his own careful private count, been loved. The 2 figures, by his own small, careful working accounting, were exactly equal. And in the small, soft, warm lamplight of the Hog's Head Inn on the evening of the 2nd of May, 1997, with the small, careful Continental working family around him, with the small, composed working face of his father across the table, with the small, clean working future of his small working career laid out, by every small, clean working measure ahead of him, Harry James Potter, son of John Wick, godson of Karen, great-nephew of Winston Scott, godson also of Sirius Black, friend of Theodore Knott, polite acquaintance of Albus Dumbledore, was, by every small careful working measure he had been able to apply to his own small careful working life, at last, on his own working terms, entirely, completely, and quietly home. The end.